चैट वी आर लाइव फॉर डे नंबर 3 ऑफ फ्रीस्टाइल चेस एंड क्या ही धमाकेदार पोज मारा हुआ है मैग्नस कार्लसन ने हमारे सामने भाई। रिलैक्स करते करते लग रहा है बीच पे चेस खेल रहे हैं साज भाई, जैसे हम लोग भी खेल के आए थे मतलब अभी गोवा में। वेलकम साज भाई, फ्रीस्टाइल चेस डे 3। कल अर्जुन हार गए लेकिन क्या वो आज कम बैक कर सकते हैं?
Thank you so much, Sahil bhai. And let's also not forget, Sahil bhai just 10 seconds before the stream started, just won a bullet match. तो उनका अलग ही मतलब मजा चल रहा है. But
भाई
भाई बात करें हम अगर अर्जुन की, he's playing against Hans, and I think that's a very dangerous opponent.
या
But I feel जीत सकता है. Like I feel he has a good chance, but I would not say that he's a clear favorite. Like Hans is a
या
dark horse for me. कल भी वो बड़ा I feel Aronian के साथ it was kind of unfortunate what happened to him. So it will be a nice match regardless. But the star matchup, Sahil bhai, is of course Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen. Let's go.
दैट इज ऑल्सो टफ एंड ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन करेंगे कमबैक। कमबैक का ही जमाना है भाई। मतलब ही कैन टेक इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम लेजेंड्स लाइक अक्षय खन्ना कि कमबैक कैसे करते हैं। एंड बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा हमें देखने में। साज भाई, आपने धुरंधर मूवी देखी क्या?
नहीं भाई, कैसी है? Is it good?
बहुत सही है भाई, जाके देखो भाई। इससे पहले गो टू बुडापेस्ट, वॉच इट। बहुत ही क्रेजी क्रेजी
भाई
मूवी है।
अभी तो मैंने वो देखी यार, नाउ यू सी मी नाउ यू डोंट, एंड आई एम इन डायर नीड ऑफ वाचिंग अ गुड मूवी आफ्टर दैट, क्योंकि वो
हाँ,
मजा नहीं आया भाई.
do check it out. Check out that movie and check out the game and the position in front of you भाई। एक जमाना था मैग्नस कार्लसन अरोनियन कितने सारे टफ टफ गेम्स आपस में खेले हैं, आज साथ में ही एनालाइज करते हुए। एंड ऑफ कोर्स मैग्नस कार्लसन के होंगे ब्लैक पीसेस, आई थिंक सेम फॉर अरोनियन। एंड इफ यू कैन गो टू द अर्जुन गेम साज भाई, ही इज एज यू मेंशन इज प्लेइंग हैंस नीमन, जो बहुत ही tricky खिलाड़ी है। ऑन हिज डे ही कैन रियली बीट anybody in the world and we know how motivated he is। मुझे एक फेमस क्लिप याद है जहां पे आई थिंक वो अभिमन्यु मिश्रा, he had that habit of looking at the board from behind you। तो वो कुर्सी ऐसी होती थी, वो बंदा ऐसे आके पीछे से देखता था, ऐसे करके भाई ऐसे देखता था। तो हैंड्स हीमन खुद जाके खड़ा हो गया भाई, वो खुद जाके खड़ा हो गया उसके उसके बगल में जाके भाई। तो देख, हैंड्स हीमन इज एनिमेटेड लाइक ही इज अ लॉट ऑफ फन एंड ही इज गोना मेक द गेम इंटरेस्टिंग।
एब्सोल्युटली भाई, थोड़ा रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी भी हो गया भाई, तू करेगा तो मैं भी करूंगा. एंड समटाइम्स इट कैन वर्क, समटाइम्स इट कैन वर्क फॉर श्योर. लाइक आई थिंक इट हैज हैपेंड टू मी व्हेन जब अपोनेंट चाल चलता है ना, देन दे लाइक स्टेयर एट यू, लाइक क्योंकि हमको
हाँ
पता है कि अगर इफ यू स्टेयर बैक देन आप ही का टाइम जा रहा है. देन व्हाट यू शुड डू
हाँ
इज व्हेन यू मेक अ मूव यू स्टेयर बैक एट देम, अब देखो भाई. तो इट्स लाइक सम रिवर्स
हाँ
साइकोलॉजी गोइंग ऑन. बट या भाई मजा तो आएगा इस गेम में. इज हांस
टेस्ट।
प्रिपेयरिंग ऑन हिज ओन या फिर क्या हो रहा है?
Ooh, can we look for hands? Because Arjun तो यहाँ पे तैयारी कर रहे हैं. We can see. I mean, he has Magnus. That's great company to have, where you're kind of preparing an opening in a completely random position, and we have the starting position. Sahaj, we can see the board there. King on F1, Queen अपने original square पे है. Rook H1 अपने original square पे है. Rook is already on E1 and Knights कोने में फेंक दिए हैं A1 और C1. So काफी interesting position मेरे हिसाब से, जहां पे I think दोनों bishops ऑपोजिट साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड पे है। तो एक देख रहा है क्वीन साइड की तरफ, एक देख रहा है किंग साइड की तरफ। जहां भी ब्लैक किंग कैसल करेगा वहां पर अटैक पॉसिबल है।
Nicely pointed out. I think the only kind of drawback in this position is your knight sitting on A1. या बाकी सब pieces तो more or less developed ही
हाँ
लग रहे हैं. So I'm guessing some move like C4 या फिर F4 type is what I would go for just to activate the bishop. Maybe not F4 क्योंकि आपका king भी expose हो रहा है, but C4 could be interesting. What are the players analyzing? That's the question.
Yeah, I think C4 definitely is my move for choice as well. And players भी I think C4 ही देख रहे थे, E4 भी कंसिडर कर रहे थे। I think something I saw the pawn being on E4. And welcome chat, जितने भी लोग chat पे एक बार हाय लिख दो। क्रैश चिको भाई, थैंक यू सार्थक भाई। मैग्नस इज आउट फॉर रिवेंज, आई एम श्योर ही इज यार। कल वो एक गेम हारे, अब उसका बदला चुन चुन की सबसे लेंगे। ठीक है, हनीमून पे नहीं जाओ, हैंड्स पे फोकस मत करो। हनीमून पे भी जाएंगे भाई साल के एंड पे, बट फिलहाल के लिए भाई हैंड्स हनीमून पे फोकस करना बहुत जरूरी है। सबको 1 मंथ मेंबरशिप फ्री कह रहे हैं सार्थक भाई। वाह वाह, सार्थक भाई कितने दयालु आदमी है कि खुद गिफ्ट करने की सोच रहे हैं। साज भाई कितने
भाई
बड़े
आई थिंक
आदमी है मतलब।
इट्स बिकॉज आपकी शादी हुई ना, तो शादी में कुछ तो गिव अवे होना चाहिए ना भाई. 1 month
भाई
मेंबरशिप टू लाइक टू एवरीवन.
एवरीवन तो नहीं भाई। भाई शादी के टाइम पे आई फील जितने खर्चे होते हैं लोगों को आपको देना चाहिए भाई, rather than the all of us।
दैट इज ट्रू. दैट
है
इज
ना?
ट्रू. आई एग्री विद दैट. आई एग्री विद.
तो सार्थक भाई
बट
आई थिंक, हाँ बोलो बोलो भाई।
बट आई थिंक शादी के बाद तो गिव अवे हो सकता है
हाँ
ना. शादी तो हो गई ना अब.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
लाइक
हाँ।
नाउ इट्स
सो
टाइम टू
थोड़ा थोड़ा चेस्कॉम की अगली सैलरी आने तो उसके बाद मैं करता हूँ गिव अवे। फिलहाल तो हम लोन पे चल रहे हैं भाई, यू नो। ओके, कमिंग बैक आउट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल डेब्ट, टिको भाई आपकी रेटिंग कितनी है 960 चेस की? भाई मैं उतना खेलता नहीं हूँ, खेलना चाहिए मुझे। बाय द वे, अरोनियन की जो शर्ट है, ये मतलब डिजाइन है कि इसमें पानी गिर गया थोड़ा सा?
आई थिंक डिजाइन है भाई, बट कम ऑन। थोड़ा पानी गिर गया। बेचारा बेचारा
आई एम नॉट
लेबॉन।
श्योर, आई एम नॉट
आई
श्योर
होप
एक्चुअली।
अच्छा हुआ हिंदी में बोल दिया आपने, नहीं तो नहीं तो भाई क्रेजी हो जाता, क्रेजी। But yeah, bhai,
हाँ
Vincent Keimer, of course, classy as usual with his white shirt and orange, I think, suit. He's
भाई,
playing against Levon today. Important match.
विंसेंट को क्या सूट करता है भाई ये येलो ऑरेंज सूट यार, इट जस्ट लुक्स सो ऑसम ऑन हिम, लाइक मतलब लगता है उसके
Hmm.
लिए ही बना है। एंड दैट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, ही डिफीटेड अर्जुन यस्टरडे। सो यू नो कहीं ना कहीं पे मोमेंटम उनके पास है। एंड बाय द वे, गेम्स आर स्टार्टिंग, लेट्स गो टू द अर्जुन गेम एज सून एज पॉसिबल। बाय द वे, पॉन टू E4 खेला है फैबियानो कारुआना ने अपनी गेम में, अर्जुन की गेम में पॉन टू E4 एज वेल। सो साज भाई, E4 इज द मूव ऑफ चॉइस फॉर मोस्ट प्लेयर्स।
Yeah, and Karo Khan chosen by Arjun. I think
आई मीन इफ
activating the
इट कैन बी
bishop.
कॉल्ड,
But
कैरो
Karo Khan
कैन।
960 वर्जन, but Karo Khan ही हुई ना ये तो E4 C6. But अब
हाँ
D4 खेलेगा तो D5. But yeah,
हाँ,
I think E4 was it the best move in the position? Actually no
आई
यार,
थिंक
D4 and C4. बट okay,
या
19-20 का ही फर्क है. He goes D4
हाँ,
and he goes F6. Look at this. Arjun not immediately going for the center. I think trying to keep more and more pieces on the board ताकि वो जीत सके black pieces से. Of course, yesterday he lost, but आज fifth place के लिए वो fight कर सकता है.
बिल्कुल, फिफ्थ प्लेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इमेजिन इफ मैग्नस फिनिशेस फोर्थ, यू फिनिश फिफ्थ, दैट वुड बी एन अमेजिंग टूर्नामेंट। बाय द वे, आफ्टर F6 हैंस मैंने पीछे देखा ऐसे किसी को, ऐसे लग रहा था, होता है ना कि आप अपने दोस्तों के साथ एग्जाम की तैयारी कर रहे होते हो, वो कहते हैं भाई ये क्वेश्चन तो पेपर में पक्का आएगा भाई, लिख के ले ले भाई, तू लिख के ले ले। आप कहते हो नहीं भाई कोई चांस नहीं भाई, तू मान भाई की बात मान। एंड देन यू गो, ये आप एक पोर्शन ऑफ सिलेबस करते हो बिकॉज आपका दोस्त कहता है कि यही आएगा। आप पेपर देने जाते हो, पेपर में कुछ भी नहीं होता भाई, सारा उल्टा होता है। फिर दोस्त की तरह देखते हो, भाई तेरी वजह से फेल हूंगा मैं आज। वही आई थिंक वहां पे देखे थे हैंस, इवन मे बी हिज, यू नो, जो उनके साथ साथ तैयारी कर रहे थे, शायद F6 उन्होंने देखा ही ना हो। एंड नाउ हैंस इज लाइक भाई
Yeah.
ये तो हमने देखा ही नहीं।
एग्जैक्टली, एंड ऑफ कोर्स पॉइंट ये कि दोनों साइड से आप ब्रेक कर सकते हो, आप E5 से भी और D5 से भी, एंड दोनों के डिफरेंट लाइक यू नो सिचुएशंस आ सकती हैं. चैट अभी अभी स्टार्ट किया है, बट एक क्वेश्चन, वार्म अप क्वेश्चन आपके लिए. व्हाट इज द वर्स्ट मूव इन दिस पोजीशन फॉर व्हाइट?
ओह,
बेस्ट तो चलो हम निकाल सकते हैं, व्हाट इज द वर्स्ट मूव हियर अकॉर्डिंग टू यू फॉर व्हाइट? इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल, वेरी
वेरी
इंटरेस्टिंग. एक ही
इंटरेस्टिंग।
चाल है, उतनी खराब नहीं है वैसे वो चाल, बट उससे मतलब लॉस्ट, ऑलमोस्ट लॉस्ट हो जाएगी. कोई ऐसी चाल नहीं है उसके अलावा, आई थिंक जिस पे पोजीशन लॉस्ट है. ही डजंट प्ले इट, ही प्लेज F3. बट चैट, एनीवन वांट टू टेक अ
आई एम
गेस?
ऑल्सो, आई एम ऑल्सो थिंकिंग, आई मीन बिशप C4 मस्ट बी ब्लैक्स मूव, आई एम थिंकिंग, सो हाउ कैन आई मेक इट रियली बैड फॉर मी यार।
एग्जैक्टली भाई, एग्जैक्टली. लोग कह रहे किंग E2 आई थिंक कुड बी, बट किंग E2 से कुछ मर नहीं रहा. द मूव इज नाइट CB3, because उसपे बिशप C4 check
Ah,
and you have to go rook E2, and then okay, you're losing in exchange.
yeah,
But okay, he
nice,
doesn't fall
nice.
for it, he plays F3.
Yeah, very, very logical. And also, I think knight CB3 positionally as well would not make sense, Chad, because आप दूसरे knight का भी square ले रहे हो. So वो knight likely B3 पे आएगा, ये वाला D3 पे आएगा. And then of course, you can open up your bishops. F3 is a right step in that direction. Bishop on G1, smiling already.
And he goes E5, breaking the center. Let's go, the fight is on. कितनी weird position है भाई, ये golden pawn तो दोनों ने ही, मतलब पहली 3 चालों में दोनों ने ही पुश कर दिया भाई. ये गजब बेइज्जती है.
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक साज में आपके रूल्स में भी फ्री स्टाइल के लिए अडेप्टेबल है यार, मतलब मे बी इट्स नॉट द F पॉन इन फ्री स्टाइल पोजिशंस, इट्स अ रैंडम पॉन। यहाँ पे क्या पता वो A पॉन हो, G पॉन हो, लाइक इट चेंजेस इन फ्री स्टाइल चेस जैसे ही पीसेस की प्लेसमेंट चेंज होती है। एंड चैट मीनवाइल, स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई लोग, जल्दी से 100 लाइक पहुंचा दो। लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि आपको चाहे शादी की मेंबरशिप नहीं मिलेगी, आपको 500 लाइक की जरूर मिल सकती है। तो भाई जल्दी से वो अंगूठा दबाओ और लाइफ में आगे बढ़ो, क्यों साज भाई?
एग्जैक्टली, जिंदगी में भी आगे बढ़ो, लाइफ्स में भी आगे बढ़ो. एंड लेट्स गो, ही प्लेज E5. अब हंस नीमन सोचते हुए, बाय द वे, taking a very quick look at Sindarov's position, because guess what, Sahil bhai? It is exactly the same.
वाओ,
Magnus Carlsen has gone for the same C6 and F6 approach. आई एम गेसिंग मैग्नस एंड अर्जुन ने साथ में कुछ देखा होगा ये.
हाँ.
एंड व्हाइट, दोनों साइड व्हाइट से अब सोच रहे हैं बिकॉज व्हाइट ने प्रिडिक्ट नहीं किया था ये मूव.
Oof, this is very interesting. And it's funny कि bishop on b1 defends a2, bishop on g1 defends h2. So फिलहाल के लिए black has no threats. But I really like this setup. Yeah, आप दोनों pawn खेल दिए. अब e5 भी possible है because my bishop on b8 defends e5. d5 भी possible है because bishop on g8 defends d5. So मैं central break instantly नहीं किया, but मैं करने वाला हूँ. मैं आ रहा हूँ. Like this threat is
एग्जैक्टली,
stronger than the execution.
एग्जैक्टली, सत्य वचन. एंड आई थिंक इसी के साथ सिंडारोव थोड़ा सोचते हुए, I think he's going to take some time to think. While that happens, should we switch back to Arjun? Actually, Hans अभी
Yes.
भी सोच ही रहा है 3 मिनट से.
By the way, chat, let's not forget the time control of this section is 30 plus 10. So that means कि आपको 10 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा हर चाल पे. But what we saw yesterday was a trend कि भाई पहली 10 चालों में players बहुत टाइम ले रहे हैं. They find it difficult to come up with the best moves. And उसका मतलब कि time pressure is again going to be big factor. Saj bhai, I have a question for you and chat for you as well. Let's say कि you have a freestyle position, ठीक है? And आप यहाँ पे खेल रहे हो. What would you prefer? और 10 मिनट एडवांटेज इन द फाइनल मोमेंट्स, लेट्स से कि ओपोनेंट के पास है 30 सेकंड, आपके पास 10 मिनट 30 सेकंड, और एन एडवांटेज ऑफ अ पॉन बट बोथ हैव 30 सेकंड ईच. व्हाट वुड यू प्रेफर सहज, व्हाट वुड यू प्रेफर चैट, टाइम या फिर मटेरियल?
टाइम. टाइम इज
टाइम
मोर
यार.
इम्पोर्टेंट देन मटेरियल. भाई मटेरियलिस्टिक लाइफ में होना ही नहीं चाहिए.
वाह.
या तो अगर मटेरियल मटेरियल दे रहे हो तो यार कुछ ढंका वंका दो ना यार, मतलब कौन क्या
बाबा
होता
ग्रोवर जी सलाम हो भाई.
है. टाइम चाहिए भाई. टाइम, टाइम इज एवरीथिंग. टाइम इज मनी.
वाह. वाह वाह, बाबा ग्रोवर जी
तो
के सत्य
10.
वचन. आई थिंक we can have, I think, these बाबा ग्रोवर के सत्य वचन at once or twice a stream है ना.
बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. मैया जी भी बोल रहे टाइम इज मनी भाई. एग्जैक्टली. एंड बाय द वे हांस, सॉरी, ही गोस F3 एंड E5. हांस अभी भी 5 मिनट से सोच ही रहा है भाई. ऐसा क्या हो गया? Like he can go knight b3, I guess. It looks logical. But also bishop f2 is apparently a good move in this position. ये तो कौन ही खेलेगा?
आई थिंक वो एक कैसल करने की तैयारी में भी, या यू वांट टू कैसल एज क्विकली एज पॉसिबल कि बिशप को लाओ एंड हटाओ.
Hmm.
बिशप c4 चेक जो है ना, इट्स काइंड ऑफ इरिटेटिंग. यू सी दैट चेक, आपको लगता है किंग f2 कभी खेलना पड़ सकता है. यू डोंट वांट टू डू दैट. एंड दैट रिमाइंड्स मी, वुड यू कंसीडर बिशप c4 एनीवेज? बिकॉज़ आई इफ व्हाइट प्लेस
अभी
बिशप d3, दैट्स अ गुड ट्रेड फॉर ब्लैक, नो?
no, 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 no. I think my bishop is way stronger than your bishop. मेरा bishop पूरा diagonal control कर रहा है. आपका bishop थोड़ा बंधा हुआ है यहाँ पे.
गॉट इट.
Like what I would do is, भाई, what I would do is I would play d5 just for the memes, yeah. Because look at this, it's exactly the same position, symmetrical, and it's not even bad. I would just for the memes I would play d5 here.
But I think, oh, he doesn't play it. Yeah, bishop f7, Arjun being very solid. But I'm curious if Magnus plays it. Like, I would not be shocked. And same position in Magnus as well, f3, e5. So, copy, paste, control C, control V का पूर्ण उपयोग कोई इनसे सीखे भाई. Crazy.
या भाई वो पीछे देख रहा होगा सिंडारोव, जो वो खेल रहा है वही कॉपी हो रहा है यहाँ पे. And yeah, f3 e5 is exact same position, and again Sindarov is thinking for a long time as well. So, oh, he played c3 as well. Why? What?
Why?
Now Magnus has to go bishop f7, and we are literally in the exact same position. What is going on?
But I think Magnus found his new, chadi buddy. It's Erigesi Arjun, and dono same ही चाले चल रहे हैं. I'm also checking other games. Other games में, I'm not kidding. We could have the same structure in all the games at some point. If we swap games quickly, go to the game of Aronian with black, it could transpose directly.
Oh, he played f3.
Oh भाई क्या
He
चल
just
रहा है
played
भाई?
f3. भाई अब उसको खेलना c6, वो खेलेगा d4. एग्जैक्ट सेम पोजीशन आ गई भाई. लो.
Damn. So 3 games similar. Finally, Maksudu game में, is it possible to transport here as well after e5? I think it's possible, right? Oh,
मकसूदो
played.
ने b6. भाई साहब, बट उसने
भाई.
b6 खेल दिया ना, तो थोड़ा डिफरेंट है ये. थोड़ा उसने b6 पता नहीं क्यों खेला इसने. लेट्स गो लाइक फ्रॉम द टॉप. e4 c6 हुआ, d4 f6, okay, f3 knight c7. Okay, this is was not played. Arjun went for e5 straight. Knight c7 was a slight inaccuracy. Knight b3 आया. b6 क्या चाल है भाई? b6 नहीं समझ आई मुझे. अच्छा,
I
नाइट
think
c5
he.
रोकने के लिए. ओह, लुक एट
हाँ.
दिस. नाइट c5 नाइट
हाँ.
b7 में वो क्वीन ट्रैप हो रही थी
Queen
भाई.
trap.
क्रेजी.
Nice.
c3 e5 है, knight d3, and he's thinking here, hoping यार, पर हम like scores a win today. भाई उसके लिए तो बहुत खराब लग रहा है यार. He's right now like 0
True.
out of what, 9.
True,
something like
true,
that.
true.
That's
Yeah,
sad.
yeah, yeah. And also,
But
if maybe other players play
bhai,
d6, maybe, huh?
look at this. Magnus played bishop f7 as well. So Magnus and Arjun are literally in the exact same position so far.
Chat, don't let any teacher tell you कि भाई आप आंसर आगे वाले का कॉपी नहीं कर सकते, बिकॉज चेस में तो पॉसिबल है भाई. चेस में तो लिटरली तो बैठ के क्वेश्चन पेपर देख के आंसर डिस्कस करके भी अपना एग्जाम दे सकते हो भाई. अलग ही है, सेम पोजीशन. बाद में कैसल्स ऑन द बोर्ड, कैसल्स एंड नाउ नाइट ab6.
I'm switching back to Arjun keyboard पे थे ना आप. Castle.
हम्म.
Castle was a slight inaccuracy. Okay, no, it's not an inaccuracy. Short castle and knight ab6 हुआ. By the way, Magnus ने भी castle किया है. So basically, this is the position in Magnus's on board. अगर white castle करता है, black knight b6 खेलता है, तो this would be ditto, same position
Lols.
in Magnus's
Wow.
board.
Isn't it a good sign, Arjun playing Magnus? Of course it is. It's a great sign, I would say. The only thing is, you have to continue playing like Magnus beyond, let's say, 10, 15 moves. That's where the real skill lies. And also, I think, कोई question है कि भाई लोग GCL कब से? GCL, by the way, I think day one is on 14th, if I'm not mistaken. So GCL starts very, very soon. It's going to be an exciting event. बहुत सारे top players खेलेंगे. We'll have Gukesh, we'll have Vidit, we'll have Arjun, Prag, Sahaj bhai, any team you're supporting, any player you're supporting at the GCL?
Tough question, bhai. Very tough question. But obviously, full support to Gukesh. I think he's a world champion, and like I feel like this wasn't his year so far, and I think GCL जीतने के बाद maybe that's some concession. So maybe I'll say Gukesh. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean it's just an interesting event, and I have never covered it before, so it would be a lot of fun like on site. But देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है.
बिल्कुल.
आप
टाइम
किसको सपोर्ट
कंट्रोल.
कर रहे हो?
मैं भी, I think I'm not sure. Anish ki team, I think, is my favorite one. I forgot the name. I get confused, yeah, teams names से कई बार, but Anish ki team is my favorite one. But I think Gukesh, of course, full support to him as well. And also, I think the time control is very interesting. I'm seeing something. I'm not sure if that's the time control. Don't want to misquote it. But GCL के time control is traditionally been something very, very unique. So मजा आएगा भाई. लास्ट टाइम याद है जब विदित और नोदर पे खेल रहे थे भाई, टक 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 टक
हाँ
टक.
हाँ.
That was
एंड
crazy.
देन आई थिंक विद इट कुछ तो विनिंग पोजीशन पे था, एंड देन वो टाइम पे हार गया था तो ड्रॉ हो गया था, समथिंग लाइक
Draw हो
दैट.
गया था. Yeah. And
But
by the way,
Castle knight b6. Oh,
हाँ,
by the way,
knight
look,
b6.
ditto same position, right? Magnus also played knight b6. भाई
भाई
चैट
साहब.
6 चालें हुई हैं इस पोजीशन में, एंड वी आर इन द एग्जैक्ट सेम पोजीशन. डिफरेंस इज मैग्नस के पास है 26 मिनट, एंड अर्जुन के पास है 29 मिनट, ऑलमोस्ट 30 मिनट. सो अर्जुन इज एक्चुअली प्लेइंग फास्टर than Magnus, and he's
So,
playing like Magnus.
so Arjun is not playing like Magnus. Magnus is playing like Arjun actually,
हाँ,
because he's
मैग्नस
taking more
पीछे देख
time.
रहा है. मैग्नस पीछे देख रहा है
हाँ,
भाई अर्जुन कैसा खेल रहा है, और उसको देख देख के खेलते हैं.
हाँ.
बट और टाइम डिफरेंस भी देखो भाई, 21 मिनट है हांस के पास. 8 मिनट डिफरेंस इज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम.
True, true, true. And also accuracy, they call 99 by Arjun, 99.6 by Hans. So Hans also playing some fabulous chess. And now, for example, what does white play? Because d5 is well controlled by black, and black could also consider d5 at the right moment. For example, the move I would play is knight d3, which looks logical to me, or knight b3, developing the knights. But Indian कह रहा है de5. What is de5 here, Saj?
I guess an attempt to simplify the position, but I would not go d5 here. My pawn is central. I mean, this is like a classical principle, yeah. आपका central pawn है, ये pawn मतलब एकदम कोने में है, तो why should I trade my good pawn for your bad pawn? But okay, freestyle के principles maybe are completely different. But I would not go for d5. I don't even think I would even consider a move like d5 here. But I'm with you completely here. I like knight d3 and I like knight b3. Both of them feel logical to me.
Yeah, yeah. I think development is of utmost priority. And meanwhile, Hans Niemann has already, been thinking for so long कि उनका clock अब 9.5 मिनट पीछे है. If you had to bet Maggie's right now, it would have to be on Arjun already. Hans needs to play some aggressive moves, some attacking chess, ताकि अर्जुन को भी मजबूर सोचा पड़े. वरना जो हमने एक सवाल पूछा था साज भाई कि 10 मिनट या फिर पॉन अप, आई थिंक अर्जुन ने चॉइस कर ली है. इट इज 10 मिनट्स इंडीड. बहुत डिफरेंस है टाइम का.
Yep, and it's a smart choice, I think, because ये 10 मिनट का difference अभी उतना show नहीं होगा, but 20 minutes down the line, when Arjun has 15 minutes and Hans has 5 minutes, then it's going to really start putting up the pressure for Hans. So not a great start for Hans here today.
I love this camera angle. मैंने कल भी कहा था, I saw hands give Arjun a slight stare. Arjun fully focused on the pieces in front of him. He is one guy who will not really delve into psychology. Bobby Fischer ने कहा था, I believe in good moves. ऐसे कुछ कहा था ना? What was the quote, Sash bhai? Fisher का?
I don't believe in psychology. I believe in good moves.
Yeah, although I think he did believe in psychology a little bit, but if
I
somebody
think, yeah.
embodies that code the best, I think it's probably Arjun, fully focused on the pieces, maybe looking at a wall in the corner, but it's never about trying to, scare or intimidate his opponent. Yeah, fully focused on the game.
Yeah, fully. But I think he can be a bit intimidating regardless. I think Arjun ka chess itna intimidating. I feel when he plays when he's that focused, I think it can be a very intimidating thing to me. But maybe Hans is not, because Hans, is also a very very confident player himself. But the position does not look very promising for Hans right now, especially the time situation. By the way, quick update for everyone. Sindarov, on the other hand, has made a move, knight d3, जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे. Hans अभी भी वही सोच रहा है, बट सिंडारोव और मैग्नस का टाइम लिटरली सेम पोजीशन पे है, एंड टाइम भी उनका एकदम बराबर है, बट हांस ऑन द अदर
Wow.
हैंड इज स्टिल थिंकिंग.
Why Hans even played the best move? D takes E5, the move the Indians consider as the top move because, as you mentioned, it's simplifying the position, fixing the structure, and the thought process that he had the best result at the end. Yeah, at least वो सोचने का फायदा हुआ. And now it's time to see what is the real plan after Black just gobbles the pawn back, F takes E5. What is White's idea?
He just took, and now it's Hans's turn. He's already 11 minutes down. And as far as I can see, bishop d3 is what he plays.
Wait,
He should
what?
have gone knight d3 instead. Bishop d3 feels like a very odd move to me. Point ही क्या है इस चाल का? ये knight का आप करोगे क्या? Maybe knight e2 and knight g3 at some point, but it just feels wrong.
Yeah,
It
Bishop
just feels
D3.
wrong.
द सिंपल क्वेश्चन इज कि आपका बिशप ऑलरेडी किंग साइड की तरफ देख रहा है एंड क्वीन साइड पे देखने के लिए कुछ खास है नहीं. तो व्हाई प्ले बिशप D3 सहज? लाइक दिस मूव टू मी एटलीस्ट मेक्स नो सेंस. इट्स अ बिट कंफ्यूजिंग. या
What's also confusing is कि हांस बोर्ड पे क्यों नहीं है? हांस
भाई वो
बिशप d3
लोगो
खेल के बाद
दिखाने का
चला
प्रो
गया
है
भाई.
ना भाई. जो भी लोगो दिखाना वो अच्छे
ओह,
से दिखाता है, तो कुर्सी वाला लोगो अच्छे से दिखा रहा है वो.
स्टाइल है भाई. d5
स्टाइल है.
played by Arjun immediately. I think one of the best moves in the position, gaining the center, breaking the center, so to speak. And now it's Hans's turn, who's not even at the board.
हाँ भाई, लग रहा है ब्लैक वाइट की तरह खेल रहा है यहाँ पे. सेंटर उनके पास है, डेवलपमेंट वाइज ही इज नॉट लैगिंग ईदर. सो आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन इन अ ग्रेट स्पॉट. एंड जो लोग चैट में आ रहे हैं भाई लोग, एक बार सबके सब हाई लिख दो. मुझे देखना है भाई कौन कौन लोग हैं चैट में जो फ्री स्टाइल को स्टार्टिंग से ही देखने आए हैं. साज भाई, आई थिंक द नेक्स्ट couple of months are so jam packed. I think we started with the World Cup, right, जो नवंबर में हुआ, पूरा महीना था. फिर आया सुपर पॉक चैंप्स, फिर वो खत्म होते ही फ्री स्टाइल, फिर वो खत्म होते ही जीसीएल, वो खत्म होते ही वर्ल्ड एप्स, वो खत्म होते ही टाटा स्टील इंडिया, वो खत्म होते ही टाटा स्टील ओपन. एंड फेब्रुअरी आई थिंक बहुत सारे इवेंट्स होंगे. लाइक कितना पैक्ड द कैलेंडर भाई, मतलब इट्स इनसेन.
Bhai, it's a nice problem to have, because chess is getting more and more famous, and it's getting more and more coverage, and I think it's a nice problem to have. And इसी के साथ साथ मेरी cold coffee भी आ गई भाई. That is insane.
वाओ. साहज
Good
भाई
news पे
कोल्ड
good
कॉफी
news
नहीं
भाई.
छोड़
ये
रहे. कहाँ से मंगा रहे
भाई
हो साहज भाई कोल्ड कॉफी?
this place called Bistro. It's very nice.
नाइस. साहज भाई, इज इट
It's
कोल्ड
very
साहज
nice
भाई,
cold
हॉट
coffee.
कॉफी या कोल्ड कॉफी?
If I'm in India, 100% cold coffee. But if I'm outside, then I don't get good cold coffee, so I have hot coffee there.
बढ़िया. बाय द
And
वे,
you? What would you choose?
yeah, I think it's a good choice to have. जैसा आपने साहज भाई कहा
Yeah.
पहले. Hot या cold, I'm a coffee guy, तो coffee मस्त है. Not a big fan of tea, but okay. Meanwhile, Queen C2 played by Hans Niemann. I think ये उन्होंने clear इशारा कर दिया है. Plan है मेरा to take on D5 and then take that pawn, important pawn on H7 near Arjun's king. So कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा साहज भाई. I'm guessing इसके बारे में. Do we play H6? Do we play something else? Bishop G6? What's our plan here?
Good question. Very good question. The first thing I'm looking at is this knight on c8. and I would like to
Hmm.
activate it somehow. But right now, white has a immediate threat on the board, which is pawn takes pawn and bishop takes h7 check. That's what I
Yeah.
need to guard.
Yeah.
तो
So
भाई कंप्यूटर की बेस्ट चाल यहाँ पे नाइट c4 है, एंड इट मेक्स नो सेंस टू मी बिकॉज नाइट c4 के बाद ये पॉन मर रहा है और ये भी मर रहा है, एंड व्हाई वुड आई गिव दिस अप फॉर नो रीजन? दैट्स जस्ट बियॉन्ड मी. Maybe something like king h8 can make sense. It's a nice prophylactic move. ताकि bishop h7 checks in and maybe you can trap it later on. What do you think?
but how do you trap it though? I can't play g6, right? Because I would still take the bishop. So king h8, let's say, I take on d5, you take back with the pawn, I'm guessing. Bishop h7, how do you trap it now? It's not so clear.
Oh, actually puzzle rush tactic. We have e4 as a breaking point ताकि queen नजर ना दे पाए. Bishop f5 के बाद you just go ef3 and somehow you have enough compensation
Ah,
because remember हमारा bishop भी super strong है यहाँ पे.
ooh, when pawn se maroge, queen g5 comes with check, and there are some ideas, yeah?
Yeah, this is like borderline lost for white. So some crazy tactics here, but I think a bit unlikely. I think
Yeah.
from Arjun's perspective, he would think h6 kill देते हैं, pawn देते नहीं है. Like I think that would be a more human move.
And a very practical one, yeah. Sometimes, you have a 13-minute edge on the clock. I mean, unless your spidey sense tingles, it tells you कि भाई यहाँ पे कुछ critical है. I think
Yeah,
play
look
the
at
obvious
this.
move. And what
He
does he
goes
do?
h5.
H5. By definitely not the obvious move, Saj. By H5.
Yeah,
भाई ये क्या हो गया?
क्या हुआ? Like h5 is just I think अर्जुन ने सोचा होगा h6 तो मतलब बहुत पैसिव है, और h5 मतलब यूजुअली मोस्ट फ्री स्टाइल पोजिशन में h5 इज अ गुड मूव. सो इट्स ओके, अब h pawn को टच कर रहे हैं तो h5 ही खेल देते हैं, अटैक करते हैं, लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. आई थिंक अ गुड चॉइस. एक्चुअली
Very
व्हाइट के
interesting.
पास सिर्फ एक ही चाल है यार. Like knight a b3 only move to like keep the position equal, otherwise he's a bit worse.
But okay, knight a b3, I think अगर आपको एक second दिया जाए, that's the move you play, yeah? Because the worst placed piece you wanna develop, c5 square tempting है. You can see it's a hole for for the white pieces. So knight a b3 looks very logical. The only question is ये h5 pawn का क्या ये आगे बढ़ेगा, कॉलेज जाएगा, शादी करेगा, बच्चे करेगा, या फिर ये वहीं बैठा रहेगा और अपने होम टाउन में, ये देखना बहुत बहुत जरूरी मेरे लिए. By the
ये
way,
तो
knight a3
टिल्कू भाई
played.
आपने अपनी, ये तो आपने अपनी लाइफ स्टोरी बता दी भाई.
भाई
कॉलेज
भाई शादी और भी लोग करते हैं भाई, साज भाई, खाली मैं नहीं हूँ.
कॉलेज भी चले
40.
गए, कॉलेज भी चले गए, शादी भी हो गई, होम टाउन पनवेल में भी चले गए. अब
भाई
और बचा ही क्या है?
भाई 40 लाख शादियां हुई हैं पिछले 1.5 महीने में भाई, इंडिया में बहुत शादियां है भाई.
अरे भाई चैट, डू यू एग्री? लाइक ये तो मतलब लोग किसी ने लिखा एनएम बनेगा. आकाश भाई लव यू भाई, क्या जोक था भाई.
बाय द वे, नाइट
शायद
ए बी
भाई
थ्री प्लेड.
आपका साइमल कैसा गया? बढ़िया भाई. आई थिंक 15 प्लेयर्स थे एंड एक ड्रॉ हुआ मेरा एंड 14 विंस. जो जो ड्रॉ
अच्छा,
हुआ
हाँ.
वो एक्चुअली द प्लेयर वाज रियली गुड, लाइक अराउंड
यू हैड अ
2000
साइमल
रेटिंग.
है इन दिल्ली तो. क्या रेटिंग थी उनकी प्लेयर्स की?
लाइक एक दो दो 2000 के प्लेयर थे आई थिंक, और एक दो आई थिंक 1900 1800 के थे, बाकी सब वर नॉट दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग. मेरी मेरी 1900 वाले से ड्रॉ हुई, बाकी 2000 वाले को हराया मैंने. वहां बहुत, क्योंकि मैंने सबसे ना साइमन से पहले मैंने पूछ लिया था 2000 वाला कौन है अभी बताओ मेरे को, ताकि मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा केयरफुली खेलूंगा मैं वहां पे. तो या,
Do
बट
you
एंड
think
द
if
गाय हु वाज, या,
do you think if you don't know the ratings of the players, like it's difficult, or do you think it's easier?
much more difficult, much more difficult, because in simul, like okay, this was the first like simul with a clock that I did.
Oh,
Like and so like साइमल में लाइक ऐसा होता है ना कि आपको कभी कभी यू जस्ट हैव टू मेक अ रैंडम मूव एंड जस्ट मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट, क्योंकि हर जगह आपकी घड़ी चल रही है. तो यू शुड नो वेयर यू हैव टू फोकस एंड वेयर यू डोंट हैव टू फोकस, लाइक फोकस एसेंशियली. दैट्स व्हाई आई हैड टू नो कहाँ पर है जहाँ मुझे सबसे ज्यादा फोकस करना है.
very interesting. तो 14.5 से जीते आप, यार.
या वन ड्रॉ. और वो भी मतलब लाइक आई थिंक द गाय हैड अ चांस टू विन. इट वाज अ क्वीन पॉन एंडिंग एंड इट ही हैड एन एक्स्ट्रा पॉन, बट वो कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाया. आई थिंक वो एंड गेम में जाके उसने कुछ मिस्टेक कर दी, बट ही वाज अ गुड प्लेयर दो.
नाइस 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 भाई. तो साइमल तो I think it's always fun to watch, to be honest. Seeing the stronger player run around like crazy. It's always fun. By the
भाई
way, h4 played by Arjun Saj
हाँ.
bhai. So ये h pawn clearly बनने वाला है एनएम. अगला आईएम, अगला जीएम, अगला सुपर जीएम. इसके सपने बड़े हैं, बट रोक दिया इसके सपनों को सर्कमस्टेंसेस ने भाई. अब अटकेगा एनएम पे. ये मैं ही हूँ भाई, सच में.
सीरियसली भाई लेट मी टेल यू, कार्डियो हो गया मेरा आज का. Like it was so much walking because you had to keep like running from one. एक बार ऐसा हुआ था, एक बोर्ड पे मेरे पास 2 मिनट पड़े और दूसरे बोर्ड पे 10 मिनट पड़े, तो वो घूमना पड़ता है आपको, बट नजर आपकी वहीं पे ये कब चलेगा, तो मेरे को फटाक से वापस जाना पड़ेगा. It was crazy. But
You
yeah,
know, I
let's go
also
back to
have a
the
question.
games.
So now
Yeah,
that
go
you've
ahead.
commentated, while staying in India, you've also commentated while staying in Budapest. Which one do you like more? Just time difference wise.
I don't think time has anything to do with it. I love both because I think what I do is something that I really enjoy. So I think it hardly matters कि मैं कहाँ से कर रहा हूँ. But I have to say like because मैं घर बहुत कम रहता हूँ, तो घर पे रहना बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है अभी. Like
हाँ.
right now it's so nice. Like अभी मैं घर पे हूँ, my brother just got me this cold coffee and then some snacks and it's like stuff like that. मतलब देखभाल हो रही है, so that's a pampering हो रही
Hey,
है. So
hey!
that's very
You
nice.
know, Saj bhai, one way to get regular dekhbal is.
भाई अब नाम रिवील ही कर दो तुम. अब तो रिवील ही कर दो भाई. ऐसे ऐसे करके टीज करे जा रहे हैं तब से भाई, अब तो रिवील ही कर दो भाई.
By the chat, coming back to the game, S3 से रोक दिया है. Arjun
Oh.
still around 8 minutes ahead, but the time difference has reduced. So, what is Arjun's best plan here, Sahaj? I think he's kind of activated most of his pieces. H pawn भी फेंक दिया, but आगे क्या?
Now I think the attack on the king side has more or less stopped. He goes knight d7, by the way, the best move in the position. I guess the point is to reroute the knight to f6. And there are some holes here, like f4 and g3. In the knight f6 से h5 and f4 या g3 ऐसे कुछ बैठ सकता है. Queen भी sort of g5 से थोड़ा attack कर सकती है. I like this move actually, quite creative. And
Yeah,
yeah, I think that's his plan. And now what does Hans do? Because Hans के पास भाई 9 मिनट कम है. He has to really pick up the pace.
yeah. And also maybe, usually the side which has less space would love to exchange some pieces. So that's why knight c5 here, the engine's first preference feels very logical to me. एक तो हम exchange कर रहे हैं, दूसरा now my knight on c1 has a very good square on b3. It can also come up. So maybe knight c5, Saj bhai, from white's perspective.
Actually, great idea, yeah, because you're stopping me from playing knight f6 altogether. I like
Hmm.
this move. I mean, I don't like it for Arjun, but I think it makes a lot of sense, like strategically speaking. एक और चाल दिख रही है मुझे, which makes no sense. It's c4. भाई ये कौन चलेगा? ये क्या? मतलब d4 खेलने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा है कि white की position बहुत खराब है, like strategically speaking. But apparently it's a
Wow.
good move.
Okay, you play this in a classical game after a 30-minute think maybe, but it's not gonna happen here, yeah? No chance.
Oh yeah, for sure. 10-minute
Hans
difference
ने
between the two.
हाँ.
And by the way, switching back to Sindarov versus Magnus, this is the current position. And Sindarov in some trouble and also down on time as well. So black का दिन है आज भाई.
भाई सही में एंड मैग्नस कार्लसन टाइम पे पोजीशन पे आ गया आई मीन देयर इज नो सरप्राइज देयर एंड जिस तरह वो अपनी पीछे से खेल रहे हैं लग रहा है वो लूडो खेल रहे हैं और 6 आने का वेट कर रहे हैं भाई ही इज लाइक वेटिंग फॉर हिज ओपोनेंट टू प्ले राइट नाउ जस्ट चिलिंग कैजुअली सिंदारोव बाय द वे इज इन ग्रेट फॉर्म एंड साज भाई करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग he did defeat Magnus in the rapid section of the event so उनको belief होगा कि I can knock out Magnus Carlsen.
So it wasn't in the rapid. It was that 10 plus. Okay, उसको rapid ही
हाँ.
कहेंगे I guess 10+5. It was the first round. Or like day one में first round में Sindarov defeated Magnus and then I think he tweeted something like that with the picture of like Sindarov wins against Magnus and he was very happy about it. So yeah, I think he's in great shape.
Sahaj bhai, let's
So,
jump to Hans Niemann versus Arjun. Look at the move he played. Oh,
wow, that's
bhai,
some like 2 billion IQ. What is going on?
bhai Hans
मतलब ये
Niemann
चाल ही मतलब बहुत ही डेंजरस है भाई.
भाई क्या वो वहां पे वैसे वो उससे वो होता है ना वो पी रहा था उसमें से स्ट्रॉ से वो मस्त पी रहा था भाई वो मूव खेलने के बाद एंड बाय द वे d4 खेलते ही प्ले c5 ओनली मूव preventing black from playing c5 and getting that strong pawn chain in the center and now look at Arjun's best move chat any guesses what is Arjun's first preference of the engine साज भाई क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप इस मूव के बारे में
I can see, but I don't think it's crazy. Maybe आपका different दिखा रहा होगा. For me, it's Queen G5. I think that makes a lot of
अच्छा
sense. Is it something else for you?
yes
Oh wow, oh wow. Let me actually think. G5 तो नहीं हो सकता, नो चांस। इज इट G5? क्या बात कर रहे हो? ओह वाओ, भाई इट्स नॉट इवन इन टॉप 5 फॉर मी, या G5, दैट इज क्रेजी।
Wow. Okay, once you play it, the valuation goes down a bit for Arjun, but G5 definitely a move. He could just play and lock the structure, yeah, पूरा center king
या
side पे.
या लाइक दोनों का किंग मोर और लेस सेफ ही है इधर, बट या G5 वेरी वेरी crazy move, I would say. But yeah, Queen G5 is what makes more sense to me. Like, just like I don't know, to get the queen in,
हाँ,
knight in, and thoda attack karo idhar. But yeah, what a move
yeah,
C5. Yeah, also restricting this knight on C8. क्योंकि नाइट D6 पे आ
true.
सकता था, नाइट B6 पे आ सकता था, पूरा एकदम बंद करके बैठा हुआ है। अब इस नाइट का कोई फ्यूचर ही नहीं है।
बिल्कुल. And also now you can play bishop c4, exchange those bishops, remove the defender of the king, and the knight now hops into d3. Blockader of the pass pawn. So बहुत बढ़िया एक regrouping हो सकती है हैंस सीमन के लिए. And chat by the way would love to know कि जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं एक बार कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं बता दो भाई. Would love to know कि कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग. साज भाई आप कहाँ से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं भाई?
मैं चार्ट वाले आंसर्स दूंगा तो मैं बोलूंगा प्लूटो। बट भाई आई एम होम, आई एम इन दिल्ली, आई एम इन माय होम टाउन, अपने
तो
घर
साज भाई
पे।
जो आपके
इट्स वेरी
पीछे
वेरी
जो ये
नाइस।
ब्लरीनेस है ये आपने इफेक्ट डाला है कि ये बस दिल्ली की हवा है?
Good point. I mean, मैं blur हटा सकता हूँ, but there are like some pictures in the back if you guys would like to see. These are all of my pictures. You see that picture over there? That's the
हाँ.
first time I met Vishy sir.
Oh wow,
On
nice.
the top. He did a simul with us like many years back, and I actually drew against him in that match. अगर आपको दिख रहा
Oh,
होगा तो I'm
nice.
not sure, अगर not sure chat को दिख रहा है वो कि नहीं, but yeah, like I'm थोड़ा साइड होता हूँ, इसके actually दिख नहीं रहा है, but yeah, that's my
But
first picture. Oh, there it is.
oh, now we
That,
see it. Now we see it. Now
you
we
see,
see it.
that is the first time I met Vishy sir.
Oh wow.
So that picture is like very personal to me, I would say, in that sense.
Oh,
So yeah,
nice,
this is
nice.
my hometown.
Yeah, I mean, it's still on your wall. Glad to see that, bhai, ki how much it means to you. It's amazing as a chess player. Vichy sir has been an inspiration for, I think, almost everyone. It's hard to find a chess player who will not agree to that. And chat, by the way, saying Layari se kai log join kar rahe hain. I'm sure everybody in the chat got that reference, bhai. Saj bhai, wo Layari is the place where the movie is shot. मतलब जो जो मूवी
कौन सी
बता रहा था
मूवी?
मैं आपको,
अच्छा
जो मूवी
वो,
बता रहा था धुरंधर.
अच्छा क्या क्या वो कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल मूवी है क्या?
आई मीन वो आपको देख के पता लगेगा भाई अब.
थोड़ा
अच्छी मूवी है, अच्छी
कंट्रोवर्शियल
मूवी.
है भाई, हाँ या
नहीं
ना
नहीं
तो
अच्छी,
बोलो कंट्रो।
नहीं नहीं मतलब अच्छी
कंट्रोवर्सी में
मूवी है.
तो क्या है? अच्छी
अच्छी
मूवी
मूवी
है,
है, अच्छी
इट्स
मूवी है.
गुड।
हाँ हाँ.
सच में बोल रहे हो या फिर आप मजाक कर रहे हो?
नहीं अच्छी मूवी है भाई, लव्ड इट. बाय द वे क्वीन g5 played Saj, your move on the board and Hans Seaman instantly खेलते हैं bishop c4 and the knight is now coming to d3 by white is slightly better. Arjun under some pressure maybe.
या स्ट्रेटेजिकली फॉर श्योर इज बेटर, बिकॉज द ब्लैक के जो पॉन्स है वो डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे फिक्स्ड है, इफ यू कैन सी E5 D4 एंड H4, and if we trade off the light bishops then he's left with the dark one, and this dark bishop is going to be bad for a long time because of these fixed pawns. So strategically I think Arjun in some trouble, but मेरा बार तो भाई 0-0-0 दिखा रहा है. Like I don't know what it is, what is showing for you. एक क्यूट सी टैक्टिक दिखाना चाहूंगा. Let's say black plays king h8, ठीक है? अब now can white play a move like knight d3 just to develop his knight? Question for the chat. knight d3 मैं चल दूंगा तो आपको समझ आ जाएगा, एक टैक्टिक है बड़ी क्यूट सी. आप सोचो knight d3 या white खेलेगा, विजुअलाइजेशन टैक्टिक आपके लिए चैट. What should black play?
क्या
Hi
खेलना
अंशुल
चाहिए
भाई,
चैट सोचो.
what's up? सोचो सोचो सोचो, so many of you. Yeah, there is a tactic भाई. अच्छा no it's not, अच्छा वो कह रहे हो जो कंट्रोवर्शियल नहीं है इसलिए. भाई
हाँ
मैंने तो देखी भी नहीं है भाई तो.
मतलब डिले
So what is
कितना
it
है
chat?
भाई?
डिले थोड़ा ज्यादा लग रहा है ना?
है ना, थोड़ा ज्यादा लग रहा है डिले एक्चुअली. आई जस्ट रियलाइज्ड.
बिशप
बिशप
कैप्चर
कैप्चर
बिशप.
बिशप.
हाँ चैट थोड़ा ज्यादा डिलेड लग रही है अभी, आई डोंट नो, बट
हाँ.
कुड बी अस. रुक टेक्स F3. एग्जैक्टली भाई, नाइट D3 के बाद बिशप C4, क्वीन C4 एंड रुक टेक्स F3 जस्ट विंस अ फ्री पॉन. एंड दैट्स व्हाई हियर आप बिशप C4 अभी नहीं मार सकते बिकॉज़ क्वीन C4 इज अ चेक. So king h8 could be a
या
cute little like prophylactic move. He goes knight
हम्म.
e7 by the way, and knight d3 हुआ.
Yeah, and knights game में आ रहे हैं, and somehow Sahaj by that knight on d3 is such a beautiful piece, right? Attacks e5, defends e5, controls f4, and somehow also most importantly blockades that passed pawn on d4, which is supposed to be black's asset. So मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं पे टाइम डिफरेंस भी, अब ओनली 6 मिनट्स, जरा स्टार्ट हुआ, अर्जुन ड्राइवर सीट में थे, बट धीरे धीरे करके ना वो सीट उनसे छीनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं हैंस नीमन.
Hmm. Yeah, this C4 C5 sequence was very very impressive by Hans, I have to say. But I think it came at a cost of like his time. जो बाद में जाके it might hurt him in the long run.
True,
Arjun
true.
goes knight g6, going for this knight f4 plans sometime in the future. Maybe this other knight on d7 can also go to f6, h5 and f4 as well. And by queen और knight का combination chat सबसे ज्यादा dangerous होता है. टिक्को भाई की शादी में भी पता लग गया था ये. But yes,
अच्छा, मेरी शादी में नाइट कौन था भाई लेकिन?
भाई आप थे ना. कम
अच्छा,
ऑन,
ओ
ये तो
नाइट
यार
इन शाइनिंग
भाई,
आर्मर,
ये
ओ
तो
डैम.
भाई इज्जत दे रहा हूँ भाई. अब साहिल मेरे को विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा भाई, इज्जत दे रहा
भाई मैं
है.
किंग होऊंगा ना मैं यार, नाइट नहीं होऊंगा, नाइट तो कोई और होगा.
And knight and shining armor, no, it's like a like the
हाँ,
knights are the protectors and stuff like that, you know. But
ट्रू
yeah,
ट्रू 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 ट्रू.
जोक जोक बढ़िया बन रहा था तो बोल दिया तो.
बाय द वे हैंस नीमन जी अभी भी, ओके ओके ओके, इतना
Okay,
सन्नाटा क्यों
so
है भाई?
knight g6 ही plays and हांस भी यही सोच रहा है भाई, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों, कि मेरे 12 मिनट पड़े हैं एंड 7 मिनट कम है उसके. अभी कूदेगा ये, अभी ये जो जितना उठ उठ के जा रहा है ना, आई एम टेलिंग यू, लाइक इट्स गोइंग टू कॉस्ट हिम एट सम पॉइंट. ये 2 बार उठा है. I've seen him like get up from the boat twice and रैपिड गेम में 2 बार उठना. लाइक एक तो आप पिज्जा खा लेते हो, वो तो खैर समझ में भी आता है, राइट.
या ट्रू 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 ट्रू.
पिज्जा
एंड
खाना तो समझ में भी आता है, बट दूसरी बार क्यों उठे आप.
भाई मुझे पिज्जा इतना खाने का मन कर रहा है ना आपके डायलॉग के बाद, लाइक सडनली आई हैव दिस ह्यूज क्रेविंग फॉर पिज्जा. ये क्या हो गया साज भाई?
खाओ भाई, खाओ, खाओ खाओ.
भाई जहां
आई
मैं रहता
मीन
हूँ वहां पिज्जा इटली होगा नहीं.
भाई भाई, बट शादी हुई है ना भाई, तो बोलो, बोलो उनको थोड़ा अरेंज करेंगी कुछ ना कुछ. यही तो होता है, देखभाल करो भाई, देखभाल.
ओके, मैसेज हैज बीन फॉरवर्डेड. मीनवाइल नाइट जी6, ये नाइट कहाँ जा रहा है
सुन रहे
साज
हो
भाई,
ना,
क्या ये? हाँ.
भाभी भाभी सुन रहे हो ना.
आई डाउट इट. Oh, by the way, look at this move. Queen c1. I somehow feel that's like, whatever piece, if black just takes, I think black probably benefits a bit, yeah, from this, because white को तो capture करना पड़ेगा, and you have to take with the rook now because bishop c4 is also hanging maybe,
हम्म.
and कहीं ना कहीं black gets a couple of moves in because rook is kind of undeveloping a little bit, right?
भाई बट लेकिन अगर क्वीन से क्वीन मार दिया तो ब्लैक जीतेगा कैसे ये गेम, लाइक. क्योंकि हमारा स्ट्रेटेजिकली तो हमारी पोजीशन खराब ही है ना ये, क्योंकि व्हाइट का ये नाइट
Hmm.
बढ़िया बैठा है, बिशप घटिया है. कुछ अगर काउंटर प्ले चाहिए तो कुछ क्वीन तो रखनी पड़ेगी ना, आई थिंक, कुछ अटैक वगैरह के लिए. लाइक
तो
द
कहाँ
ओनली
रखोगे?
मूव हियर, भाई द ओनली मूव हियर इज क्वीन d8. कौन चलेगा ये चाल, कौन चलेगा.
एंड पता है क्या है, लुक एट दिस चैट. व्हाइट का थ्रेट पता है क्या है, रिगार्डलेस ऑफ व्हाट ब्लैक प्लेस, इज नाइट टू a5, एंड गेस व्हाट, देयर इज नो वे टू डिफेंड दैट पॉन on d7. That's why Arjun just takes.
Oh, oh, clever, clever, clever. He takes on c1 and Arjun, I don't think he would be happy with this move because अब जीतने के chances थोड़े कम लग रहे हैं मुझे अर्जुन के. Like there is no way to break through. You cannot bring your knight to
हाँ.
f4. Bishop भी अच्छा वाला bishop trade हो रहा है. ये bishop गंदा, गंदी बात. And now, like, there is only b6. That's the only breakthrough available. But the sad thing is, white can just ignore it. Like b6 खेल के भी आप क्या कर लोगे. Like if you go b takes c5, I'll just go knight takes c5. Then what? अभी white rook c1 मार के just बोलेगा मैं chill कर रहा हूँ. What do you do?
हाँ. True, true. But do you take on f7? Do you just take on c1? Do you kind of give that check
I
first?
think hardly matters. Hardly matters.
Hmm.
अभी ऑल्सो हांस का जो टाइम जो 11 मिनट है ना, अब उसको उतना नहीं फर्क पड़ेगा उससे, क्योंकि अब वो हैंड मूव चल सकता है, क्योंकि उसी को ही चल करना है. अब अभी अर्जुन के पास कोई इंप्रूवमेंट करने का तरीका नहीं, नॉट एज फार एज आई कैन सी.
Hmm. True. I think end game में, by the way, Bishop C7, nice move, stopping knight A5, वो आइडिया समझ गए. By the way, हिरान जी कह रहे हैं कि भाई पिज्जा तो मुझे भी खाना है. सही बात है. साज भाई, I was just thinking कि कहीं ना कहीं it can't be a coincidence कि इस टूर्नामेंट का टाइम कंट्रोल is 30 minutes. And guess what else comes in 30 minutes, साज भाई?
आप नाम रिवील कर रहे हो टीवी का
भाई
30
पिज्जा
मिनट्स में?
भाई. डोमिनोज पिज्जा. डोमिनोज पिज्जा 30 मिनट में आता है भाई. सो दैट
ओहो,
इज लाइक, सो 30 मिनट्स और फ्री. तो इसका मतलब कि भाई आज तो पिज्जा मंगाना पड़ेगा.
मंगाओ भाई मंगाओ, डू इट डू इट डू इट.
By the way, still no moves from hands. Now he's again having a slight thing कि भाई queen straight हो चुकी है. अब क्या करना है मुझे? Do I kind of activate my rook on f1? Am I on a good day playing a4 b4, trying to push my queen side pawns? King side तो काफी block लग रही है. Doesn't feel like there's much to do. Also, pawn on h4 kind of ties down the knight on g6, so I can't really move that knight away. So that might give some white some possibilities.
भाई पता है, like the sad thing is I would even give up like two moves just to get my pawn to h5. लाइक मैं बोल दूंगा आप दो चालें फ्री में ले लो, बट मुझे पॉन h5 पे दे दो, बिकॉज दिस पॉन इज सच लाइक बिग प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि नाइट हमेशा इसको बचाता रहेगा. ये पॉन इधर होता तो मे बी यू कुड हैव गॉन फॉर सम g5 g4 आइडियाज.
Yeah, true. Absolutely agree with that one. And I think ये target हमेशा बना रहेगा. Knight D2, Knight F6, both players playing quickly now. And guess what? Arjun की time edge has now jumped to 8.5 minutes. It was down to 6 minutes now. So suddenly,
क्रेजी
momentum is shifting just a little bit again in Arjun's favor.
क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी. या यू आर राइट. चैट में लिख रहे हैं हांस को हारते हुए देखना है. भाई वो तो हमें भी देखना है. आई थिंक अर्जुन को जीतते हुए देखना है. आई थिंक दैट्स द मेन थिंग.
I think Anisha is a big Magnus fan, so we can relate to that. Anisha, no issues. B4 is incoming. बिल्कुल
नहीं नहीं,
सही
बट
बोला.
वो
That's why. हाँ.
वो तो उनका लव हेट रिलेशनशिप था ना. अभी वो अभी कुछ टाइम पहले लाइक आई थिंक मैग्नस को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रही थी अनीशा जी. एम आई राइट? आई मीन आई डू
That was
रिमेम्बर
temporary,
दिस.
yeah, when he got married, I think तभी इसलिए. But वो
अच्छा.
हाँ. By the way, pawn b4 incoming. I think that's gonna come soon. तभी उन्होंने नाइट हिलाया वहां से. क्वीन साइड पे डेवलपमेंट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, हैंड्स भी आगे बढ़ रहा है. सो लेट्स सी कैसे करते हैं वो.
b4 a4 b5, देश को बढ़ाओ. By the way, only Fabi having a good position so far as white. Baki Hans is more or less equal. Vincent is worse against Levon, and Sindarov is like massively worse against Magnus.
भाई ये परम मकसूदलू को क्या हो गया है भाई? द ओनली गाय who's lose like worse right now, and he's potentially going to lose 10 games in a row. भाई परम
भाई
मकसूदलू, I mean he's such a strong player. What just happened?
भाई आपको तोड़ देता है साइकोलॉजिकली. लाइक ऐसी चीजें लाइक इट जस्ट ब्रेक्स यू. यू टेक समटाइम्स इट कैन टेक्स लाइक मंथ्स टू रिकवर. समटाइम्स इट कैन टेक इवन लॉन्गर देन दैट. लाइक रिमेंबर डिंग के साथ आई थिंक हुआ था किसी फ्री स्टाइल इवेंट में. आई रिमेंबर ही लॉस्ट अ बंच ऑफ गेम्स. वाज
Yeah.
लास्ट ईयर, सॉरी आई थिंक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से कुछ पहले की बात है, when he
हाँ.
was going through that phase and he couldn't make any draws, I remember. And like it took him such a long time to recover from that, and we're not even sure if he has fully recovered yet. ये बहुत
Hmm.
मतलब it breaks you psychologically. I hope like he can at least make a draw or get a win to feel a bit more confident and get back into the groove.
True. Check Magnus accuracy. We can check that quickly just to understand कि क्या situation है.
Oh
99
bye
accuracy. Wow. Bhai, the
bye.
goat is back.
Yeah, good things, just good things. He knows semifinals aa gaye ab. Now we have to show who's the boss. He wins today, goes into the finals, wins that. Pata hai aapko, by the way, chat, just to announce this, Magnus has already won the freestyle Grand
Yeah.
Slam because he won the last two events. Sorry, the not the last one, वो वाला अरुण ने जीता था. चार में से दो इवेंट्स मैग्नस ऑलरेडी जीत चुका है. एंड बिकॉज ही क्वालिफाइड टू द सेमीफाइनल्स, टेक्निकली ही हैज ऑलरेडी वन द ग्रैंड स्लैम. उसके बावजूद ही इज प्लेइंग एट अ 99% एक्यूरेसी. दैट्स व्हाट मेक्स हिम द गोट.
Man, it's crazy. Rohit Sharma is topping the cricket ratings and Magnus Carlsen just not stopping. यार मतलब लगा हुआ है बंदा यार हर टूर्नामेंट जीतने में. वो भी लिटरली टूर्नामेंट खत्म भी नहीं हुआ, बंदा पहले ही जीत गया। बाकी लोगों के लिए कितना डिमोरलाइजिंग है भाई, कि कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ता मैग्नस। अगर पिछले 15 साल के हम टूर्नामेंट्स देखें, साथ में आई जेन्युइनली हैव अ क्वेश्चन, ठीक है? वी लुक एट द टूर्नामेंट्स ऑफ द लास्ट 15 years, ओनली द इवेंट्स व्हेन मैग्नस इज प्लेइंग, ठीक है? एड ऑल द टूर्नामेंट विंस, एक तरफ जहां मैग्नस जीते और एक तरफ जहां बाकी सब लोग जीते, आई थिंक दैट नंबर वुड बी कंपेरेबल। मैग्नस आगे ना हो, आगे ही होगा आई
Comparable
थिंक
or
इनफैक्ट।
comparable or incomparable? Because Magnus is like Magnus would have won more, yeah.
एग्जैक्टली वही,
Like
लाइक
there,
इट्स इनसेन लाइक हाउ मच ही मैनेजेस टू विन, या बाकी सब लोग कंबाइन नहीं मैचअप कर पाते।
yeah, that's just good things right there and there, winning everything. And also look at the time difference between Magnus and Sindarov. That's 12 minutes. Sindarov having just 5 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, and Magnus having 17 minutes and almost a -1 advantage. Although looking at the position optically, I wouldn't guess this as a -1 advantage. I would guess like, okay, maybe slight edge hoga here and there, but apparently the position goes deeper. Like if you look at just the spin alone, like ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि white भी ठीक है यहाँ पे. Like it feels a bit weird that black is so much
Yeah.
better here.
And look at this move b5. Who plays b5 in this position? That's crazy, yeah. And I think one of the reasons is the knight on a3. That knight on a3 is just stupid. Yeah, I mean it has no purpose right now. The bishop on b1 also right now is tasked with defending that important a2 pawn. So though a couple of pieces kind of make white's life miserable, but I agree with you. I think white ke queen, dono rooks, bishops, knight on c5 look very active, and it's just great understanding by the goat of chess की भाई ये position भी black के लिए better है. So as we look at this,
Right,
let's jump to the Arjun game.
nicely summarized. Just want to add one more thing here. I think b5 का point ये भी है that he wants to take on c5, pawn takes and then bring the knight to c4. आप अगर एक
हाँ
चाल पहले जाते, ये बिशप मारता, पॉन से बिशप मारते, तो ये पॉन b7 पे थोड़ा बैकवर्ड रहता. इसको वो मैग्नेस चाहता है पॉन b5 पे रहे. That's the prophylactic sort of idea behind b5. But yeah, I think a great
yeah
move by Magnus. Let's switch to Arjun's board and see क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे. We were in this end game, and yet again,
भाई
by the way, 11-minute difference.
yeah, and look at the knights jumping in. One knight hops to f4. If you take the other one hops in, then g5 is now totally possible. Rook f6, rook g6 as well. So Arjun खेल रहे किंग साइड पे, white खेल रहे क्वीन साइड पे. कौन पहले ब्रेक करेगा is the question.
I think equally लग रहा है मेरे को overall. By the way, chat, bishop h4 was a blunder here. Pawn मर रहा था, but there's knight e2 check, and इससे c1 का rook मर जाएगा. So he goes rook c2, and now the h4 pawn is attacked. So आपको rook f6, rook g6 का time ही नहीं मिल रहा है. I think you
हाँ
have to push g5, and then वो rook f6, rook g6 वाला idea गया. कि आप अटैक ही क्या करोगे यहाँ पे? And then
true.
Hans has time to sort of break with b5. Um, yeah, I mean practically I think he's good, but more or less draw ही होगा मुझे लग रहा है.
Yeah, true. I think time-wise, maybe Arjun is 10 minutes ahead. Hopefully that gives him some edge. कहीं ना कहीं गलती करे हैंस नीमन. लोग कह रहे हैं सालबाई doesn't want to reveal. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई. I think she's just not here right now अभी to reveal. But नाम reveal करना तो नाम reveal कर सकते हैं भाई. But I think अभी
पर आपने कहा
200
था
की.
ना अर्जुन जीतेगा तब.
हाँ वही, I want to reveal that अर्जुन जीते भाई. That's the only thing. वो
हाँ
पॉजिटिव
हाँ
मेमोरी रहती है ना?
एग्जैक्टली अर्जुन को जीतने दो भाई चैट. फिर उसके बाद आप
By the way,
यू कैन
c5
पुश.
played, so defends the pawn on h4. And now the question is कि हैंस इवन क्वीन साइड पे ब्रेक कैसे करेंगे? एक ट्रम्प कार्ड है अर्जुन के पास. ऑफ कोर्स नाइट ऑन f4 लुक्स ग्रेट, बट दैट्स द पॉन ऑन d4. अब नाइट एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता d3 के ऊपर, मतलब वो पॉन टेक्निकली मूव कर सकता है. So white has to be careful. Yeah, any sort of pawn endgame could be like black could be winning in certain cases.
I think white cannot afford to give up the knight at all in this position. The ideal setup for white is कि bishop से knight trade हो जाए, like by bishop e1, bishop d2, bishop f4, but of course अर्जुन allow नहीं करेगा ये. But the ideal situation is कि bishop से knight trade हो जाए and ये knight को d3 पे रख दिया and black कुछ नहीं कर सकता यहाँ पे. Like only white can play. I'm not sure if Hans can still win that because I'm not sure how he's going to break, maybe with b5, but I'm sure there will be a defense there. But yeah, that's the ideal scenario for him. I think draw की तरफ बढ़ना is the most likely scenario for me.
True. And फिलहाल के लिए as these guys think Just an evaluation update. Caruana still better. Sindarov still worse. Vincent has equalized against Aronian. So ये game पे ही रहते हैं अभी के लिए, देखते हैं how this turns out. And साथ में 5 minute up. Is this that stage जहाँ पे you start worrying for Hans, or do you think position इतनी simple है कि Hans is not going to struggle on the clock?
Good question, I think, Sahil bhai. I would say you shouldn't really worry because like you can play any move, ki catch 2, ruke 1, and Arjun really cannot improve his position. So,
Hmm.
but still, like when you hit that below 1 minute mark, below 30-second mark, then pressure to aata hi hai because you know, I mean, just looking at the time, it will create some pressure there. But for now, I think he's fine. Um,
And
but yeah, I really wish we had queens on the board. Then I think Arjun would have been quite good.
भाई आपने बोला I wish we had queens on the board, and Hans just picked up Arjun's queen. So and he's playing with
Correct.
it. So कहीं ना कहीं पे वो fiddle game चल रही है. Rook D1, putting the rook opposite the pass pawn, very logical. And Sahaj, maybe your plan again of bishop E1, bishop D2 at some point could be in the air.
Hmm. And then you can take on f4 and go into that ideal end game. King ko bhi maybe आप f1 के through. I mean, you cannot really play king e1 because g2 मर रहा है.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's hard to kind of make progress with either side. Only Hans can kind of push the game with a move like b5. But that I think it first of all it requires a lot of ambition, and secondly it requires a lot of courage because आपका टाइम 5 मिनट ही है. जब तक आप b5
Hmm.
खेलोगे तब तक आपके पास 2-3 मिनट मैक्स, आपके पास 2-3 मिनट हो गए. So it will require a lot of courage from Hans, and you're not even sure if you're going to see the results, and it can backfire.
True, true. I think Hans even recently did not have the best of results. World Cup, he got knocked out in round two, if I'm not mistaken. And also, like he must have had better dreams, yeah, of qualifying to the candidates, maybe qualifying to the EWC, but he missed out on so many events, getting knocked out in the last qualifying stage or in the early stages. So वो भी सोच रहे हैं कि यार I've made it to the top, वो एक final level मैं cross नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. Similar to somebody like Nihal, by the way. Nihal, who lost yesterday, Sahaj bhai. हम इतना खुश हो गए थे. Nihal is 2711, but he's now 2704 again.
Oof, that is sad news indeed. And Nihal किससे हारा कल? Do we know?
I'm not sure exactly who he lost
Taking
to,
a
but
look,
yeah.
I can see 2704 is the rating. He lost against. Oh, he lost against Sindarov second. Madamino Mukinin.
Oh,
Bhai
wow.
Sahab. Bhai, Uzbek chess on the rise.
And
Madamino Mukinin, he was in Goa, I remember. He was the second of Sindarov.
wow. So clearly, working with Sindarov has had a mutual benefit for his second as well, who's certainly playing stunning chess over the board. And उनसे पूछा क्या था याद है इंटरव्यू में कि वुड यू वर्क फॉर सम अदर प्लेयर, तो वो कहते कि हाँ ऑफ कोर्स भाई, अगर दाम अच्छा प्राइस अच्छा हो तो. So very practical, but jokes aside, I think he was a very, very strong player. And the main thing is he was so happy for Sindarov. You could see it on his face and his body language. कितना खुश थे वो सिंदारोव की विन के साथ.
I think, of course, it was fully deserved, I think, for Sindarov. The, I mean, to continue winning in an event like World Cup, जहाँ पे 26 दिन है, and so many tie breaks and one small error, and you are just eliminated. I mean, it must be so difficult for the player. It must be so difficult for the second as well. आपको एक confidence भी आता है, right? Because you think that okay, I'm doing something right, and the more time you spend kind of preparing for top players, the more you improve yourself as well. So I think it's a win-win situation.
Oh, by the way, update. I think Fabiano Caruana is completely winning. Blunder by Param Maksudlu yet again. उन्होंने यहाँ पे knight h7 खेला. अगर हम पिछली चाल पे जाएं, that was a blunder. And bishop f5, best move by Fabiano Caruana. And unfortunately, there are some tactics that are not going his way because rook up जहां पे भी चलो Sahaj. I will take on h7, play knight f5 next, and you will be threatened with the mate in one as well as there'll be an attack on the rook.
Basically, there are three squares: e7, d6, and e3. यहाँ पर रुक जा सकता है. Like this, and like this. All the other squares are covered by our pieces. And we have to just think about it as this: कि knight जब f5 पे जाएगा, तो it controls all three of these squares. So let's say rook e7 takes, and knight f5 would just be completely winning for Fabi here. And I think big blunder by Parham. Fabi might be the first one to finish.
भाई परम को क्या हो गया भाई, नजर लग गई है मेरे भाई को किसी की यार, भाई कम ऑन यार, आई मीन आई थिंक अब परम कम से कम 70 गेम लगातार जीतना चाहिए भाई, मतलब कॉम्पनसेट फॉर दिस। आई एम जेन्युइनली शॉक्ड एंड ही इज एज वेल, यू कैन सी इट ऑन हिज फेस, ही कांट बिलीव व्हाट्स हैपनिंग। ही वुड नेवर मिस सच अ इंट्रिकेट डिटेल इन दिस पोजीशन कि भाई रुक मेरा कहीं पे भी जाए, इट्स काइंड ऑफ trapped, and not that this was a blunder, yeah, he was already worse. So the game again not going Param Maksudlu's way, and as you mentioned, Fabiano Caruana about to get the first win.
By sad news for Parham Maksudlu. I think we can quickly switch back as Parham thinks. Uh, let's go to Magnus's board maybe, Sahil Bhai,
Yeah,
for a little bit to see
yeah,
what's
yeah.
going on. Magnus, by the way, at 98.6% accuracy in Sindarov over 95. Clearly, both players having a decent day, but Magnus is having a much better one because he has 13 minutes and his opponent has just under 2 minutes, and Magnus is slightly better as well. So Magnus, I think, not even going to go into tie breaks today.
Wow. And now I
भाई
think
क्वेश्चन,
हाँ, हाँ,
कितने टाई ब्रेक होंगे आज?
I think एक होगा is my guess.
किसका?
I think
किसका?
that's the tough one. I think Fabiano Caruana wins. I think Magnus Carlsen wins. So it's either going to be Hans versus Arjun or Vincent versus Levon. I'm going to say Vincent versus Levon. It will be the one tie break. What's your guess?
I think zero भाई.
Oh wow.
मुझे लग रहा है दो
मतलब आपको
सारे गेम्स आज टाई ब्रेक में खत्म, आई थिंक टाई ब्रेक में जाएंगे नहीं, बिकॉज आई थिंक लेवॉन विल विन एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन का ये वाला ड्रॉ होगा, नेक्स्ट वन ही विल विन.
भाई रोहान जी कह रहे हैं
प्रिडिक्शन
पर
ओपी भाई, मैनिफेस्ट करो भाई.
रोहन कह रहा है पर हम सेम पॉइंट एज मी इन दिस टूर्नामेंट। अरे यार भाई
Hmm.
वेट करो, बढ़ाएंगे वो पॉइंट होपफुली। बट मीनवाइल जंपिंग बैक टू द अर्जुन गेम, जहां पे अर्जुन हैज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, बट वो किंग को उठा के अपना सेंटर में ले आए हैं। एंड व्हाट इज बेसिकली डन इज उन्होंने अपने बिशप को आजाद कर दिया, अब किंग डिफेंड कर रहा है E5 पॉन। बट द क्वेश्चन इज वेयर डज द बिशप गो सहज, आई एम नॉट श्योर इट हैज अ वेरी कंफर्टेबल स्पॉट टू हैंग आउट एट।
भाई मतलब ये सब कुछ तो बंद है यहाँ पे, लाइक देयर इज नो वे. इफ आई कुड जस्ट पिक अप दिस बिशप एंड पुट इट समवेयर, मे बी E3 इज द ओनली स्क्वायर दैट काइंड ऑफ मेक्स सेंस. वहां पे भी D6 का स्क्वायर चला जाएगा भाई. तो आई एम नॉट
या
इवन श्योर इफ दिस बिशप हैज एनी फ्यूचर इन दिस गेम. एंड या दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. Like if we could just magically remove this bishop and this knight, then I think black is doing fantastic. Like clearly better, and only black would be pushing there. But right now, because of this bishop, Arjun is definitely on the defense.
By the way, hands ये पीछे देखते रहते हैं. I guess there's some screen, yeah, with the other games there constantly. I think freestyle में we have seen कि starting moves काफी similar रही हैं. In fact, I remember कि मैग्नस ने भी एक बार कहा था कि I saw somebody play something in the previous event. उन्होंने देखा कि अरोनिया ने कोई और प्लेयर कुछ खेल रहा है, मैं भी वही खेलता हूँ. So यहाँ पे वो चीजें काफी common है. And by the way, Bishop E1 played. Saj bhai, maybe your plan, yeah, finally coming into action.
Oh yes, bishop D2 and bishop takes F4 makes a lot of sense. And it's Arjun also has to think कि भाई allow करना है कि नहीं. But also bishop F4 मारने के बाद मैं G pawn से मार सकता हूँ, and then maybe the G file gets opened up, which gives me some activity.
True. एंड उसके बाद आई थिंक व्हाइट को एक पीस तो रखना पड़ेगा, मे बी किंग ऑन F1, रुक ऑन C2 टू डिफेंड G2, एंड दैट जस्ट मेक्स इट वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर हिम टू एक्सपैंड ऑन द क्वीन साइड एज वेल. हैंड्स बाय द वे अपने बाल पकड़ के बैठे हैं वहां पे, सोच रहे हैं कि हाउ कैन आई पुट प्रेशर, इट्स नॉट दैट इजी. बट द क्वेश्चन बाय डीवी, हाउ इज द विनिंग सिनेरियो ऑफ दिस इवेंट? बेसिकली यार जो हमारे अर्जुन है वो बॉटम हाफ में है बिकॉज ही लॉस्ट टू केमर यस्टरडे, सो मैग्नस इन द टॉप हाफ. सो अर्जुन यहाँ पे कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आज जीते कल जीते ताकि वो 5th रैंक में आ सके. एंड ऑफ कोर्स अगले साल फ्री स्टाइल अगर होगा तो उसमें ऑटोमेटिकली क्वालिफिकेशन का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पाथ हो सकता है टू डू वेल इन दीज इवेंट्स. सो यू वांट टू क्वालिफाई फॉर द नेक्स्ट इवेंट्स एज वेल, सो लेट्स होप सो ही विंस.
Yep, let's hope so. 5th is the goal here. कल थोड़ा sad हो गया था अर्जुन का, but hopefully he can sort of make a comeback today. This match I think most likely gonna end in a draw, but next match I think is where Arjun can take over. But let's see
ट्रू,
क्या होता है.
ट्रू.
यहाँ पे तो कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा भाई, कुछ और गेम में चलना है क्या? लाइक ये तो
हाँ
सोच रहा है
बिल्कुल,
सोच
किसी भी
रहा है
गेम में चल
कुछ.
सकते हैं भाई, लूडो, कबड्डी, कहाँ चल, अच्छा यू मीन ओ अदर गेम्स, ओके माय बैड.
आई मीन खेल सकते हैं लूडो, आई डोंट माइंड.
कबड्डी,
लूडो
अरे लुक एट
लूडो
दिस.
24 इंडिया.
let's go to the Magnus game. Look at this queen h4 उन्होंने खेला था. Can we go back to move number 21? जहां पे
Yeah,
queen h4 was a big mistake. Queen d2, knight c4, bishop c4, rook d1, and now Magnus has to find the only move, queen to g5. I mean, an obvious move to be honest, but suddenly the endgame is just too bad for Sindarov.
yeah. This is looking quite horrible actually after queen g5 because it's the same situation जो अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे है. This bishop is bad क्योंकि e4 की
Yeah.
पॉन की वजह से बंधा हुआ है. a2 के पॉन को भी बचा रहा है. आप a3 खेल सकते हो बट e4 की पॉन की वजह से ये बिशप एकदम बंधा हुआ है. ये e4 उठा के मैं साइड कर दूं then already that's a checkmate in one.
Mate in one.
Magnus finds queen g5. Magnus is making no mistakes whatsoever by good things. Dead
Right,
winning already.
this is just over. Yeah, this is just over. At that level, at Magnus's level, this is over. The greatest end game of all time मान जाते हैं मैग्नस कार्लसन. by the way कह रहे हैं क्यूट स्माइल जी और टिकू भाई कैसे हो? अरे मजामा क्यूट स्माइल जी, हमारे चेहरे पे भी आज क्यूट स्माइल है. दिव्यांश जी अपना आधा फोन नंबर डाल रहे हैं चैट में. उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि कोई बंदी दूसरा गैस कर लेगी. ऐसा नहीं होगा दिव्यांश भाई, यहाँ पे स्वाइप लेफ्ट राइट नहीं चलता है. टिकू भाई मौज में. क्यूट स्माइल आप मुझसे बात करो. ये देखो भाई अलग ही चैट चल रही है. साज भाई चैट तो एंजॉय कर रही है, क्या हम भी एंजॉय कर सकते हैं एक बार अर्जुन की गेम पे नजर मार के? क्या चल रहा है वहां पे? अपेरेंटली वहां अर्जुन ने ब्रिलियंसी खेली है. कुछ इनसेन चेस चल रहा है भाई. बट नाउ हैंस इज अगेन बेटर. कैन वी गो बैक? व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड?
Ooh, he went knight takes h3. Oh, baap re.
वाओ.
He's like, screw it. Let's just go sacrifice the knight and I'm going to take one pawn and at least my rooks are active. But rook f8 was a slight mistake.
He had to play rook g3 check first apparently, इससे पहले कि white वो control कर ले square, and it was still only equal, but he plays rook e8, which optically is more dangerous, right? Because now rook f2 is also a huge threat. But bishop e1, only move for Hans Niemann. क्या वो निकालेंगे सहज? I think it's an obvious one, to be honest.
Obvious. You said it right because rook g3 check के साथ साथ rook f2 check भी एक threat है. So both of these squares can be guarded by this bishop. And I think you can neutralize sort of black's activity here with this move. And उसके बाद Arjun might be in some pressure, but let's not forget कि e4 का pawn भी is hanging, मेरे भाई. This pawn could be loose, like rook f4, दूसरा rook f4, something like that can be dangerous. Bishop e1 played.
Hans Niemann will not give an easy battle for Arjun here. And now the question is, Saj bhai, you aced the evaluation. You have to grab that e4 pawn because आपका जो g pawn है वो आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता because h4 is also hanging. Maybe you can do it, but it's not really a huge step, let's say, in creating chances. So अगर e pawn मिल जाए, suddenly my past pawns can be pushed further. ये e4, e3, d3 आगे बढ़ सकते हैं at some point. My bishop can open up. Very important. Once I play e4, my bishop on c7 becomes a beast. So maybe one of the rooks to f4 somehow. Trying to grab that e4 pawn is the move. But जो भी अर्जुन करे, he needs to do something right now. कुछ नहीं किया तो white consolidates. He's just a piece up. Rook को push करवा देंगे and then Arjun just loses.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He goes rook 8 f4. He takes your advice, and now he's putting pressure on the e4 sort of pawn. And chat might be wondering कि rook e4 का मर तो नहीं रहा ना इस पोजीशन में because king f3 है. But chat उसका threat rook f3, rook e4 नहीं है यहाँ पे. Arjun wants to play. मैं थोड़ा दिखा देता हूँ. Let's say white goes a5 for example. Arjun का threat है he wants to go g4, pawn takes pawn, h3 check ताकि ये king deflect हो जाए इस रुक से. You move the king and then I take on e4. That is what Arjun is planning in this position. That's why he has gone rook 8 f4. So आंखों से लग नहीं रहा कि rook e4 मर रहा है, but actually मर रहा है.
भाई आंखों पे भरोसा ना करें, ऐसा मुझे बहुत लोगों ने समझाया है भाई. चेस में कुछ भी हो सकता है कभी भी. चैट डू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, अगर 500 लाइक हो गए तो एक बंदे को मिलेगी डायमंड मैच. आप घर लेके जाओगे, चिल करोगे भाई, फिर इंजॉय करोगे, चेस में इंप्रूव करोगे. लेट्स गेट 200 लाइक्स. हैंस इवन फिर पीछे देखते हुए, ही इज नॉट हैप्पी अबाउट समथिंग. या ही लुक्स लाइक अ बिट एंग्री एट हिमसेल्फ फॉर समथिंग.
Yeah, knight h3 allow करने के बाद I think you might not be super happy because I think Hans was sort of Hans accepted the fact कि वो हार नहीं सकता इस पोजीशन में. वो जितना चाहे पुश कर दे. And let's not forget कि Hans का टाइम बहुत कम है. Like he has 1 minute and 44 seconds and Arjun at the right moment chose to sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns and some activity and now it's anyone's game. I think he's
Yeah,
just
and
not
rookie.
happy with the outcome.
Yeah, rookie two played good move by hands, and now apparently you need to find bishop d8, which okay, it's very hard. Let's see Arjun plays, and a great point, Sahaj. The point is Arjun could have just held on. He did not need to sacrifice this piece for the couple of pawns. He knew कि hands के पास 1 minute है. He knew कि hands थोड़ा pressure feel करेंगे. He felt कि भाई maybe I'm not lost. I have some chances. I put some pressure, and maybe hands collapses under time pressure. But so far, Hans has been holding on. Can he continue to do so? Also, एक आइडिया मुझे लग रहा है कि नाइट एक बार गेम में आ गया ना साज भाई, चाहे वो नाइट B2 नाइट D3 हो, चाहे वो किसी और तरीके से हो, once the black rooks are pushed back, it will be hunky dory for hands. So I think Arjun still needs to be active. I'm not sure what the clear plan is.
Maybe like G4, H G4, which H3 check and rook G4, something like this. Looks kind of
Hmm.
interesting to me. That's what I'm thinking anyways. Like knight b2 knight d3, you're right. If this is allowed, then if the rook kind of pushes back, then आप g4 कभी नहीं खेल पाओगे. So I think do it now. Don't wait for it.
Yeah. Just want to say love your duo. Thank you duo भाई. Glad to have you on the channel. And फिलहाल के लिए हैंस इवन को ठंड लग रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे, ऐसे वो सिकुड़ के बैठे हैं बिल्कुल. अर्जुन जी कॉन्फिडेंटली कैलकुलेट करते हुए, दैट एक्स्ट्रा टाइम ही हैज इज रियली बेनिफिशियल. साथ में अगर अर्जुन के 30 सेकंड होते हैं ना, आई वुड से ही वुड बी लॉस्ट इन दिस पोजीशन. वेरी हार्ड टू फाइंड क्रिटिकल मूव्स.
भाई अगर 30 सेकंड होते तो why would he sacrifice the knight, right? I think
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली.
it was a calculated decision because opponent का time कम है, उसका time ज्यादा है. He can out calculate his opponent. मैं हांस को ठंड लग रही है तो कोट पहन लो ना भाई. Like it's there, it's right there hanging. हांस थोड़ा distracted लग रहा है नहीं?
Yeah, I think Hans is in general emotional. Like I think he shows his emotions on his face. Be it
बहुत
boredom,
distracted
be
लग
it
रहा है. Like he's also gotten
हाँ.
up a bunch of times. He's not even looking at the screen. Like कौन अपने बोर्ड के आपके पास 2 मिनट पड़े हैं, आप बोर्ड की बजाय आप स्क्रीन पे कौन देखता है? Like to check out other games. Like come on.
I think he's
Like
looking.
he,
There's something there. There's something there. Maybe it's the menu. Yeah, मतलब for the dinner. Yeah, मतलब that I would be totally distracted अगर वहाँ menu होता कि भाई आज मुझे रामा चावल खाने हैं कि बिरयानी खानी है, pizza maybe. I would understand that. I'm not sure what he's
cheese
looking at
burst,
right now. है ना? Menu हो सकता है साज भाई.
cheese burst pizza भाई. That's what it is. Rookie 2 he plays Arjun thinking just under 6 minutes. And now, again, the moves are G4. I think this is most logical for me. Sahil bhai also says bishop d8, but I think हमारा sort of idea same ही है because bishop d8 के बाद भी हमको g4 ही फेंकना है. तो भावनाओं दोनों में like are the same to go
Yeah.
for g4 as soon as possible. By the way, switching to Sindarov's board because he has 14 seconds on the clock and he is also in a dead loss position. We might have a result here very quickly.
Wow, Sindarov panicking a bit, shaking a bit, attacks Magnus's rook, but rook भाई कहीं भी जाए भाई, कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है, आराम से घुमा फिरा के. And look at those pawns on the queen side. A3, C3, C5, ये pawn में कोई unity ही नहीं है भाई. These can't do anything in this position. And also rook F1, you can't even move the rook. You can't do absolutely anything in this position as
It's
white.
like जितना आप एंडिंग की तरफ जाते हो उतना मैग्नस और ज्यादा स्ट्रांग हो जाता है. लाइक दिस पोजीशन शोज every piece of his is just so much stronger than its counterpart. Every
Yeah.
single one of them. Like the bishop is powerful, the pawns are powerful, the rook is on an open file. White का रुक क्या ही कर रहा है? दो घर है इसके पास, E1 और E3. That's it. और कोई घर ही नहीं है इस रुक के पास.
भाई E3 अभी rook F1 check and you lose the bishop. So एक ही है
हाँ
technically.
हाँ, एक्चुअली मूव ही नहीं कर सकते आप. लाइक Sindarov is not down in material, yet the position is -4. That just goes to show how
You
great
know,
Magnus is.
I have played an over the board cheater once in my life, Sahaj Bhai, and this is like, he was so strong. Like, I've equal material, mein I resigned. Like when you're playing somebody who's that strong, like that's what you feel. And
Hmm.
Magnus, being the greatest player of all time, has that skill sometimes. He can
Hmm.
suffocate you in a chess position. That's exactly what he's doing. As you mentioned, material barabar hai, and right now there's nothing Magnus, his opponent can do. King is stuck. I mean, rook cannot move. Bishop has no good squares. H3 खेल रहे हैं. He's trying to exchange as many pawns as possible कि भाई draw की तरफ बढ़ सके. And what's the best way for black to move forward here, Saj bhai? Because कोई decision तो लेना पड़ेगा इसके regarding.
You can just chop this pawn on h3, bishop h5 आ सकता है उसके बाद, but then you can get king h6, king g5. That's
Hmm.
logical, I feel. But maybe Magnus is hesitant because bishop h5 पे थोड़ा active लग रहा है, but still the bishop doesn't do much here. So gh3 is the best move here, and Magnus is basically just winning after this. And by the way, Fabi also completely winning. I think we saw that.
Wow.
He was rook d8 first, like slight inaccuracy. -4 की वजह -3 हो गई. Magnus यार,
Oh no,
Magnus
only
fell off.
-3. मैग्नस का डाउनफॉल चालू हो गया भाई, -4 से -3 हो
हाँ,
गई वैल्यूएशन उसकी. Oh shit.
unbelievable.
By the way, can we jump
Hg4
to the
मारा.
Arjun? हाँ, okay.
Okay.
Once we're done, let's go to the Arjun game as well. क्योंकि वहां पे critical moment for Arjun. He's better. He's apparently better. Look at this. Rook e2, bishop d8 and knight b2. जो हम प्लान सोच रहे थे सहज भाई कि हम खेलेंगे, that is a mistake. And now g4 and Arjun is somehow better. God knows why. But he
And
plays it.
played.
Let's go.
Let's go. Legendary Gaisi strikes again. On the king side, if white goes pawn takes pawn, then black has this h3, a nice intermezzo, kicking the king away from this square on f3. King moves to h2, and now rook takes pawn. And now somehow this bishop, जो मतलब जिसको कोई future ही नहीं था in the past, it can jump to g5 and f4 check, and suddenly it's the strongest piece. That's chess for you.
Wow. भाई अक्षय खन्ना ऑन D8. लेट्स गो. कम बैक होगा भाई का. भाई क्या फील आ रही है भाई अर्जुन.
Bye. No
हाँ
spoilers, please. No spoilies.
भाई
Spoilers.
आई एम टेलिंग यू, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं पे देख के इतना अच्छा लग रहा है ना. मतलब ऐसा कमबैक किया गेम में अर्जुन ने, टू सैक दैट पीस फॉर 2 पॉन्स. सच अ रिस्की डिसीजन, पेइंग ऑफ. प्रैक्टिकल चेस मैटर्स. क्लॉक पे अभी भी आ गए बहुत. हैंड्स इवन स्ट्रगलिंग. क्या करूं, पॉन मारना नेसेसरी है. यू कैन नॉट अलाउ ब्लैक टू टेक ऑन एस3 और इवन प्ले जी3. सो हैंड्स इवन स्ट्रगलिंग टू कम विद एन आंसर. एंड नाइट बी2, मैंने कहा था अगर नाइट गेम में आ गया देन अर्जुन स्ट्रगल्स, बट नाइट इस चाल के लिए, इस ब्रीफ मोमेंट के लिए गेम से बाहर है.
Yeah, and he takes the pawn on g4, and I think we will expect h3 check from Arjun very soon. I think he's just rechecking the lines. If he doesn't go h3, I would be shocked. Yep, there it is.
Played.
h3 played. White has to move the king to h1 or h2, but of course h2 makes the most sense, and played as well. And let's chop this pawn on g4. Oh, he doesn't.
Oh, bishop. Wait,
He
what?
waits.
Oh, interesting. Actually,
Very interesting, yeah.
Rook g4 directly was the move we were thinking. And I think uska idea ye the ki after white plays rook d3, you had rook f4, simply attacking the e4 pawn. You give up h3, you win e4, and the game is roughly balanced. Maybe black is tiny bit better. But after bishop g5, rook d3 pe, you don't have rook ff4. So ek rook trades rook, and played, by the way.
Rook d3, knight d3, and rook f3 played by Arjun. If he moves the knight, then it is GG for Hans.
And look at this.
Bishop f4 check aa jayega.
Bishop d2, only move, or it's -6 for Arjun bhai. Only, I mean, obvious one, but only move. I don't know how obvious though. Played. Okay.
Bishop d2 he goes, bishop h4, and I think we might see a repetition here. Bishop e1, bishop g5, bishop d2, bishop h4, and that's it. Could go into a draw very quickly. By the way, Magnus completely winning, Fabi completely winning, and Vincent Keimer slightly better against Levon Aronian.
So maybe 2 draws and 2 wins in round 1 of today. This is the semi-finals chat. Tomorrow we'll have the finals. Bishop e1 played, by the way, offering a repetition to Arjun Erigaisi, who I think should take it. After all, he's still technically a piece down.
Yeah, for sure. I think this would make the most sense to me. Take the draw, play bishop g5, and khatam karo bhai.
Wow, what a
Still
game,
thinking. Yeah,
Plays
very crazy. And good try by, I think, Arjun as well to sack the knight on h3. But okay, he tried his best, but okay. I think Hans also played wonderfully. But just so everyone knows, Hans has an accuracy of 97.3, Arjun having an accuracy of 97.5, which is insane.
And bishop d2, bishop f4 played again. I think they are going for the repetition indeed. And just to kind of go back for a second, so after the game maybe end, we can look at that. What happens if white just moves the knight instead of doing this in the previous position? Not here, I think. Let's say in the previous, the bishop is on g5. Yeah, we're going to end the game soon.
Here, knight b2. Yeah, there's bishop f4 check. And if you move the king h1 pe aage to rook f1 is just checkmate. And if you go king g1, then I have h2, which is a really nice tactic because you're forced to sort of capture honestly. Like if you go
Yeah.
king g2, then I have this beautiful move rook f1, and I just
Oh,
queen
beauty,
in the next move.
beauty.
But yeah, I think the players are just repeating bishop d4, bishop h4,
Yeah.
bishop e1, bishop g5, and that there it is. Arjun Erigasi draws against Hans Niemann, going into round two with the white pieces. I think he has good chances.
Yeah, and I think he put up a fighting battle there, right? Matlab, he could have taken the passive draw, but he went for activity, and it he got rewarded with a comfortable draw at the end. And I would say if anybody was pushing, it was him at the end. And time pe bhi aage the, position pe bhi aage the. So good game overall. Now the thing is, can he finish off in game number two? That's where he struggled a bit. We saw it in the World Cup. We saw it in round one yesterday. So let's hope so he can strike in game two when he will have the white pieces. So meanwhile, as Arjun takes his deserved rest, he will be back soon. Let's go to the game of Magnus Carlsen, who's about to crush the World Cup winner, Sindarov.
Gives a check on c2, white goes king e1. A pawn takes pawn mara. I think bishop takes pawn basically forced hai. And white has this pawn on g3, which it's a bit passive right now. Your pawn g5 वगैरह पे होता कुछ, so maybe white could have found some activity. But there is simply not enough time. On the clock also there is not enough time. On the position also there is not enough time. Sindarov, I think it feels like Sindarov is about to have his first loss in this entire event against the goat of chess, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and also it's very interesting to me ki, Magnus wins with black again. So there's always this debate, right? Who's the next GOAT, right? There's so many youngsters nowadays. Gukesh Prakashun to hai hi, Turkey ke players हैं, and so on. Uzbek ke players हैं, Russia ke players and so on. But कोई भी ऐसा player नहीं है who's at that level जहाँ पे if Magnus is tuned in, he ends up beating Magnus. Magnus still the GOAT by far, yeah.
I mean, of course, GOAT means that you are greatest of all time. Yeah. So, I mean, you are timeless in that sense. And I think Magnus has proven it again and again. But yeah, I think jo next GOAT aega, I think, I'm not sure if it's going to be from this generation. Like, I'm looking at Faustino Oro, for example, who's looking really promising. I'm looking at Erdogmas, for example. And that, I think these two players have a really good shot. But is generation mein, do you think anyone has a chance of reaching the GOAT status, Sahil bhai?
I mean, somebody has
Hard to
to.
say, no?
Hard to say. I hope somebody does because कहीं ना कहीं पे कोई ना कोई हमेशा आता ही है. I mean, we saw Fischer, then we saw Karpov, Kasparov, Magnus. Maybe not. We might not even know the player yet. Maybe we might
Yeah,
know the
but like
player.
Kasparov के retire होने के बाद, like there was no GOAT for a long time,
हाँ,
right?
true.
Until Magnus. So Kasparov retired in what, 2003 में था, 2005 में था, 2005 में था maybe. 3
2005 or
में,
6?
नहीं 6 तो नहीं था, 6 तो बहुत लेट है,
Really?
3 में था शायद, 2003 में था. I think Topalov के साथ last match था उसका लिनारेस में कुछ
Five,
तो.
five, five, five. March
5
2005.
में था, मार्च में टोपालोव के साथ मैच था. लाइक आई रिमेंबर वाचिंग इट. And then उसके बाद like until 2010 there was no GOAT. Yeah, I mean still Magnus was not considered to be a GOAT in 2010 until he won the world championship in 2013. He wasn't considered a GOAT in that sense. तो 5 साल का वेटिंग पीरियड था. सेम गोज फॉर फिशर एज वेल. लाइक फिशर के बाद कार्पोव था फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, बट आई डोंट थिंक पीपल रियली कॉल कार्पोव अ गोट इन दैट सेंस. जब तक कस्परोव
Hmm.
नहीं आया था, वहां पे भी 10 साल हमको रुकना पड़ा था when Fischer sort of retired from chess. So maybe the same thing can happen with Magnus as well. Magnus ने रिटायर किया तो, well रिटायर तो नहीं किया, बट क्लासिकल चेस से थोड़ा दूर तो हो गए हैं. तो maybe it can be 5 to 10 years before we see the next sort of GOAT emerging. Who it
True.
is, that remains to be seen.
ट्रू. उम्मीद तो ये है कि कोई इंडियंस में से होगा एंड वी गेट टू सी हिम इन एक्शन. मे बी वी आर सीइंग हिम इन एक्शन ऑलरेडी. That will be an interesting detail. By the way, one more game I think has finished, and that is Kamer versus Aronian has ended in a draw. So interesting कि अब both Arjun and Aronian will be playing in a knockout game in game number 2. That starts at 7:30 p.m. Sahaj bhai. So again, we'll have that long break, yeah, which is I think a bit paradoxical.
7
I would love to see action instantly.
7 p.m. I think, Sahil bhai.
7,
7
7.
p.m.
Sorry, yes, 7 p.m. Yeah.
Still 1 hour break I think will be there. डेजा vu हो रहा है भाई थोड़ा सा. Because last time भी यही हुआ था. Sorry chat, this is the format. I mean we can't really change that, and I think players also need more time to prepare in
Yeah.
between their matches, especially during quarterfinals, semifinals, and so on. So जायज़ है उनके लिए. But yeah, Sindarov still thinking. Sorry, Magnus still thinking after bishop d7. His pawn on c6 is under attack. there are many ways to win. Rook a3 is winning, for example. B4 is winning, example. And Magnus just needs to calculate really well to put the finishing touches as he goes under a minute.
Actually, I would even just consider b4 directly, just to kind of play b4, move the rook out of the way, push the a pawn, because I already have the white king on the back rank. So I'm really
Hmm.
curious if b4 directly works. Just b4 takes rook b2, a3, a2, a1, finish.
He goes rook a1 check. I think what
Check.
you said was accurate. I think I would have also gone for something like that. But I think Magnus is maybe trying to gain some time because he was
Hmm.
under a minute, and it's a smarter choice. Let's think in our opponent's time. Sindarov at 20 seconds down.
Hmm. King
King
f2.
f2
Okay, now he takes.
takes. Let's give a check. Oh, King f3 पे bishop d1. Look at this. What a move. And the rook is
Nice.
trapped. You have to go rook e2. King के पास
Nice.
कोई घर ही नहीं है.
Nice. A little try by Magnus, knowing कि king को back rank पे जाना ही पड़ेगा. Or you trade rooks. That's not going to work out either.
Yeah, for sure. King e1 आता है and then black plays b4, I guess.
And guys, want to know both of your favorite players from India and only one because of creativity. Saj, who do you think is India's most creative player? I think question पहले भी था किसी का कि इंडिया में
Yeah.
रैपोर्ट जैसे players, कम है, like who are very creative. That's what they thought.
How
So,
is this? How is this even a question? I'm sorry, but how
हाँ,
is
तो
this
who
even
do
a
you think is
question?
India's most creative player?
This is like asking के who is the world champion. Like इतना simple answer है ये तो.
तो क्या है
But
आंसर साज भाई?
of course it's Arjun. Like hands down. Like you saw knight takes h3 just now, chat. I mean
Yeah, yeah,
that is a very creative move. I think
yeah.
he's called the madman for a reason because he's extremely creative. Um, so yeah, I think for me it's Arjun. And Sahil bhai, do I need to ask या फिर do you completely
No, no, I think I
agree?
agree. Fair answer. I think Prag also has that. I mean, I've seen him play some extremely creative chess, but Arjun, I think, would take that risk, right? Constantly
Yeah,
playing the second best move just to kind of make the game more interesting. So definitely, I think Arjun will be my answer as well.
I think Prag is sort of more complete as a player. Like Prag can be creative if he wants, but Prag is more solid in that sense.
Hmm.
But Arjun हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ chaotic करता है. So that's why I would give him more points for
Hmm.
creativity. But yeah, you're right
Fair.
in that sense.
By the way, 18 seconds for Sindarov, who needs to come up with a brilliant move here that doesn't exist. Bishop e2, he comes up with, trying to move the king forward. I don't see why you can't just give a check. Uh, Slowly, but move the bishop somewhere and push the a pawn. I don't know.
Bishop e2 he goes. Rook c1 check possible. Rook c2 possible. कोई chat में पूछ रहा है, can you guys give a reason why Indian players do not know for creativity like Rapport except Arjun? I think there are many creative players. For example, Arvind Chittambaram is a very creative player. I think very original, very unique. He was actually known for not playing proper openings. Like I remember this one game by him जहाँ पे वो शुरुआत में knight f3 खेल के rook g1 खेला था against like a 2500 player and he actually won. And so yeah, I mean players are known for their creativity in India as well. And Prag I think is a very big name there as well. Mukesh I think is right up there as well. So they are known. Sahil bhai,
Hmm.
your thoughts?
Yeah, of course. I think ये भी है ना कि Rapport is not in that world top 10 right now. And sometimes what will happen is, they will take more risks. They will come up with creative ideas which sometimes don't even work. But we don't notice the times they don't work. We only notice the times when they do work. So when Rapport crushes Prague with that knight d5 idea, we think, oh
Hmm.
my God, creativity. And it was creativity. But maybe that idea did not work in two other games, right? Something similar. And we don't notice those crushing losses. So I think
Hmm.
the cost of reaching the world top five, potentially become the GOAT, is maybe a loss of bit of creativity. Maybe.
Hmm. You have to be objective as well. Like for example, when Arjun became 2810 in live ratings, everyone started saying, "Oh, madman, madman" for a reason and stuff like that. But when he dropped below 2800, then people started saying, "Oh, top players के against वो ऐसे नहीं खेल सकता," because he's not
Hmm.
as consistent against that. So I think you're 100% right in that. And by the way, Sendarov has resigned. Magnus Carlsen defeats the World Cup winner with the black pieces. and one step away from going into the finals.
Yep, and with this, we have 3 results. One final game still remaining. That is Fabiano Caruana versus Param Maksudlu. Param, who's having a nightmarish event so far, losing every game he's played, still on 0 points, waiting for his first win. Unfortunately, it's unlikely to come in this game because Caruana is winning and Maksudlu has 2 seconds on his clock.
Queen a6 he plays, denying the queen trade, and now queen c2 check and back rank. My bro, who is defending the back rank?
Nobody,
Queen
brother.
c2 check,
Nobody.
rook b8. It's gone, no?
Yeah. I would, yeah, even like Queen C2 check. I mean, what do you do? Isn't this over?
हाँ queen c2 check और d5 खेल दिया उसने. मतलब I think he has multiple ways to win, but I think he just believes that he can just push the pawn all the way, and Param cannot
Yeah.
save this.
Yeah, if bishop goes to f7, then d6 with queen f5 checking coming, d7 incoming. It is just all over, I think. But I'm fighting on because it's a reflex action at this point. Yeah, he's just tired of losing. I can relate to that.
Bhai, 10 losses in a row is brutal. Bhai, double. That's like 2 digits, yeah. That's insane to lose 10 games in a row. I mean, you have to feel
Chat,
for Parham here.
have you ever lost 10 games in a row? Saj bhai, have you ever lost 10 games in a row? Like online even? Like adoption ho gaya na ek tarah ka, like.
I was almost adopted by someone, but I won the 10th game.
Ah. The
Almost adopted
worst
ho gaya tha.
for me was 9.5 against some GM bullet chess mein. But that was I stole half a point somehow. So and that was so 10 game mein harna is yeah heartbreaking.
Actually, 10th नहीं था, 9th game जीता. So I was losing 8-0 and then I won the 9th game, something like that. Oh, by the way, Queen A3, 97 check is just mate. क्या हो रहा है भाई?
By the way, Prakhar in the chat, who recently got married as well. Do you know Saj bhai?
Oh, really? Hello, Prakhar bhai.
Ah.
Congratulations on your wedding.
And he's saying, wait, podcasting with Arjun on. Oh, he's doing a podcast with Arjun. Really?
Wow.
Oi. Oh, that would be an epic one to watch out for. I would love to see Arjun open up. I think he's been reserved to himself. He doesn't share his emotions quite a bit on and off the board. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा वो देखने के लिए. So we'll be looking out for that. Congrats, Prakhar bhai. वापस congrats भी message कर देना भाई. Waiting for it. And there he is. साज भाई गायब हो गए भाई आई थिंक सो साज भाई पॉडकास्ट देखने चले गए हैं मीनवाइल both the players kind of discussing where they could have improved but Param Maksudlu definitely needs that first win under his belt. That's going to really give him some confidence and improve his event overall. So iska matlab chat ki Arjun has drawn his first game and the next game against Hans Niemann, who as we know is a very, very aggressive player, will be a knockout. He has to win this one, and then he has a chance of finishing 5th. If he somehow loses this, then he'll be fighting for the second last place, and that's where no chess player wants to be because last player to Param lag raha hai and he's not in great form at all. So yeah, very interesting. And Vidit is in South Africa for commentary, but I don't see him commentating anywhere. Even I'm not sure what's happening there. Would love to know why Vidit is there. Saj वापस आया क्या? Not yet, yeah. ठीक है. So Saj bhai will be back, and he's back, I think. Welcome, bhai. Welcome, brother. Saj bhai हमारे दिलों में है इस समय भाई. Even if we can't hear him, we can feel him. We can feel his presence. He's typing something right now. Maybe looking into the camera now. I don't know. Like I'm just getting this feeling he's typing. He pressed enter, even though I don't see him. But yeah, bhai. So chat, I think the next round, as far as I'm aware, starts at 7 p.m. So there's exactly an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short, not so short break, and we'll be back around 6:45, 6:50. And let's hope we can see Arjun cruise into the next round. Take care. See you in a short bit. एंड बुडुमथिस वी आर लाइव भाई वापस एक बिल्कुल छोटी सी ब्रेक हमने ली थी भाई लिटरली इट वैनिश्ड फास्टर देन माय एक्स एंड इट्स आज वेलकम बैक टू द स्ट्रीम क्या हालचाल वी सॉ अर्जुन ड्रॉ हिज फर्स्ट गेम अभी अगला मैच नॉकआउट मैच चालू होने वाला है अगेंस्ट हैंस ही हैज द वाइट पीसेस क्या लग रहा है क्या होगा
मुझे लग रहा है कि इवन शादी के बाद साहिल भाई के एक्स
यार
वाले जोक्स नहीं बंद होंगे.
नहीं नहीं
दैट्स
होंगे होंगे आई थिंक
दैट्स
they'll be phased out phased out with time they'll be replaced but just like she replaced me या क्या करे यार भाई इतने इतने नेचुरली आते हैं ना वो बट एनीवेज विल रिप्लेस देम फॉर श्योर बट मीनवाइल ये पौधे के पीछे का जादू चालू है अभी भी ये नहीं गायब होता व्हाई आर वी ऑब्जर्विंग देम फ्रॉम बिहाइंड द प्लांट्स साहज भाई इफ यू हैव एनी क्लू
भाई नो आइडिया आई थिंक बड़ा छुपा रुस्तम टाइप ऑफ कैम राइट देयर एंड द प्लेयर्स आर एनालाइजिंग फोर ऑफ देम. भाई हांस भी बैठ गया अब तो. हांस
तो
भी बैठ गया भाई अब तो. यूजुअली ही इज डूइंग थिंग्स ऑन हिज ओन बट टुडे ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट अर्जुन एंड ही इज लाइक भाई लेट मी जॉइन इन.
नो जस्ट इमेजिन द पीओवी ऑफ द प्लेयर्स ठीक है दे आर लुकिंग एट द बोर्ड एंड दूर से उनको दूर दृष्टि में दिख रहा है एक कैमरा पौधों के बीच में और उसमें कैमरामैन की दो आंखें ऐसे और एक हाथ I really don't want to be the cameraman here, unfortunately. काफी ही weird angle है. I would rather just do it from some other place, but okay, if it has to be done, has to be done. And where is Arjun, by the way? Because Arjun will have the white pieces. I wonder if he can have a glimpse of the white players. Uh, would be very. And there he is, analyzing with Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen himself.
Yep. Only three players, which is the odd one out. Must be Parham, yeah? Parham is not seen right now.
Yeah, Param ke liye, I think what he needs is actually this might be helpful even just to kind of uh, like isolate himself. That's what I would do when I'm stressed.
By
But
stress, 0 out of 10 is definitely not ideal for anyone. Must be like heartbreaking for him. And there he is, just sort of looking at the position, trying to analyze by himself. By 0 out of 11 नहीं होना चाहिए. Fabi से match है, white pieces,
you
and we'll
know,
have lift off very very soon.
yeah, I imagine if he loses this one, it'll be like 3 out of 4 days of the event, finished, and he's not scored a single draw, and that would be like 25% tournament pending, and you've not even opened your account, and that will be really hard to handle. So, hoping he at least gets off the like off the mark. Yeah, मतलब वो पहला single तो मिले कम से कम. क्यों साज
Hmm. Wow, you said पहला single and I मेरा दिमाग exactly आपके jokes पे गया यहाँ पे.
अरे यार
पहले single तो आप थे.
नहीं नहीं भाई cricket reference भाई for once
Oh,
at least. But I love these lights. I don't know why they don't have them often. I love these blue lights. I would rather keep that. Yeah, looks very cool actually.
oh yeah, very nice. I think it keeps switching, but yeah, the blue lights are very nice. And Parham, deep thoughts में.
Blue lights hypnotize. Oh, sorry, I got carried away. Meanwhile, साज भाई मुझे लग रहा है कि अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे भी ब्लू लाइट्स हमें दिख रहे हैं पीसेस एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं हैंड्स इवन बोर्ड से बाल हटा रहे हैं एज वी ऑल यूजुअली डू अर्जुन लुक्स फोकस हैंड शेक्स क्लॉक स्टार्ट हो चुकी है लेट्स गो एंड स्टार्टिंग पोजीशन साज भाई एनी थॉट्स अबाउट दैट
I feel let's actually go to the Arjun board because so we can check it out. Wait a second. Oh, by the way, Parham has already started his match. Arjun, however, there it is. Arjun is still thinking, yeah. Arjun is still thinking. The on first thoughts, I think Queen on B1 is a bit misplaced. Rooks on the same place as usual.
या
जो classical में होते हैं, that's a good sign because we can castle. The only odd one out piece for me is the queen on b1. By the way, the
या
best move for white in this position is actually h4.
Okay, that's not going to happen, I feel. That's not going to happen. And also, I think the knight on f3 is also very logical. So, kafi pieces, I would say knight on f3, rook on a1, rook on h1 looking pretty normal, as compared to what we see. The only odd pieces, I would say the queen on b1, as you mentioned, maybe even the bishop on d1, but it might be
Hmm.
rerouted to c2 later. By the way, e4 khela hai Arjun ne. What do you make of that move, Saj?
Two things. First of all, I think मेरी स्क्रीन पे मुझे हांस के 9 मिनट दिख रहे हैं एंड निंजा लिंक पे मुझे हांस के 20 मिनट दिख रहे हैं. तो इज ही लेट और What's happening?
नहीं 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 तो नहीं 30 मिनट ही होंगे। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इट्स 30 मिनट्स। आई थिंक वो कुछ जैसी वो पहली चाल चलेंगे, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि सब कुछ फिक्स हो जाएगा।
उसके लिए
द
बोर्ड
ओनली
पे भी
क्वेश्चन इज
बैठना
सीएम
जरूरी
दो।
है भाई उनको।
क्या क्या?
बोर्ड पे भी बैठना जरूरी है उसके लिए हांस को। हांस इज नॉट ऑन द बोर्ड।
बट वो आया, पीस
हांस,
एडजस्ट किया भाई, फिर चला गया उठ के।
हाँ, I'm not sure what's going on because he's been doing it consistently. Even in the first round, he did this quite a few times, and now again, bit strange.
Yeah, bit strange. By the way, he's there. I think कुछ कॉफी वॉफी लेने गए थे भाई. I can relate to that. Fair enough. Now he'll take a seat. E4 खेला है अर्जुन ने यहाँ पे. उन्होंने हाथ अपने चेहरे पे रखे हुए हैं. He's fully zoned in. And Hans Niemann takes a seat. क्या खेलेंगे यहाँ पे? I think even E5 looks very logical to me. But he might also play moves like, I don't know, F6, opening up the bishop, for example. यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Yeah, and there's also C6. Yeah, Khan has been in fashion, so could
Yeah,
be either of those moves
yeah.
possible. Oh,
Oh,
he goes
E5
E for
played.
E5. Yeah, by the way, now the best move for white is to play H3. Now try
भाई
explaining that.
आप कौन सा इंजन देख रहे हो भाई? मेरे को तो C3 और H4 दिखा रहा है।
भाई H3 भी है, H3
रियली?
भी है, दिख रहा है भाई। हाँ, H3 भी है भाई।
वाओ। एंड साज भाई
नंबर
यूजिंग सम
थ्री पे
स्पेशल।
नंबर थ्री पे H3 है।
अच्छा, मेरे तो
आपको
टॉप
दो
3 में
लाइंस
नहीं
दिख
है।
रही होंगे। टॉप थ्री में नहीं आपके H3?
नहीं,
या
मैं
वैसे
C3।
क्या 19-20 का ही फर्क होगा, बट H3 is one of the moves.
हाँ।
I can see it on my screen right now, but who
ओ
is
वाओ।
gonna play H3 here? C3 makes sense, yeah, because you want to play
या
D4 and gain the center. That makes a lot of sense.
also, bishop comes to b3 then. I think very, very logical as well, c3. One move here being recommended is f3, just to open that bishop, very similar to what we saw in the last game. But then f3 के बाद आपका bishop थोड़ा block हो गया, आपका knight का square चला गया, so maybe there'll be a bit more resistance to playing that pawn to f3. So फिलहाल के लिए Arjun contemplating his choices and Hans again getting up from his chair.
Wow. And he sits back probably, I'm not even sure, maybe he's a bit distracted. I'm not sure what he's doing, or he's looking at the screen or looking at other boards as well. Could be a strategy, but yeah, bit strange.
आई थिंक ठंड लग रही होगी भाई, दैट्स आल्सो पॉसिबल कि ठंड लग रही है, सूट पहन लिया। एंड C3 प्लेड नाउ, वेरी लॉजिकल मूव, सेंटर लेने की फिराक में है, पॉन D4 आएगा, ओपन्स ऑफ द बिशप कमिंग टू B3 और C2, एंड गेम में रानी भी आ सकती है ऑन अ गुड डे। साज भाई, हाउ डज ब्लैक टैकल दिस नाउ? इज लाइक द रिपीट फिलोसफी गोना वर्क लाइक C6 एंड आई एम गोना एम फॉर D5?
Yeah, oh, he goes F6. I think C6 would have made sense as well, like copycat system. And now D4 is, भाई ये exactly पहले वाले गेम की जैसा नहीं है? If white plays D4, black plays C6, isn't that like very similar to the previous game?
Yeah, totally possible actually. Totally possible. And I think the only thing is the bishop was on, I think, B8 then, right? It was not on D8 and the queen was somewhere else. So maybe at least F6 makes sense. And also queen B8 to C6 also not a totally bad move. But I'm not sure, like, will they repeat exact? Oh, okay, D4. Maybe they will repeat. Yeah, now C6 maybe.
Okay, C6 possible.
चैट बाय द वे,
Yeah,
आई
C6.
थिंक हम वापस आ चुके हैं, सो जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो भाई। जो लोग चैट में हैं एक बार हाजिर दे दो भाई, हाय लिख के, पता चले भाई कौन से लोग हैं जो 1 घंटे से इंतजार कर रहे थे भाई, इतने एक्साइटेड और फ्री स्टाइल। सच में इतने तो मैं भी नहीं हूँ भाई एक्साइटेड अबाउट फ्री स्टाइल, बट चैट इज क्रेजी। जो भी 100 लोग हैं।
Chat is always crazy. I think Tiku is good for popularizing. Of course, bhai. Tiku bhai is a genius.
वो
Newlywed.
पॉन की बात कर रहे हैं, ओके। बाकी किंग नाइट रुक
किंग
और
तो आप हो ना।
बिशप। आई थॉट आई वाज द नाइट,
किंग तो
साज
आप।
भाई।
अब तो you are a
वेरी
king, bhai.
इंटरेस्टिंग।
Let's go. Knight and shining armor. By the way,
दिस।
exactly the same position. Like I believe the difference is that हम यहाँ पे knight b3 कुछ तो डिस्कस कर रहे थे, and
हाँ
white का knight a1 पे था, bishop c4 check आ रहा था. You remember? It's kind of like the
हाँ।
same setup, but now Hans is just playing with the black pieces.
या बिशप C4 चेक इज डेडली बाय द वे, बी वेरी कॉशियस अबाउट दैट। ये कब चुपके से चेक आ जाएगी पता भी नहीं लगेगा। द वाइल्ड किंग ऑन F1 राइट नाउ स्टक। यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल। मीनवाइल लोग कह रहे हैं टिक्कू में बात है कुछ, तो सहज भाई ये कौन सी बात है, मुझे भी समझाए मिस्टर एपिक हॉरर एरर जी।
एपिक एरर जी कह रहे हैं टिक्कू में कुछ बात है। क्या बात है, क्या
ये
बात है
शायद
एरर जी, हमें
बिली ने भी
बताइए।
देखी होगी।
होपफुली एरर नहीं है वो।
मेरी वाइफ का ऑल्ट अकाउंट लग रहा है मुझे।
चलो
मेरी
एटलीस्ट मेरी
वाइफ,
एक्स से आप मेरी वाइफ पे तो आए।
डैम हेवी वर्ड्स भाई, मेरी वाइफ आर वेरी हेवी वर्ड्स टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बट क्रेजी वर्ड्स। मीनवाइल गोइंग
अरे
टू द गेम ऑफ,
रियलाइजेशन हो रहा है टिक्कू भाई को, क्रेजी।
हाँ भाई, हर हर आधे घंटे में हो रहा है भाई, कि अंगूठी पहनी हुई है भाई हाथ पे। मीनवाइल C3 इन द मैग्नस गेम, वेरी वेरी सिमिलर, बट E5 के बदले D5 खेला याकूबी सिंदारोव ने। D4 C6 E4, trying to bring the queen to the game. जैसा आपने कहा था साल भाई, the queen is misplaced, so Magnus solving that issue quickly, but black now simply plays F6 and defends the pawn on D5 with the bishop as well, and also controlling E5 from white. So फिलहाल के लिए again nobody ready to budge, white taking the center, but black just maintaining the status quo.
Nicely summarized. And by the way, white should play f3 here, and black can technically play e5, and this would be a wonderful position for me. Like, come on, you
साल भाई
have
ये काफी
complete
न्यू पोजीशन
complete
लग रही है,
symmetry.
न्यू
हाँ
पोजीशन लग रही
एग्जैक्टली
है, कभी
ऐसा।
देखी नहीं।
हाँ ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी आधा घंटा पहले हमने बिल्कुल भी डिस्कस नहीं किया था इस पोजीशन को। बट या आई फील लाइक जो जो आज सुबह की वेल जो फर्स्ट राउंड की जो पोजीशन थी और सेकंड राउंड की पोजीशन, इट्स काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर, लाइक वेरी सिमिलर टू मी।
Yeah, true, true, true. And meanwhile, chat in the Arjun game, if you hop back quickly, यहाँ पे दोनों players ने jacket नहीं पहना है, वहाँ पे I think Hans Niemann, is he the only one wearing the jacket right now? I think he's the only one, yeah.
यस
Oh, Arjun as well. Oh,
आई
वहाँ पे दोनों नहीं पहना है या दोनों ने पहना हुआ है, बढ़िया। I like the stark colors, blue,
and
and I don't know if this is pink or कौन सा color है, pink है क्या ये?
सैमन पिंक।
भाई
मेरे को
इतना
फ्रेंड्स की याद
डिफाइंड
आ गई।
कलर तो मुझे
मेरे
नहीं
को
पता,
नहीं
मेरे
नहीं
को तो।
मैंने फ्रेंड्स देखा है ना भाई। चैट एनी
हाँ,
फ्रेंड्स फैंस हियर who recognize that reference, come on। कौन बोलता है इट्स नॉट फिन, इट्स फेडेड सैमन कलर, किसको याद है?
वाह, सहज भाई, इवन आई लव फ्रेंड्स, बट इस फेवरेट स्टार मुझे याद आ रहा है, बट ये नहीं याद रहा किसने बोला था। रॉस, रॉस यार, रॉस। सैमन कलर,
यस रॉस है।
अब याद आया मुझे। बाय द वे, बिशप 7 कॉपी कैट अगेन, ही प्लेज दैट मूव जो लास्ट टाइम भी खेली थी, आई थिंक अगेन प्रिपेयरिंग किंग साइड कैसलिंग।
ओके नाइस, बिशप f7 आते हुए। And now maybe white should also kind of do the copycat system and play f3, bring the bishop out and try to short castle as well. I think that would be quite good. रेचल ने तो नहीं बोला था आकाश भाई।
सुपर इंटरेस्टिंग।
Hans
मीनवाइल,
kind of looking away from the screen. थोड़ा I mean I don't know, he looks a bit थोड़ा थोड़ा गुस्से में लग रहा है मुझे हांस। Like I don't know why.
हैंस थोड़ा हमेशा ही गुस्से में होता है नहीं? Like he is aggressive
Touche.
player, like in a, I mean in a positive way, like he's quite aggressive, तो वो चेहरे पे body language में, like he's ready to go, like डिशुम डिशुम।
Hmm. So if you had to summarize Hans in 2 words, it would be dijum dijum.
I mean डिशुम probably
Right?
not, maybe like the third fourth words, but top two
Hmm.
words maybe like uh extremely interesting or something like that.
And then dijum dijum.
Yeah.
बढ़िया भाई।
By the way, F3
हाँ
played by Arjun, again the same
yeah
structure, and maybe D5 now, yeah, we get the same thing.
yeah d5, but the knight is not out yet. Maybe he can castle or play d5. Both of them are looking decent. Do you think any chance that because it looks so similar to the previous position, I feel like uh, wait, okay, she goes short castle. That's a good move.
Oh,
I
it's not a good move. Wait,
It is
what? It's a
actually
good move. It's a good. मेरा
decent
इंजन
move.
बड़ा स्लो है भाई।
It's fine, no? I mean, it looks
Yeah,
logical.
it's fine. It's
I
fine. It's
feel
fine.
black
Yeah, yeah.
d5 कभी भी फेंक सकता है. I think it's not really an issue.
And now, what do you play as white? So maybe you play bishop f2 and try to castle as well, no? Like अब उसने अपना king save कर दिया, तो अब तो ego की बात आ गई ना भाई, हमारा अपना अपना भी king save
Hmm.
करेंगे।
Bishop f2 looks very logical. There's also a nice prophylactic move that you can try, which is bishop c2. ताकि आप d5 खेलो तो ये queen और bishop sort of h7 के pawn को देख रहे हैं. So once I take this, like all of these possibilities of taking this open up. And
Oh,
Arjun plays
bishop
bishop
e3.
b3.
भाई, that's a slight error. Apparently, black can play d5 now, and that's a not a brilliant move, a very nice move, simply avoiding
Mhm.
that trade.
I think 100% right. And if you don't play d5, then Arjun has the edge as well. So tough, sort of very critical moment for Hans early on in this game.
Yeah,
And
एक
by the way, Parham
हाँ,
already worse हो गया है.
भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई, अब तो देखा नहीं जा रहा है यार, परम भाई को
देखो
जीतना
पोजीशन.
पड़ेगा यार. आई कांट बिलीव व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, ही इज वर्स with white now. And to be honest, like, if a top player collapses, sometimes it's relatable, it makes us enjoy chess even more, because you feel okay, अगर ये बंदा 10 गेम हार सकता है तो मैं, like, it's okay for me to sometimes lose a chess game, but to watch him suffer like this is not fun. Yeah, I mean, 11 games in a row would be unreal. So I'm really hoping he can at least hold this to a draw.
I think this is, I think, one of the only sort of drawbacks of freestyle, that there is no room to make a draw, like,
Hmm.
and to stop the bleeding. Because if you lose, if you go on this roll, you just continue, because आप वो Berlin draw नहीं कर सकते, कुछ prepare नहीं कर सकते, and you just have to keep going. And I think that's the only drawback in in this sense for any player. किसी के
Great
साथ भी हो
point,
सकता है,
actually.
right?
या ग्रेट पॉइंट, बिकॉज मान लो कि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि पोजीशन, आपका कॉन्फिडेंस लो है, आप 3-4 गेम हार चुके हो, यू कैन फॉल बैक टू योर डिफॉल्ट ओपनिंग्स. या मैं लंदन खेलना चालू कर दूंगा, साज भाई
Hmm.
बॉन्कड़ खेलना चालू कर देंगे, या whatever it is, like you can go back to your default openings, and that gives you more confidence and a higher chance of holding the game and getting some confidence back. यहाँ पे क्या है, ओपनिंग्स ही नहीं है भाई, you have no
Hmm.
idea what to do. And इसका मतलब कि you are basically on your own without any opening help, and you have to fight it out over the board when your opponent is more confident. He's like, okay, ये बंदा स्ट्रगल कर रहा है, इस बंदे को पॉइंट चाहिए ही चाहिए.
Yeah, for sure. And I think everybody is out here to win today. I mean, Fabi को सिर्फ draw ही करना है. But I think still, if he sees a chance, he is going to take it. I mean, why not?
So
By the way,
I have a question.
Hans. Yes.
Before you switch, if Fabi were to offer a draw to Param, does he take it?
I mean, I
Why?
mean, he probably would not, but I
हाँ,
think every fiber of his body would say yes. Like to
हाँ,
just stop, like कहीं ना कहीं से बंद करो इसको, मतलब ताकि maybe next day
हाँ.
he can perform a bit better.
True,
Like I've been
true,
in this
true.
situation before, and one draw really helps like that. By the way, switching to Arjun's board, and Arjun also in a slightly worse position now. Let's do a quick action replay. Short castle हुआ था. We saw bishop b3, which was an error. d5 played. He makes another slight inaccuracy with pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn आता है. Knight e2, and now black is thinking. Some logical moves like knight b6 are quite good for black. Black has the center and more space, but yeah, a slightly more comfortable position.
Very interesting. And what d5 move, जो crucial move थी, Hans did find. And if it takes knight e2, developing another piece. The only question is कि black के पास space है, black has castled, black has free development, knight b6 maybe आएगा next, queen c7, bishop, I don't know where the d8 bishop goes, but maybe e7 is not a bad square either. Um, what does white have then, Sahaj, in contrast? I think maybe the d5 pawn could be a weakness for black.
I think yes, but the knight, if the knight sits on b6, it will defend d5 for sure. And I mean, white's plan is simple. First, I think you can try to maybe castle or maybe try to activate your queen somehow. पर अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि Hans is way more comfortable to me. Like white का कोई clear plan नहीं समझ आ रहा. Maybe there is something. You can always take on e5 and play bishop c5. What are your thoughts on that? Like
Ooh,
ये bishop
that's
पे
very
रुक पे
interesting.
attack. कुछ है इसमें maybe.
But साज भाई, आप F5 ओपन कर रहे हो, किंग F1 पे है. You know, that's while that's very tempting. First of all, what does black play first? Does he play knight b6, for example?
Knight b6 खेलोगे तो this is what I was saying. Takes and
Huh.
bishop c5.
Takes bishop c5, right? And now the rook is basically trapped unless you play knight d6, which I mean then
Knight
e5
d6
falls,
is
right?
e5 falls, yeah. तो आपको knight c4 only move है इधर. Like not easy
Oh
for
wow.
Hans.
And knight
I
c4 के
mean,
बाद अगर
you're
रुक
not
मारा
really
तो
knight
चैट को
d2
अगर
check
पूछे,
है आपके
अरे
पास.
चैट,
Oh, sorry
रुको
यार.
ना, हाँ हाँ, तो bishop f there is knight d2 for king and queen. So you can't do it instantly. But let's say I play queen c1, controlling this diagonal. Then what does black do? Because now the rook is still trapped.
I'm guessing some knight d6, bacha lo rook ko, and then hope for some e4 break. This looks promising for Hans, no?
Why? This looks deadly. In fact, the best move is actually e4. Just sacking.
Wow.
Because if you take on f8, I can now take on d3. And it's just
Ooh,
basically over. Meanwhile, in the
intermezzo.
actual game, yeah, he played 97.
ये क्या अच्छा उसको नाइट c6 पे रखना है भाई क्लासिकल
Hmm.
पोजीशंस पे आई थिंक ही इज ट्राइंग टू ट्रांसपोज
Hmm.
बिकॉज उसी में ही हम यूज्ड टू रहते हैं नाइट c6 पे आएगा देन इट feels like knight b8 से c6 पे आया तो it feels more natural or maybe he wants knight f5 and कुछ knight e3 के कुछ ideas but looks unlikely.
Hmm. Wow, I think
um
Hans Riemann is the one in the driver's seat right now. He is putting the pressure. White is still not castled. I think castle jaldi karna chahiye because kabhi na kabhi ye e4 move ya kuch breakthrough hoga. The king is misplaced. We also saw knight c4 92 folks, right? So in multiple variations, a king is misplaced on f1, queen is misplaced on b1. We need to castle as quickly as possible. Let's the bishop f2. King को कैसे करते हैं? रुक भी गेम में आएगा.
हाँ, I think that I fully agree, but I think अर्जुन थोड़ा हेजिटेट कर रहा है क्योंकि इफ यू प्ले बिशप f2 ना साहिल भाई देन ब्लैक हैज दिस बिशप c7 एंड आप कभी भी कासल करते हो तो मे बी आई कैन टारगेट योर h2 का पॉन सो मे बी
Ooh.
like the road to castle is not so easy like let's say bishop f2 let's show this to chat bishop c7 अभी अगर आप शॉर्ट कासल करते हो तो e4 and you're just losing this pawn over here
भाई तो
so
रिजाइन
maybe
ही
it's
कर
not
दूं
so
क्या फिर?
simple.
कैंसिल भी नहीं कर सकते यार. यू नो कैसलिंग फील्स लाइक द राइट टू स्पीच. या मतलब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लिखा हुआ है कि अ किंग
Hmm.
दाल शाल कैसल whenever he wishes to, something like that. So if we can't even castle, then practically this position is not easy for Arjun. You really don't want to castle queenside. Okay, maybe he is considering queenside castles, who knows?
He goes queen c2. That makes sense because I think he does not like this h2 pawn being loose. And long castle is just one move away for him. But the problem is कि अब c file पूरा open हो गया. ये b5 a5 करके अगर अटैक करूंगा तो ये क्वीन मिसप्लेस नहीं है अब. ये क्वीन अब अटैक कर रही है. Like it actually found its purpose without even having to move.
Why black's best move is already a5, and if you castle, then b5. Exactly what you mentioned, and suddenly it's bottom line lost for Arjun already because he doesn't have a counter attack on the king side. King side पे कुछ है ही नहीं play. All you're doing is a sitting duck and defending. So queen side castles बल्कि पॉसिबल है बट बहुत बहुत रिस्की है. एंड वन साइड प्ले मिलेगा हैंस नीमन को. सो हैंस नीमन 97.3 एक्यूरेसी से खेल रहे हैं. 96.6 फॉर अर्जुन सो फार. बट ही नीड्स टू कम अप सम गुड मूव्स. बाय द वे लास्ट गेम में याद है ऑलमोस्ट 14-13 मिनट की लीड थी अर्जुन के पास क्लॉक पे. इस बार आई थिंक इट्स ओनली 2 मिनट्स. या
Yeah, I think Hans is taking more time. I think coming up with a different strategy और वो बोर्ड पे बैठा भी हुआ है. So that's another kind of bonus. Last time he was just walking around a lot. He goes knight c6. Why I think same idea. Knight b8 से ऐसा लग रहा है तो it looks more like a freestyle position. Oh, sorry, a classical position. आप लॉन्ग कासल तो नहीं करोगे भाई तो रिस्की लग रहा है.
Zero chance, bhai. You couldn't convince me to long castle, even if you like, whatever you said, you couldn't convince me to long castle here. I think bishop f2, king side castle is still my cup of tea. आराम से करो. ओके कुछ बाल हटाए हैंस ने फिर से. भाई कितनी बार होता है ना हम चेस खेलते हैं बोर्ड पे कुछ ना कुछ तो गंद पड़ी होती है भाई. इतना इरिटेशन होती है ना
होता है भाई.
उससे. एंड इफ इट्स ऑन योर ओपोनेंट साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड देन वो बंदा कहता है कि ओके डोंट डिस्ट्रैक्ट मी. ओके.
You should always do it on your move. Then it's fine. Opponent की चालों
हाँ.
पे नहीं करना चाहिए सब.
हाँ. It's always frustrating, but okay. Arjun still focused, calculating. He did miss
Looking
out.
at
Huh.
some other games as well. By the way, Parham, I think, is now much worse.
अरे बाप रे.
Levon is slightly better against Vincent Keimer. Magnus, more or less equal, but maybe a slight edge to Magnus, like very, very minute edge. So, yeah, I think this is the only game that looks like जहाँ पे white का थोड़ा अच्छा position बन सकता है after bishop f2.
Poof. And Sajbhai, I think, ये तो है ही freestyle chess. I think it is going to end tomorrow. If we talk about the World Rapid Blitz for a second, I think it's going to be very exciting because last time Gukesh did not play, and there were no Indians who actually finished in the top 5, for example. I think Nihal was the best contender India had, and with it played very well as well. Do you expect an Indian to finish on the podium in the World Rapid and in the World Blitz? And if yes, who's that player?
Open section में पूछ रहे हो, women section में पूछ रहे हो?
दोनों में maybe. Let's start with the open for now.
Open में I think it's unlikely because I don't think we are there yet. Like at least at faster formats, but it would be amazing if it happens. But for me, it's like the stats are not as high. Let's just put it like that. आपको क्या लगता है?
Yeah, I'm really hoping कि एक प्लेयर तो करे. मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि यार वर्ल्ड रैपिड है, वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स है, सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स खेलेंगे, राइट? वील हैव गुकेश, प्रग, अर्जुन, विदित, निहाल, हरे कृष्णा. आई एम गेसिंग वुड आल्सो बी प्लेइंग. लाइक आई रियली रियली वांट समबडी टू डू वेल बिकॉज इस साल क्लासिकल ने बढ़िया नहीं किया, तो मे बी रैपिड ब्लिट्स कुड बी द वे. फॉर एग्जांपल समबडी लाइक अर्जुन to win, right? So, for example, if he wins World Rapid champion, he's technically a world champion, right? In at least in some format. So, I'm really hoping that Arjun maybe can pull off a win there. And World Blitz, Saj, by any chance there?
Rook d1 he plays. I don't know if there is a chance why, but I don't know. I really hope so. I think I hope so, but I don't know. It's a really long event and it's hard to kind of. I think there is Magnus playing, for example. जब Magnus खेलता है तो like you have to kind of agree that Magnus is going to be the favorite
By the
going
way,
into it. Plus there is
Chad
Nepo as
informing
well.
us. Maybe I remember the standings from the Blitz, but I was completely wrong. I think Nihal Blitz में खेला था शायद. In the rapid section, it was Arjun who was on top, and he was in 5th place. मुझे अब याद आ रहा है.
Yeah.
We kind of betting on him and hoping he wins. He finished in 5th place with 9 points out of 13. And second best Indian was Prag in 17th place with 8.5. And on his run, Arjun defeated some David Brodsky, Victor Bologan, lost to Samuel Sevian, another 2500, Iltaz Safarli, Ray Robson ko haraya, Shan Sargisian, Nodirbek ko haraya, and he drew against Dominguez and Firuzja. So, yeah, I mean, he was very close, to actually being on the podium last time. So maybe this time is the time.
I really hope so. But I mean, if I had to predict like podium finish hoga, I really hope so. But like, I don't know. Like it's like Blitz में कुछ भी हो सकता है, Rapid में कुछ भी हो सकता है. I mean, we're just here for the chess. I would love to see an Indian finishing at the podium, but I think women's में maybe we have a better chance. That's just my feeling because I feel like we have Humpy Ji, we have Vaishali, we have Divya. I think those players have like in contrast, I think they have a much higher chance for me at least.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think Humpy ma'am, of course, did very well last
I think
time
Divya
as well.
as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Divya का भी है chance, I think.
Hands बीच में कैमरा की तरफ ही पलट गया था भाई. Like, he knows how to get the money shot, yeah. कैमरा की तरफ बैठा हुआ था. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. I hope an Indian wins. By the way, knight c6 के बाद rook d1, bishop b6 happened on the board. So activating that bishop on d8. And now Arjun just takes on e5. So he's offering that trade of the bishops. And apparently, if you do take on g1 here, Sahaj, there's a very, very nice move for white. Although, okay, he took back with the pawn.
Or e6, yeah, maybe.
E6, exactly. So you don't allow black to take with the pawn on e5, and after bishop e6, now not taking on g1, even knight d f4, again a free tempo.
Wow, that's crazy. Attacking this and then you just capture with the king or with the rook, and okay, you have the weak pawn on d5. But he doesn't fall for it. He goes f takes e5, blue arrow, played by Arjun, a takes b6, and now is Arjun to move. More or less equal. Black has hanging pawns on d5 and e5, double pawns here as well. But looking kind of balanced. Doesn't look like कि यहाँ पे कोई player कोई immediately कुछ better है.
Yeah. And on knight f6, and basically black के पास एक center है यार. होता है ना कि if you can maintain this center, then it's amazing. I think you will have more opportunities of playing e4, for example, at the right moment. But white can attack this now. For example, bishop b3 already putting pressure. Knight can come in at some point to some good square. So it's a battle of, can you maintain this center? Can you push this center? Meanwhile, I have knight g3, knight f5 maybe. Rook को activate कर सकते हैं. And yeah, it's going to be a battle again. 19 versus 20 minutes. Time बिल्कुल बराबर.
You are right. Next few moves quite crucial, but I think let's start off with short castle. I mean, definitely we're not castling on the long side. Looks a bit risky. तो castle पहले करते हैं, फिर सोचते हैं मतलब कहाँ पे knight को रखना है and all of that. Knight g3 maybe straight में कुछ e4 का मेरे को danger लग रहा है somehow. I don't know, this bishop and the rook, any discovered check by the bishop can be a bit dangerous. Like I think knight g3 might, is there not e4 here? Apparently no, you have knight e1. Bhai, but that's not an easy move to play.
Oh, that's very tough. But okay, you can find it, yeah, maybe by elimination, because you don't want to play f takes e4, that's for sure. And knight f2 allows e takes f3. So it's also maybe something he can find, I think.
Could be.
By the way, धनुष लेके कौन खड़ा है पीछे भाई? ऐसा लग रहा है बो एंड एरो निकलेंगे. वो पीछे क्या है? कैमरा है क्या? हैंस के.
Must be, bhai, must be.
अच्छा अच्छा. मुझे लगा अर्जुन को कोई तीर भाई. Anyways. Okay, still no moves from Hans Niemann. Apparently, the best move is king h8, which I mean is very hard. I think queen c7 I like, just kind of connecting the rooks.
You know, I just checked the list for World Rapid and World Blitz. I think I kind of confused it. Yeah, World Rapid mein Arjun performed really well with fifth, but like World Blitz mein, like I think we were like not even a single Indian performed in top 20 even. Like how shocking is that?
Yeah, I mean, it is for sure. It is for sure. Wait,
so shocking, I think. Prague was 23rd. Like that was the highest performance like in the blitz that we had. I mean, I'm talking about the open section here.
Yeah, I think we also had like slightly less participation. I think like Gukesh wasn't playing, for example. And also Rapid Blitz has traditionally not been the place where we shine, yeah? Like it has been classical, for example. So
there was Arjun, Arvind, Prag, Ronak. Was Nihal there?
Nihal was there.
Nihal was not there actually.
Really?
I don't see his name. I don't
मुझे
think
कौन
Nihal
सा याद
was
आ रहा
there.
है वर्ल्ड रैपिड ब्लिट्ज जहाँ पे निहाल played very well.
2024 में निहाल नहीं था भाई.
Maybe
At least from what I can see.
Got it.
Nihal was not there.
Yeah, got it. Then okay, I think maybe Vidit was there. Vidit भी नहीं होगा फिर, I think. Yeah, Vidit था.
Vidit was not there. Yeah. Yeah, Vidit was not there. But yeah, black plays knight f6, knight g3, queen c7, rook f1, and rook f8. Thanks for reminding me, bhai. I've just reloaded the board. I think it should be up now. And now it's Arjun to play. Hanging pawns, हमारे rooks एकदम perfectly placed है looking at this e5 and the d5 square. Let's see what happens now.
Meanwhile, chat पूछ रही है performance of Anish in candidates. Brother, तुम गलत सवाल पूछ रहे हो. Performance of Prague in candidates. At the end 8 player होंगे. We know the name of the players. एक ही इंडियन है एंड वो जीतना है भाई. आई रियली वांट अ सिचुएशन जहां पे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है एंड इट इज गुकेश वर्सेस प्रग. भाई दैट जस्ट सेट्स अप अ प्रेसिडेंट कि भाई इंडियंस आर हियर टू स्टे फॉर अ लॉन्ग लॉन्ग टाइम एंड टाइटल हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, हमारी जेब में रहेगा फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स. एंड बिकॉज इफ गुकेश इज नॉट अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड समबडी एल्स इज, एंड सडनली फिर से वही कैंडिडेट्स खेलो, क्वालिफाई करो. आई मीन इट्स अ लॉन्ग प्रोसीजर. सो आई एम जस्ट थिंकिंग भाई कि
like just like raw thoughts here. Like Gukesh ने Ding को हराया, right? Then सब बोलने लग गए okay Ding form में नहीं था, उसको psychological issues है, which is true of course. But don't you think कि अगर Gukesh for example Fabi को हराता है like world championship पे, like doesn't that cement his legacy even more?
For sure. I think उसमें कोई doubt ही नहीं है. A part of the equation is कि if he can beat somebody like Fabi or even a Hikaru, for that matter, in a world championship match, that will really cement his legacy. But also
Mhm.
having consistent results throughout the entire year is very important. I think what Magnus does very well is कि भाई कोई भी event हो, you ask anyone कि कौन favorite है, Magnus. अब for example गुकेश for example खेल रहा है event, um very rarely like he would be the favorite, I would say, like clear favorite कि भाई यही जीतेगा. Like it's in fact I would say not Gukesh, anybody else in the world, yeah, like nobody is the clear favorite for example to win. So
Mm.
I would say कि Gukesh, I think part of it is of course defeating something like Fabi or Hikaru, but also पूरे साल में results चाहिए. He needs a few tournament victories. अभी टाटा स्टील जीत गए या नॉर्वे चेस जीत गए, maybe ग्रैंड स्विच जीत गए, whatever it is. Like he did not have a good 2025. I think he had a
Mm.
horrible grand Swiss, right? I think he lost 2 or 3 games in a row. I think was worse against Divya as well. Then he also got knocked out of the World Cup. So maybe 2025 was not the ideal year for Gukesh.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. That's fair to say. चैट में लोग लिख रहे हैं अर्जुन was fifth in rapid and sixth in blitz in 2023. Yes, bhai. I mean, I get the point. Of course, he has a chance, but हम podium finish की बात कर रहे हैं, and we're talking about who has the highest chance. I think Arjun does have a chance, but okay, like it depends on many factors, yeah. But like it's very hard to make a prediction like this, I think, for any player. I mean, and I know, for example, Harshit is playing this year as well. Do you know this, Sahil bhai?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Harshit is playing, and like from what I could understand from covering, like yes, last year's event and the year before that, like it's a brutal event. It's long, it's tiring. You remember that video of, for example, Ivanchuk and Danya, जहाँ
Yeah.
पर they're in the time scramble. I mean, it is so stressful. Such an event. So it's very hard to make a prediction by कौन जीतेगा. But जब तक Magnus है, I think that's the favorite, and I think that's the truth for me.
Yeah, R.I.P. Dane. Yeah, I think whenever somebody mentions him, तो it's a bit
Of
sad. But
course,
yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think Magnus always the favorite. Um, although I think maybe Magnus is not at his peak right now. He's not been for a while. So what ideally should happen is a couple of players rise up to the occasion, start winning a few events, maybe even ahead of Magnus. Hopefully, one of them is at least Indian. Otherwise, I think it's just gonna end with a Magnus retirement at some point, and there's nobody even close to him. Yeah. So let's hope so.
mm,
The 2025 was like a blip. It was not the ideal year. Prag had a good year, but maybe not for the other Indian players. Did any other Indian player have a good year? I think Divya had a good one, but we didn't
Divya
have
won the
cameras
World
for the
Cup.
World Cup, for example. So nobody else, right?
I think Divya had. Um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, Gukesh did win the European teams, like his team won, and he defeated Arjun as well in that event. So I could technically say that he has that one title. But apart from that, I mean, yeah, not really the best year
Yeah.
in
So
comparison to 2024. I mean, actually,
हाँ,
year तो साल अच्छा गया, but हमारे expectations इस 2024 के बाद बहुत high हो गए.
true, true. I think 2026 hopefully will be our year again. भाई even सालों में खेलते हैं ना हम, और में हम थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स करते हैं, फिर इवन में हम फिर से खेलते हैं भाई. सो होपफुली इवन में हम
Hmm.
सब कुछ जीतेंगे, ओलंपियाड जीतेंगे, वर्ल्ड चैंप जीतेंगे, कैंडिडेट जीतेंगे, नॉर्वे चेस, टाटा स्टील, टोटल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जो भी है वो पता लगेगा अभी कैसा है. सो विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग.
Completely. And King H8 was the last move by Hans. I think a nice prophylactic move, kind of getting away
बाय द
from
वे,
this
सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू
bishop.
विशाज भाई, बट ओनली वन गेम एग्जिस्ट जहाँ पे कोई बेटर है, एंड दैट इज लेवॉन अगेंस्ट काइमर, बिकॉज अपेरेंटली विंसेंट काइमर is better. In fact, he was almost winning, missed a move, but he's still better because rook on a1 is now trapped.
Apparently, he had to go bishop e3 check, जहाँ पे golden pawn ही नहीं है हमारे पास. But bishop c3 is what he goes. He goes for the rook on a1. Exchange up है तो, but black का king थोड़ा exposed है.
Hmm.
So maybe if I go knight d3 and I just take this, is that not good? Okay, queen
Do I
a1 के
have to
बाद
take
equal है
it?
भाई.
I mean, instantly मानना जरूरी है क्या? Because I don't see
Not
white playing
really.
knight b2 here. So might as well just do something else, right? Like I'm just thinking, what can I do? Um, because once I
Bishop
take,
h7.
आपकी queen a1 पे आएगी and it's opposite my king. I don't like that. Like knight e5 sacrifice. Okay, maybe not right now, but I have to be a bit more careful. Maybe knight f4, maybe some tactics.
Knight f4 थोड़ा annoying लग रहा है देख के, you're right.
So I would rather not take on a1. After knight d3, I'm just thinking, how do I get the queen and the rook into the game?
I think probably like queen c7 or bishop h7 look quite kind of logical. आप wait कर सकते हो, queen को move करो, then I'll take on a1.
Hmm.
As you rightly pointed out, knight b2 मतलब कोई खेलेगा ही नहीं, I think, because it just
Oh,
looks
by the
ugly.
way, look at this. He didn't even play knight d3. He played e3, preventing bishop d4 check. And suddenly, like, it's gone from bad to worse. And Vincent Keimer about to go to the finals. He's already won an event in Feb. He's going to end it in style as well.
Wow, insane. And by the way, look at this. If you go bishop takes a1, you don't capture back. You just go knight e2. मैं c3 का square मैंने रोक लिया, and my plan is knight g3, knight h5, and that's literally checkmate. So maybe the game is not over, bhai.
By there's no way though he plays knight e2. Yeah, you would take on a1, I think.
Really? Knight e2
Yeah,
looks logical. Queen a1 तो बाद में भी मार सकते हो ना?
no, I think he just takes. Yeah, that's my guess. Chat, do you think he can play
भाई
knight
एक
e2?
एक मैगी बेट
Done. I
after
think
bishop
I
a1.
think 24 पे थे. I had recovered those two because you lost that bet. So I'm ready to put one more Maggie in. Let's go.
चलो ठीक है.
Chalo.
25 is a
Let's
good
see.
number actually anyways.
Okay, first black has to take on a1. That's an if. But I think he will take that. And once he takes, I think queen a1, Sahaj thinks 92. By the way, message by Cute Smile 100. I feel Arjun has potential, but not able to cross the line sometimes. Luck also needed, or things work in his favor. You know, I'm going to say something. So, मेरा बुलेट 2600 ना पिछले 10 साल से नहीं जा रहा था on chess.com, ठीक है? Not 10 साल में जितने साल से I've been playing. I couldn't cross it. Like I reached 2599, 2598, 2597 इतनी बार, but never crossed 2600. But once I crossed it, अब मैं at ease cross कर पाता हूँ. I even reached like 2660 or something, 2650 cross कर दिया peak. Like
अरे वाह.
once you unlock it ना, then it happens easily. So वही चीज है, एक बार वो luck साथ देनी चाहिए भाई, एक बार, then it becomes easy.
Congratulations by the way. 2650 is very respectable I think.
अरे थैंक यू भाई. वो
Really nice
होता है
rating.
ना, वो फ्लैग करने में हम लोग भी थोड़े पीरो हैं.
उसमें से तो 10 पॉइंट तो मैंने ही दिए होंगे आपको.
वो ब्लिट्स था
आपको
भाई,
याद है?
जो डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ था, वो
ब्लिट्स था
ब्लिट्स
वो.
था.
अच्छा अच्छा.
बाय द वे, ब्लिट्स
अब
आल्सो आई
एक्चुअली.
2600. सो
अरे
भाई
नाइस
भाई
नाइस
ये तो,
नाइस.
भाई
मेरे
मैं
को
लिटरली,
फ्लैग करके
आई
मेरा
एम
फोन
नॉट किडिंग.
डिस्कनेक्ट करके टिक्कू भाई इज जस्ट लाइक एट ए स्पीक.
नहीं आई एम नॉट किडिंग. मैं लिटरली जब वो वर्ल्ड कप के टाइम पे हमने खेला तब भी आई वन, एंड आई आल्सो वाज प्लेइंग ड्यूरिंग माय वेडिंग. भाई यू नो,
ओह.
आई एम नॉट इवन मेकिंग दिस अप. लाइक लिटरली
मैग्नस थिंग्स.
जब शादी थी, and I had gotten ready and everybody was not ready for the barat, so I started playing blitz.
अरे वाह. अरे
तो
वाह.
भाई
फॉलोइंग द
जस्ट,
फुटस्टेप्स ऑफ द गोट.
हाँ, चेस प्लेयर थिंग्स भाई. मीनवाइल अरोनियन जी अभी भी सोच रहे हैं, सॉरी केमर जी अभी भी सोच रहे हैं कि भाई क्या करें, क्या मैं वो रुक मार सकता हूँ, और डू आई हैव समथिंग बेटर.
I just want to stay here to see if he goes bishop a1 and knight e2. फिर उसके बाद हम switch कर सकते हैं. Just want to look at this one moment
For
of the
sure.
game.
For sure. And meanwhile, just a minor update, not to switch, but Magnus is slightly worse. So, actually, more than slightly worse. So, you never know. Maybe Sindarov has a trick up his sleeve. भाई,
Ooh,
वो अरुण की
interesante.
शर्ट पे पानी है भाई, वो डिजाइन नहीं है, बता रहा हूं मैं.
भाई. भाई.
वो छींटे
बहुत
पड़ गए हैं,
गंदा
कोई
पानी है.
कोई छींटे पड़ गए हैं, कोई गाड़ी चल रही थी साइड से, वो बोलते ना, दिल्ली
हाँ
की
हाँ हाँ.
सड़कों पे जा रहा था, पॉट होल्स में कोई गाड़ी पड़ गई और थोड़ा पानी गिर गया.
भाई दिल्ली कोई कितनी सारी सड़कें हैं ऐसे, तो दिल्ली को क्यों तोड़ा आपने?
भाई मैं दिल्ली से रहता हूँ ना, मतलब रहा हूँ पूरी लाइफ, तो आई फील आई हैव
Actually,
द
that
राइट.
is true. That is true. Yeah, that is true. I can't even disagree. I feel Arjun has potential. हाँ ये तो पढ़ा था हमने. Yes, Arjun is very strong. I just feel luck never goes his way. हाँ, like I think crunch moments में जैसे quarter finals में वही के साथ, I think Arjun had a dream run until the quarter finals. Took out Leko, took out Aronin. Aronin वाला game कितना बढ़िया था यार.
हाँ,
It was
ब्यूटीफुल.
so good. And he was crushing Wei as well in the classical part of the game, but something just didn't go his way. Yeah, sad. It's just sad.
इट
But I
इज.
think him winning World Rapid or World Blitz would be a concession, like of some sorts, like World Rapid
या
for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think if he becomes world champion in any format, I think he would not look at the year negatively, I think.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, Arjun need big tournament win to gain that momentum. Absolutely agree. Who would you like to see become the World Cup challenger? I think I mentioned this. I want an India versus India final. By the way, B5 by Vincent Keimer, which is a big mistake, and now White is even better. भाई क्या ही चल
वाओ
रहा है?
भाई 92 तो आ गया देखो बोर्ड पे. मैंने कहा था 92 आएगा.
बट ये काउंट
बैगी
थोड़ी
बेट
होगा, उसको
कैंसिल ही
पहले
हो. मैं
हाँ कैंसिल ही हो गई.
यार ये क्या है यार. आई वुड हैव वन. आई एम टेलिंग यू.
By
चलो
the way, Param
चलता
is
है.
now equal. Magnus is the only one who is slightly worse as White. Maybe we can have a look at the Magnus game quickly.
Oh, that looks bad. एक्चुअली दो ही चाल है मैग्नस के पास which are like make it slightly worse. नहीं तो he is very very bad. The moves are king g1 and bishop f4. तो not short castle या short castle अभी 92 का threat है. So if you go short castle, then black can go knight d2 and just capture the exchange here. So
हाँ,
king g1 is what Magnus has to find. Okay, in hindsight, knight d2 को देख के king g1 तो कोई भी खेलेगा.
true, true, true. Also, bishop f4 also controls d2. So both moves have the same idea basically. Rook d1 also exists. I'm not sure why is it so bad though. Is there something wrong with rook d1?
There's bishop e6 and bishop g4
अरे बाप रे
if you
भाई
play
ये
rook
तो.
d1.
Yeah, so can't do that one. So let's wait.
रिस्क है
Uh,
तो टाई ब्रेक है.
I would want a clean win by, जो what I've learned from tiebreak से कुछ भी होता है tiebreak में. So अर्जुन भाई डायरेक्ट जीत जाओ. मैग्नस भाई जाएंगे तो जाएंगे. हमें अर्जुन भाई को जिताना है. Nihal and Arjun
बट
two
समय
players.
भाई हमारे
हाँ.
प्रोड्यूसर साहब बोल रहे हैं कि भाई हम मुझे मुझे तो टाई ब्रेक ही देखना है. लाइक ही इज जस्ट आई फील लाइक.
I mean, see, Samay bhai loves his work so much. He wants to produce for 10 hours a day. Like tournament ही नहीं है इतने यार. There's nothing we can do. Like FIDE कितना ही मेहनत, चेसकॉम कितना ही tournament organize करेगा. It doesn't satisfy his thirst, Saj bhai.
या
But
या
I think we are human. We are not like Samay bhai. I mean, नाम में ही समय है तो he's very ambitious. So yeah, I mean we have to be practical. So maybe 5 hours is enough.
या समय भाई.
Are
आई
you back
फील
in 1 minute,
लाइक
Saj
ही इज
bhai?
जस्ट. या श्योर. King g1, by the way, Magnus plays, avoiding this knight d2, fork wale ideas. Now black has bishop e6 or b5. Actually, it feels like a really strange position to me to play as from the black side. If I was black, maybe like objectively, I would not go bishop e6. मैं bishop f7 जाऊंगा. I don't know why, it just feels safer, and then I would just try to castle, and that's it. और व्हाइट के नाइट यार, इसका कोई मतलब ना आप यहाँ जा सकते हो ना यहाँ पे ना यहाँ पे ना यहाँ पे. तो इट्स लाइक you're gonna really struggle to kind of develop this knight, and probably this is why Magnus is slightly worse. But on the bright side, Magnus के पास 5 minute extra है इस position में. So surely some concession is there, and he goes bishop e6. Wow, the best move in the position. Sindarov might be looking to make a comeback. Chat, if Magnus does not play knight f4, it's -1 for Sindarov. How could one improve chess memory at an adult age, and is memory linked with intuition in chess somehow? Memory improve करने के लिए I think you need to sort of do spaced repetition. Like I'm assuming you're talking about opening theory and endgame theory and all of that. But वो I think doesn't just apply to your to chess, it also applies to life, right? अगर आप एक चीज को बार बार रिपीट करते हो. I think मेरे कोच ने एक बार मुझे समझाया था कि अगर कोई एक ओपनिंग अगर आपको नहीं याद रहती तो रिपीट इट वंस, like on the first day, then do it again on the third day, do it again on the seventh day, and then like once you space it out enough, then एक टाइम ऐसा आएगा जब आपको रिपीट करने की जरूरत नहीं होगी. You will know exactly what you have to play. And about memory linked with intuition in chess, I would say so. I would say so. Like I think intuition is sort of a something that forms part of every aspect of a chess player. Time control यहाँ पे by the way आधा घंटा with 15 seconds increment. And if the match goes into a draw, so for example, इस match में Sindarov is on 0 and Magnus is on 1. If Sindarov wins this, जिसके chances actually हैं काफी high हैं, then they will play a 5-2 as their tiebreak matches. Meanwhile, while Magnus thinks, maybe let's take a look at Arjun, because वहां पे position काफी balanced है. यहाँ पर भी tiebreak के chances काफी ज्यादा है. Black has this sort of backward pawn on d5 and we have a nice outpost on d4. कभी ये knight उठ के यहाँ पे बैठ जाएगा तो it will be a legend. And also Arjun having about 5 extra minutes on the clock. That's definitely a bonus. I like Arjun's chances here. I think Arjun का game most likely tiebreak में नहीं जाएगा. What do you think, chat? क्या tiebreak पे जाएगा या नहीं? क्या हाल चाल? How is everyone? बढ़िया निशा जी. Doing amazing. Discussing the games, discussing life. आप कैसे हो? Hans responds with rook d8. d4 पे maybe थोड़ा pressure. At some point he can play d4. By the way, in critical moment, apparently यहाँ पे rook f1 खेलना जरूरी है अर्जुन को, because if you don't, then मेरे हिसाब से I think d4 आ रहा है. अगर आप रुक से मारते हो तो black just captures back. अगर आप queen से मारते हो तो queen takes f4 is hanging and rook f1 इस pawn को बचा रहा है ताकि d4 ना आ सके. And actually, if it, like after rook f1, black की best move is for some reason knight g8, which I'm guessing the point is knight g8 रख के आप e7 और c6 पे लाके वापस d4 खेलोगे. But this just feels too inhuman for me. साहिल भाई, I think आप कुछ बोल रहे हो तो you are muted.
Oh, I was muted. अरे भाई, inhuman से याद आया, परम मकसूदलू की 11th loss in a row incoming by. He's struggling again.
Oof.
What is
That is
happening,
sad.
bhai? Chat, 11 losses in a row incoming. I just can't believe this. Like, Param Maksudlu was strongest players in the world, almost qualified to the candidates. When he played Chennai GM, yeah, if he had won that event, if he had crossed a certain rating barrier, he would have qualified to the candidates. But he couldn't do it. He missed out. And now he's having 11 losses in a row. ये game hold कर पाएंगे कि नहीं, बहुत difficult है.
मुश्किल तो है भाई. c4 के बाद d takes c4. देख किंग कितना गंदा बैठा हुआ है g1 पे. But yeah, I think Parham definitely in trouble, and I think out of all of the 4 games, ये game most likely सबसे ज्यादा likely है कि tie break पे नहीं जाने वाला. Maybe we can switch back to Arjun's board, क्योंकि लोग कह रहे थे यहाँ पे in this position rook f1 is not a human move. I think it is. I think it is kind of human, क्योंकि आप जैसे मैंने आपको explain किया f4 के pawn को आपको बचाना है d4 के through. It is possible that he plays this. However, knight e2 भी काफी human है. But problem ये knight e2 में कि ब्लैक बिशप h5 खेल के इसको पिन कर सकता है, एंड मुझे बिठाना है नाइट अपना d4 पे, और अगर आपने बिशप h5 खेल के इसको मार दिया, then I can never control d4. So maybe that's why I think rook f1 has a better chance, or to be played.
True. By the way, time situation, I think 13 versus 9. The good news is Arjun again ahead on the clock. That will be beneficial in the final moments. But can he create some pressure? Saj bhai, Arjun का best plan क्या लग रहा है यहाँ पे? Do we wanna put the knight on d4 somehow? Is that a potential plan?
Yeah. That's what I was just talking about. That knight e2 is a possibility in this position. But I think Arjun को लगेगा कि knight e2 के बाद bishop h5 है. And like ये bishop takes e2 मार के I can sort of consolidate the position and after knight d.
Like knight f5 and then knight d4.
Muy interesante. By the way, knight f5 is actually a blunder. I'm not
Why
even
am I
sure
not
why,
surprised?
because I'm actually looking at this and it still doesn't make sense to me why it's a blunder, but apparently it is. Like, I'll show you. The idea is knight h5 attacking f4. आपने खेला g3, and then for some reason you don't play bishop e6, but you play bishop g8. If you go knight d4, then g5.
Oh,
Baap re. But bishop g8 is crazy, no?
That is insane.
Mistake by Arjun. Big mistake by Arjun. Rook d4. And now Hans has just one move in the position, knight g8. He plays the wrong piece to g8. Bhai, he goes bishop g8 and Arjun is back.
भाई ये मिस्टेक्स पे ही दुनिया चल रही है, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. Both players making mistakes and now I think again Arjun has a bind. Basically ये rook d4 से हटाना बहुत मुश्किल है अब. So maybe Arjun gets some time to consolidate a little bit, yeah. And again, as you mentioned, the pawn on d5 still a potential weakness.
That's for sure. But यहाँ पे रुक नहीं बिठाना था, मुझे नाइट बिठाना था. That's what I like
Hmm.
more.
Agreed.
But I
That
think
would have
so
been
far,
ideal.
I think he has a really nice position, like strategically speaking, very very nice. चैट में कोई लिख रहा है सहज भाई ने हर्षित भाई की हैबिट्स कब उठा ली भाई? कौन
अरे वो
सी हैबिट्स?
डिफरेंट लैंग्वेजेस बोलने की, लाइक कभी इंस्टेड ऑफ गुड गेम यू से बॉर्न एपेटीट, एंड इंस्टेड ऑफ समथिंग
वो
लाइक दैट,
हर्षित
या
करता है ये? हर्षित
करता है ना,
करता है?
स्पेनिश बोलता है ना, स्पेनिश बोलता है ना वो।
हर्षित तो स्पैनिश में बात करता है, मुझे स्पैनिश थोड़ी आती है. मैं तो
अब
हंगेरियन सीख रहा हूँ भाई. हंगेरियन में अभी मुझे, अभी आई नो हाउ टू से गुड, इट्स यो, बट आई डोंट नो लाइक
सो
हाउ टू से लाइक इंटरेस्टिंग येट.
सो बेसिकली जब हनी सिंह कहता है यो यो हनी सिंह, तो वो मतलब वो रिव्यू दे रहा होता है, मतलब बेसिकली गुड.
हाँ, लाइक योल इज लाइक गुड, या यो.
गॉट इट. बॉर्न एपेटीट खाने से पहले बोलते यार, ये देखो, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मत झाड़ो यार, इट्स अबाउट द फीलिंग, नॉट अबाउट द एक्चुअल वर्ड्स. बाय द वे, क्वीन ई3 प्लेड बेस्ट मूव. Maybe activating the queen a little bit, like getting out of the F file. Yeah, I think that's the main idea. रुक से दूर थोड़ा हट गए हम लोग.
क्वीन ई3 बढ़िया मूव, आई थिंक एक्सरे से हट गए आप, यू आर राइट. एक्चुअली क्वीन डी2 सोच रहा था मैं, बट मे बी यू हैव दिस जी5 आइडियाज, एंड इसकी वजह से, क्योंकि जी3 का नाइट
Hmm.
अभी थोड़ा लूज है, इसलिए उसने क्वीन
Hmm.
ई3 पे रख दी कि भाई सब कंट्रोल्ड है. एंड नाउ आई बिलीव अर्जुन हैज अ सॉलिड चांस.
Hmm. Chat. Just time बस नीचे आता रहे. You basically need the same situation with 4 versus 1 minute, and that would really raise his chances. By the way, b5 played. Um, does feel like a logical move, especially because c5 square weak nahi hai. You always have b6 to control it. But again, it doesn't really do anything, right? So as well, like, it's just a move.
कितने सारे पॉइंट्स लाइट स्क्वायर पे उन्होंने फिक्स कर दिए. लिख रहा है चैट में, इतनी हंगेरियन तो मुझे आती है भाई. अब हंगेरियन की स्पेलिंग तो लिख लो पहले ढंग से. रुक डी वन ई प्लेस अर्जुन, थिंक फोकसिंग ऑन द डी फाइल, बैकवर्ड पॉन पे नजर. मे बी नाइट को डी4 की जगह नाइट ई3 पे रखना चाहता है वो.
Hmm. I think e3 is a good square also, actually. Not so bad.
ओ,
Okay,
मैग्नस वन
now.
अपेरेंटली कोई कह रहा है.
No, 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 no,
नहीं
not
नहीं, क्या
yet.
बात कर रहे हो यार,
He's
ऐसे
worse.
डराओ मत यार.
Magnus is worse right now, chat. Words you will only hear once in a blue moon.
हम्म.
Okay, now Arjun. भाई उसकी आंखें मूव ही नहीं हो रही है भाई, लग ही नहीं रहा उसकी आंखें मूव हो रही है. It looks, now I can see it, like calculating. But it is very interesting to see, like, आंखों से can you track where the eyes are looking? Yeah, but nice idea. Meanwhile,
क्यों कर रहे हैं भाई ये? टू
अभी
इन्वेसिव नो.
कहाँ ट्रैक, अभी कहाँ लगा था अर्जुन? That will be interesting to see
अपेरेंटली
as well.
कोई था ये, लाइक कोई एक यूनिवर्सिटी स्टडी हो रही है इस पे. Like I remember
बढ़िया.
one of my friends did it. Like they give you like a bunch of like puzzles and they track your eye movement कि आपकी नजर कहाँ जाती है. And they're testing like 1800 के player, 2000 के player, grandmasters and so on and so on and so on. Just to
अगर
do some
टीनेजर को
research
टेस्ट
here.
करोगे तो आंखें कहाँ जाएंगी? आई रियली वांट टू से. सो होपफुली थोड़ा एडल्ट्स पे ट्राई किया होगा. मीनवाइल,
Wow.
अर्जुन still thinking.
Rook D1 खेला. And yeah, no, Arjun, no, it's Hans who is thinking. Arjun just played Rook
Yeah,
D1 and
sorry.
6 minutes
But
for
you know,
Hans.
I agree. The queen is still not a good blockader. Yeah, I feel like knight होना चाहिए वहाँ पे d4 या e3 पे. So I do want to move the queen again. I don't like the queen long term on e3. Also, how are you putting more pressure on the pawn on d5? Like, we need to attack it again. Maybe attack b5 somehow. I'm thinking like, okay, I can't even play queen e2 because f4 is hanging. So advance करना
Hmm.
इतना आसान नहीं है maybe.
Yeah, I think that's correct. ये वैसी पोजीशन है जैसे, हाँ, पिछले गेम में हांस वाज लाइक कंप्लीटली क्रूजिंग एंड अर्जुन ने वो नाइट सैक किया था. वैसा ही लग रहा है अब अर्जुन, ओनली अर्जुन कैन इम्प्रूव अनलेस हांस फाइंड्स अ वे टू लाइक सैक समथिंग एंड क्रिएट सम chaos ऑन द बोर्ड.
Hmm.
बट आई थिंक अर्जुन ये गेम जीत सकता है. आई रियली डाउट इफ दिस गेम इज गोइंग इनटू टाई ब्रेक्स बाय द वे.
I have to agree with you. I think Arjun looking great, but he was same situation again, yeah. As the World Cup, जहाँ पे he was playing the second game, was better, but can he find the finishing blow is the question. By the way, hands dipping to below 5 minutes now. So he's also feeling the pressure. And जो भी हारेगा, he's gonna join Param Maksudlu in the battle for last place. Yeah, so that's not a battle you wanna play on the finals of the tournament. So
हम्म।
कोई भी
और वो भी
हारना
यार
नहीं
आई
चाहता.
थिंक ज्यादा ज्यादा प्रेशर तो अर्जुन पे होगा ना भाई। उसके 0 आउट ऑफ 12 है, अगर उसने अर्जुन को हरा
हाँ
दिया तो तो
हाँ, and
ज्यादा
then Arjun
प्रेशर
is
तो
last.
अर्जुन,
Yeah,
भाई अर्जुन पे ज्यादा प्रेशर रहेगा इसमें आई थिंक,
exactly.
कि
So
भाई इससे तो नहीं हार सकता मैं।
exactly, you don't want to
लाइक
lose. You don't want to lose this game at all. And Param is actually still losing. So I think
बट
Arjun
परहम के लिए
is.
कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है ना, वो तो लाइक उसका टूर्नामेंट खराब जा रहा है, लाइक इवन इफ ही लाइक wins against Arjun for example, like I think he would still be quite happy that he at least finished off strong.
True, true, true.
By the way, taking a look at Magnus's board just now, Magnus in slight trouble here. He goes Rook H4 as his final move, maybe setting up Rook G4 and कुछ G7 के pawn पे pressure. And position थोड़ी खराब है I think Magnus की, but time 6 minutes ज़्यादा. That looks quite
And
promising for me.
and the best move for black is the very interesting castles. And after Rook G4, just F5 and goodbye, bhai. Game over. So castle करना है black को
Oof.
यहाँ पे.
भाई कैसल के बाद तो अच्छा किंग, सॉरी किंग G8 खेल दिया मैंने गलती से, फोर्स ऑफ हैबिट, Rook
Yeah, so
G4
I
and then
think
you play F5.
castle
Yeah.
is a tricky move. It will just really put the pressure back on Magnus. आपने Rook H4 खेला है and now you can't really come to G4 at all. So I think Sindarov has a golden opportunity to equalize matters. बस clock का डर है. उनके पास 3 मिनट, मैं उसके पास 10 मिनट.
बट यार सिंडारोव आई थिंक टाइम प्रेशर बहुत अच्छे से हैंडल करता है, like we also saw it in the finals in the World Cup against Wei. I think he was doing so
He
well.
castled. He
Yeah, yeah,
castled.
yeah. Crazy.
He
But
and
by
you
the way,
see him, yeah, he's
also
pumped
he's a
up.
pawn up. He's a pawn up, right? Oh, Rook
Oh,
G4
what?
blunder.
What? Oh my God! Magnus Carlsen has blundered the game.
I
Wait, does he
think
have an idea
maybe,
after F5?
yeah,
What
yeah.
are
I
you
think the
this?
idea, I think the idea is to just go Rook G5 and to just sack this, and at least आप dark squares पे खेल रहे हो. This is not lost,
Ah,
yeah, not lost,
ah.
lost.
Got it, got it. I think that's practically not a bad idea. To be honest, even in the initial position, he was lost. So to kind of change the character of the position, yeah, very, very natural to confuse matters.
F5 Rook G5 Bishop G5 played. Yeah, मैं आपको बोल रहा था. He's playing super fast.
But
I think he's trying to get Sindarov on time, which is the point here. Sahil bhai, पांच Maggies. Maggie does not lose this.
no, my first question is कि why not take with the queen on G5 and put the bishop on E5?
बात तो एक ही है ना, क्वीन E5 पे भी रख सकते हैं आप, H6 खेल सकते हो. It's just about
True.
controlling the dark squares. Doesn't matter how you
So
do it.
you wanna bet 5 Maggies कि Magnus will not lose this. Yeah, you're saying he will not
Yeah,
lose this. He will at least draw.
yeah.
ठीक
मैं
है,
कह रहा हूँ
डन.
वो
तो
हारेगा नहीं.
20
हाँ,
24 थी, 19 या फिर 29. I am in.
डन भाई डन. Bishop E2
Done.
played. Let's go Maggie.
Let's
अब
go.
मैगी ही मैगी जिताएगा भाई.
भाई मैग्नस भाई, यूजुअली आप हारते नहीं हो, बट आज हार जाओगे तो किसी का पेट भरेगा भाई. तो थोड़ा सा भाई, थोड़ा सा कर लेना कॉम्प्रोमाइज.
Defends H5 by the way. I think he's holding H6 for the right moment. Sindarov के पास 2 minute. Uh, tough situation. He goes Rook A7. Now Bishop F4 is possible to go Bishop E5.
Come on, come on. By the way, Sindarov
भाई no
needs
chance
to
he
play.
loses this. यार क्या बात कर रहे हो? Double or nothing भी के लिए भी ready हूँ मैं. I'm that
नहीं नहीं,
confident.
डबल ना था इतना, मैं ये नहीं खेलता भाई.
I am
फाइव
so
मैगीज इज माय
confident.
मैक्स.
I am so confident that Magnus is not going to lose this.
साज भाई, आप उतने कॉन्फिडेंट थे यार. अरे एक बेट लगाने वाले थे हम लोग, कुछ 10 मैगी हार जाते हैं एक ही बेट में.
कौन? अरे वो उसके बाद कितने भाई, इतना सब कुछ सही प्रोडिक्ट भी किया था वर्ल्ड कप में.
वो तो
वो
है,
नहीं याद आपको?
वो तो है.
इतना सब कुछ है वो, मैं बोलूंगा नहीं क्या क्या सही प्रोडिक्ट किया था, बट वो मैं कैंसिल हो जाऊंगा. बट लेकिन क्या क्या प्रोडिक्ट किया था भाई.
ये बात तो है. बाय द वे, वन लुक एट द अर्जुन गेम, अपेरेंटली ही इज मच बेटर नाउ. +0.8. धीरे धीरे करके उन्होंने सारे पीस एक्टिवेट कर दिए. द नाइट एक्चुअली स्विच टू द क्वीन साइड टू C3, अ ब्यूटीफुल स्क्वायर जहां पे वो D5 अटैक कर रहा है, B5 अटैक कर रहा है, एंड आल्सो ब्लॉक्स द C5. सो कहीं ना कहीं पे
Yeah, at the right moment, just capture on D5 and just go into the end game and let's go.
या,
Let's have it out, bhai.
लेट्स गो, कम ऑन. बाय द वे, द बेस्ट मूव हियर इज Rook 4 D3, just offering the queen trade.
Wow, that looks scary. Queen takes, देखकर दिखा देते हैं. Rook here, Queen takes, Rook takes, एंड ये पॉन तो गए हो,
Yeah.
आप नाइट H5 खेल के आओगे तो मैं G3 करके बचा लूंगा। डार्क स्क्वायर्स में मैं कितना सेफ हूँ, राइट?
Bilkul. And the thing is, there is no weakness. F4 is the only weakness that you can attack. And G3 के बाद you're just left hanging. Yeah, okay, अब मेरा next move क्या है? Chat, by the way,
ओ या
almost 400 लोग देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream. Let's get in more people because Arjun is also fighting in, to qualify and fight for the fifth place. Hans Niemann से मैच है उनका भाई. Hans Niemann, काफी कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए जाने गए थे. वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर, कह के लेने वालों में से प्लेयर है. बोला करूंगा और कर दिया भाई. टॉप प्लेयर बन चुके हैं. बट कैन अर्जुन क्रश हैंस नीमन्स होप्स हियर? बाय द वे, क्वीन E2 रुक को पिन छोड़ दिया उन्होंने.
इंटरेस्टिंग। तो उनको
आई
क्वीन
थिंक
ट्रेड
नाइट
नहीं
H5
करना,
रुक रहे
ही
हैं
इज
वो.
भाई इज लुकिंग एट द B5 पॉन, फ्री का पॉन दो।
हाँ, प्यादे का लालच बाबू भैया, प्यादे का लालच.
बाय द वे मैग्नस इज नाउ मच वर्स देन द प्रीवियस पोजीशन। एक बार फिर से नजर मारते हैं, H6 खेला उसने एंड लुक एट दिस, ब्लैक हैज टू फाइंड रुक F6 इन दिस पोजीशन।
निकाल
साहिल
ले
भाई,
सिंदारोव.
इज दिस फाइंडेबल और नो?
कम ऑन
रियलिस्टिकली,
सिंदारोव. लेट्स गो, ही विल फाइंड इट.
रियलिस्टिकली
कम ऑन, कम ऑन
रियलिस्टिकली
भाई.
बताओ।
भाई 5 मैगी लगाई है भाई अब तो. यू हैव टू गो ऑल इन. यार कम ऑन, रुक एफ 6 सिंदारोव. ही इज सो एक्साइटेड. बाय द वे, लुक एट हिम. ही इज लिटरली jumping in his chair. He knows he's about to win. Come on, rook f6.
I don't think he knows he's about to. By rook f6 में bishop g5 है मेरे पास, and then bishop h5 is there. Like let's show it to the chat. Rook f6, bishop g5, rook g6, bishop h5 है.
I just take on h6, yeah.
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah, but you lose the exchange and I don't know. ये भाई 1.5 मिनट है उसके पास.
अरे सिंधारो भाई, come on. You can pull this off. The
Chat,
world doesn't expect you to do
chat,
this, but you can.
give me, chat, give me your wild like prediction here. Draw मत बोलना यार. क्या मतलब क्या लग रहा है? Do you think Magnus loses this or no? Yes or no? जल्दी जल्दी बताओ.
Thank you, Aditya bhai.
Magnus अगर loses then yes. Magnus doesn't lose then no.
Oh, played! He finds rook f6. Man is a
Oh.
beast. By normal circumstances mein, Saj bhai, I would say you don't find it, but just form mein Sindarov hai, he is gonna find everything. And rook f6 just kind of plays the first engine's preference. And rook g6 जब कह रहे थे, for example, bishop g5, I think was the idea, right? The plan you're mentioning.
Oh yes. By the way, he took 3 minutes for that move. And he has 1.5 minutes left though. So there's still some problems here and there. And Magnus यहाँ पे Bishop G5 अभी भी खेल सकता है, which looks a bit scary to me.
Yeah, definitely a strong option because bishop g5 के बाद, I think you apparently have to find a move like f4 or queen g6, which is not easy.
भाई बहुत सारे लोग कह रहे हैं Magnus will lose. अब तो मेरे को भी डर लग रहा है भाई चैट को देख के. चैट ऐसे
भाई
मत करो यार.
कई लोग विन भी लिख रहे हैं भाई.
यार विन तो थोड़ा अनरियलिस्टिक हो गया. वो तो
By the
अनीशा
way,
जी लिख
Arjun की
सकती
गेम
है.
में huge update. I think the e pawn has been pushed by Hans Niemann. कह रहे हैं तुम्हें b5 pawn चाहिए तो ले लो, but मैं अपना e pawn push करना चालू कर दूंगा and I'm going to try and make a new queen.
तो क्वीन टेक्स b5 के बाद अब क्वीन टेक्स b5 तो मारोगे नहीं, राइट? क्योंकि e2 पे मेरे पास रुकी वन है हमेशा. लेट्स से जस्ट शो इट टू द चैट. टेक्स e2 आया तो मेरे पास जस्ट रुकी वन है एंड इट लुक्स स्कैरी, बट ओके आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते. अगर नाइट c3 आके मैं इसको जस्ट सीधा मार दूंगा. डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे व्हाइट इज स्टिल डोमिनेटिंग, बट आफ्टर e3 क्वीन टेक्स b5 मे बी, जस्ट मे बी, ब्लैक को क्वीन स्ट्रेट नहीं करनी चाहिए. मे बी ब्लैक शुड प्ले क्वीन d6 और क्वीन c7 और समथिंग लाइक दैट एंड कीप द गेम रनिंग. बिकॉज़ क्वीन इज द ओनली पीस राइट नाउ दैट इज कंट्रोलिंग द डार्क स्क्वायर्स. He goes queen b5.
सहज भाई, जितना मेरा फ्यूचर डार्क, जितना मेरा पास्ट डार्क है, उतना तो मतलब मेरा माय पास्ट इज आल्सो कंट्रोलिंग द डार्क स्क्वायर्स, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग. क्वीन b5 ऑन द बोर्ड. Queen b5 you would never consider, yeah? Queen takes b5, knight takes b5, not an option.
Not in a million years would I consider that, because it looks horrible and I feel dark squares पे Hans will just be cooked. So he's gonna try to keep the queens, queen c7 या queen d6 to put pressure on the f4 pawn. Maybe knight h5 ideas incoming as well. He has to generate an attack and fast. By the way, switching back to Magnus's board,
yeah,
because look at this. Bishop g5 played.
and he goes rook f8 back.
Ooh.
But he can't repeat, right? Sindarov can't repeat.
Would you like to draw?
No, brother.
Like
I don't draw games. I just kill them. I wanna win every single game I play.
तबलास por qué?
भाई तबला वबला नहीं बजाते हम, शादी में बहुत बजाए रहे. अब हमें गेम जीतने का है.
Crazy. अरे हाँ, अगर वो डबल स्क्रीन वाला हो तो चैट में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं डबल, अगर वो डबल
Oh,
गेम वाला हो तो
yeah.
दिखा दो यार, अर्जुन एंड
Oh,
क्रेजी।
yes. Perfect.
समय
And
भाई
he traded on
ओपी भाई।
B5. Let's go.
ओ वाओ, आई वुड नॉट हैव कंसिडर्ड दिस फ्रॉम हांस यार, दैट्स वेरी सरप्राइजिंग। हांस के पास कितना टाइम है? ही हैज 1 minute ऑन द क्लॉक। दैट लुक्स स्केरी भाई। I don't
भाई
like this for Hans at all. I think Arjun
अभी
is
के
about
लिए
to win. And
स...
Magnus offering the draw. Tablas.
नहीं नहीं भाई, सिंदारोव मेरी शादी में आया था तो उसने बहुत तबला बजाया वहां पे, अभी और तबला वाला नहीं बजाएगा। और आई थिंक ही इज गोना प्ले फॉर अ विन, ही हैज टू प्ले फॉर अ विन राइट, बिकॉज ही लॉस्ट द फर्स्ट गेम।
हाँ हाँ, साहिल भाई with no bias here.
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई एम जस्ट स्पीकिंग फैक्ट्स।
हाँ हाँ, facts. 12 सेकंड पड़े उसके बाद facts.
कम
पड़े
ऑन 10
आपके
सेकंड,
facts.
सिंदारोव लेट्स गो। रुक एफ6 बैक। भाई
भाई
कुछ भी खेल दो,
गए
क्वीन जी6 खेल दो
गए।
भाई, ऑन ही प्लेस क्वीन जी6।
नाइस,
स्लाइड।
रिफ्यूजिंग द ड्रॉ ऑफर, स्लाइट इनएक्यूरेसी। अब क्वीन ट्रेड नहीं करेंगे मैगी
बिशप
जी,
एच5 आया
लूज
भाई,
क्वीन एच3।
बिशप एच5 एंड बिशप ई5, आई डोंट नो, समथिंग क्रेजी कुड हैपन हियर।
भाई ये कौन, जो लोग कह रहे थे चैट में मैग्नस विंस, भाई यू माइट बी ऑन टू समथिंग। आई एम नॉट किडिंग, यू माइट बी ऑन टू समथिंग चैट।
भाई ती वेट व्हाट, दैट्स अ मिस्टेक, दैट्स 100% मिस्टेक, आई कांट इमेजिन दैट। अरे यार गलती हुई गवा, अरे यार, नो नो, मेरी
अति
मैगी।
अति सुंदरों।
अरे वाह 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 वाह। भाई ये क्या हो गया यार।
बिशप एच5 खेला, वो क्वीन एफ6, अब बिशप को ई5 पे भी लगा दो।
भाई रुकी वन ओनली मूव।
बोथ में बिशप ई5 इज आल्सो गुड।
बिशप ई5, क्वीन डी8 खेलना है, ओह वाओ। एंड नाउ एफ4 इज अ क्रूशियल मूव, नॉट अलाउइंग ब्लैक टू गो एफ4।
व्हाइट की चाल है, रुकी वन तो खेल लो।
But f4 also very strong actually for white, because then you cement the bishop forever on e5.
हम्म, रुकी वन, लेट्स गो।
It would be ironic if Sajwai wins a bet with the pawn to f4 move.
नहीं, F4 ऐसा अच्छी चाल है क्या व्हाइट के लिए?
Apparently it's very good. After f4, the best move for black is rook g7. Just giving it
वो
back.
तो निकाल लेगा ना, वो निकाल लेगा ना वो।
But कौन देगा rook g7 यार अपने आप में ही? Like you would think of other ways if there is one.
भाई आई अगर मेरे को आप चॉइस दे रहे हो ना रुक और बिशप में से, आई विल ग्लैडली गिव अप माय रुक फॉर दैट बिशप। बट अब
By the
अब
way,
अगर आप रुक जी7 खेलते हो, मेरे पास F3 है।
yeah, and f4 का idea वो भी था to prevent queen g5 ताकि queen g3 check is actually mate. And now by the way, f4 only move for black. He has to push that pawn.
मैगी मोड इज एक्टिवेटेड भाई, रुकी मैग्नस इज जस्ट प्लेइंग टॉप मूव आफ्टर टॉप मूव्स भाई,
अरे
देयर इज
यार
नो स्टॉपिंग हिम।
भाई, इतनी मेहनत से मैंने वो 24 मैगी बनाए थे यार, मतलब कम ऑन सिंदारोव, आई स्टिल हैव फेथ, यू कैन पुल दिस ऑफ।
5 सेकंड भाई, थोड़ा जल्दी
भाई
खेल लो
चलो,
फेस को आपका।
3-2 भाई।
रुक
ओ
जी
ही
7
ब्लंडर्स।
रुक जी 7, आई टोल्ड यू। F4 के बाद रुक जी 7 100% खेलता वो, and that would be bad for him. So now I think Magnus will take on G7 and we have tablas.
नहीं नहीं भाई, I still have faith. By the way, all the three games apart from Arjun, Black is slightly better now. So very interesting turn of events. Arjun on the right side, as you can see, has exchanged rooks. Now Black has two pass pawns on the e file. वो दोनों बस उड़ा दे एक बार, रूकी वन रूकी थ्री रूकी फोर, एंड ही इज जस्ट विनिंग द गेम।
Yeah, but F4 का pawn भी बचाना है अर्जुन को। That's the game on the right side chat. F4 का pawn is really important to save.
बट कैसे बचाओगे? देयर इज नो वे यार, बिकॉज़ 95 देयर इज रूक
No way,
d8।
Jose.
भाई हैंस बाय द वे हैज 15 seconds।
Ooh, that's crazy. I think Hans also might not survive this, yeah, because time is such a big factor here. Like Magnus के पास देखो 7 मिनट है, अर्जुन के पास almost 5 मिनट है. You can think in critical moments and you can outsmart your opponent. This is not the liberty that black players sort of have with such little time on the clock.
Yeah, Arjun, by the way, still in the driver's seat. By the way, a lot of trades in the Magnus game on the left. As you can see, bishops have been traded off. And now it does feel like a drawn position. Unfortunately, black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pawns. White has 1, 3, 4, 5, oh, 2 pawns down, yeah, though.
भाई क्या मैगी ये गेम जीत सकता है? Is my question.
Yeah, no chance, yeah. I mean, no chance.
भाई चांस तो है, देखो आपको पता तो है
भाई
कि
देखो
चांस
देखो
है।
देखो, मेरे पास रूक
सच सच
d6 है।
बोलना, सच सच बोलना, चांस है कि नहीं, सच बोलो।
Yeah, of course, chance hai, but I think like black is doing okay. Like now the question is, does black want to? If black doesn't want to push, he will draw comfortably. The question is, black want to push, right? Queen b3 is a way to push. So this gives Magnus also some chances, right? If black queen d7 खेल देता, there is no way white wins that game.
Well, of course, like हम टूर्नामेंट की सिचुएशन को कंसिडर करके जजमेंट दे रहे हैं, राइट?
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
So he does have a chance to win because Sindarov might overpush because considering that he was winning before and Sindarov को पता था कि उसकी पोजीशन winning है.
And also, when you're playing this position, you feel like I should be objectively maybe tiny bit better. Yeah, like I'm the one pushing still because rook g6 है आपके पास. There's no deadly check instantly, so you feel like maybe okay, I should be doing okay here.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, हांस के पास 1 सेकंड क्यों है?
एक सेकंड पे चाल खेला होगा शायद.
भाई 5 वो तो टाइम होगा ना, 11 होंगे फिर तो.
शायद वो क्लॉक दबाने के बाद मिलता होगा या खतरों के खिलाड़ी है हैंस नीमन में भी.
खतरों के खिलाड़ी. अच्छा.
हाँ नहीं,
ही प्लेज
ज्यादा
वेरी
टाइम था
क्विकली
उसके
रुक
पास.
c8. अभी मैगी भी सोच रहा है, देखो 6 मिनट. अर्जुन ऑल्सो हैज लाइक अराउंड 4 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक. दे कैन आउट स्मार्ट वेरी इजीली.
कोई कह रहा है अर्जुन वन. भाई अभी अर्जुन खेल रहा है. भाई मैग्नस का बताओ भाई क्या रहा. अर्जुन का तो क्या ही करना है. आई जस्ट वांट मैग्नस हैंड्स फ्रॉम टूर्नामेंट डिसअपॉइंटेड. वो हुआ था भाई एंड मैग्नस डिड विन इन द रैपिड सेक्शन 10 प्लस 5
भाई
सेक्शन.
इफ मैगी विंस सैज डजंट गेट एनी मैगी. भाई ये कैसा रूल है? मैंने तो कहा कि मैग्नस हारेगा नहीं. अगर मैगी जीतता है मेरे को टेक्निकली डबल मिलनी चाहिए. लाइक कम ऑन, लॉस्ट पोजीशन में मैंने बोला ये.
ओके बाय द वे रुक
क्यों साहिल भाई?
d8.
क्यों
नहीं
साहिल भाई?
डबल तो नहीं भाई, इतना भी दो रिजल्ट दिए थे ना भाई, तो इट कैन बी डबल because it was two
हाँ
results, so
हाँ
it will be equal. By the way, rook d8 played. Now, do you take the e3 pawn?
हाँ. यस, व्हाई नॉट? At least we are a pawn up. Let's take it.
Knight
Knight f4.
f4.
Hans
Rook d2
immediately
incoming.
takes. Rook
Rook
f1 आ
d2
जाए.
incoming.
तो rook
Rook
d1,
f.
rook d1.
I like rook d1 actually a lot. Nice move.
Chat, by the way, this is completely engine-less commentary for you, yeah? Like मैं कुछ भी
हाँ.
lines नहीं देख रहा हूँ यहाँ पे. मैं पूरा एकदम rook d1 interesting लग रहा है. Rook takes and knight takes, and okay, you're a pawn up in a knight pawn endgame, but I'm assuming black is not going to trade rooks. Knight d3, for example, it looks
Oh,
interesting.
knight f5. He goes for the offensive. And by the rook g6 on the left board. So activating the rook, not. But I think the question is, why can't white just take the c6 pawn?
क्या हंस का टाइम गया क्या?
नहीं नहीं, no chance.
घड़ी दबाना भूल गया वो लगता है.
I mean, भाई जीरो ही दिख रहा है मुझे क्लॉक एक्चुअली. आई डोंट नो इफ ही फॉरगॉट. देयर इज
Exactly.
नो वे.
24-25 seconds.
Because he's still thinking. Does he have enough time to think in this position?
एक बार देख सकते हैं समय भाई.
Okay, no, he
uh,
has time. He has time. He has time.
I
He has
don't
time.
think we have
Oh,
that
blunder. Wait,
scene.
what? That's a big blunder by hands.
So Arjun winning. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, wait, what?
I mean, not a big blunder यार. g5 के
Wait,
बाद rook
what?
g2 भी तो है भाई. rook g2 भी तो है भाई.
Oh, it was not a blunder. It's close to equal now, Sahaj. अरे
Tie
यार.
breaks.
Yeah, I don't want to see tie breaks. I want to see a win. You know, this is the thing, right? Arjun struggling to finish off the game.
हाँ भाई, but I think समय भाई को एकदम tie breaks देखने आज. उन्होंने बोला था मुझे. So I think let's honor it, yeah. क्या हुआ साहिल भाई? You don't look.
नहीं नहीं, see, we would love to see tie breaks, but Arjun जीतना चाहिए भाई. I don't want to see Arjun lose and play for 8th place. That's my only
हाँ.
emotion right now. कि second last place के लिए
Okay.
fight कर रहे हैं. I'm hoping Arjun will fight for 5th place.
G5, come on, let's make some moves. Maggie तब से सोचते हुए over 2 minutes of thought.
Okay, we can see Sindarov shaking his chair. He's very excited still. I think he still has hopes of winning this. By the way, Queen f3, very interesting move because it controls the d1 square as well. So Black Queen का game में आने का आसान नहीं है उनके लिए. There's no Queen d1, Queen h5, for example. You can, and if you
Good
pick up the
point.
a3 pawn, right, the most obvious move, which he did, now is a critical moment because Black has grabbed another pawn. So does White take on c6 with the Queen now?
क्वीन से मारे रुक से. अच्छा, रुक से मारेंगे तो क्वीन वापस आ जाएगी, राइट? तो क्वीन से ही c6 मारो फिर. Then you can give a bunch of checks. What do you say?
Yeah, I think once the white queen checks on d7 on the seventh rank, I think it's going to be at least a draw for white. At least, if
और
not a
रुक सी
wins.
सिक्स, रुक सी सिक्स भी ठीक है, आई फील लाइक दोनों ही ठीक होंगे यहाँ पे.
Rook
Actually, no,
c6 is
rook
a
c6
slight
is the
error.
mistake. It's a
Yeah,
mistake actually. Yeah, queen c6 is the move. Actually, the best move is queen e3. छोड़ the pawn को and queen e5 check and you are
okay,
just
that's tough.
better.
That's tough. That's tough,
भाई
even for
मैग्नेस
Magnus.
है वो.
Oh, he takes with the rook.
भाई
Oh my god, maybe there's another twist down the line, Sahaj. Maybe your Maggies are not as safe as we thought they would be.
कितने एक्साइट हो गए साहिल भाई, मैगी जीतते
Bhai,
जीतते. भाई
it's
मजा
just
तो
the
आ रहा
chess
है.
talking, Sahaj bhai. It's just the chess.
Yes. Okay, I think that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But 31 seconds. अभी भी लेकिन टाइम बहुत कम है यार सिंडारोव के पास.
भाई बट टाइम डिफरेंस पहले बहुत ज्यादा था, अब कम हो गया है. नाउ इट्स ओनली 2.5 minutes. इट वाज लाइक 7-8 minutes अर्लियर. एंड
बट समय बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है भाई, हर
भाई
चीज में.
समय भाई समय तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट समय को टाइब्रेक्स देखने
आप
हैं,
देखो,
बट समय.
आप देखो अगर समय ना होता तो ये स्ट्रीम ही ना होती. लाइक समय
भाई
कितना
सम
इंपॉर्टेंट है.
भाई समय बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आइंस्टाइन जी ने बताया था, रैना जी ने मुझे बताया था. बाय द वे, G3 only move for Magnus. Everything else is resigns. Only move G3.
नो मैगी, नो मैगी, ब्लंडर नहीं करना.
मैगी
G3 तो
मैगी
निकाल ही
मैगी.
ले.
लेट्स गो. एक मैगी जाएगी तो चार पांच मिलेगी. वही वही है.
ये
लेट्स गो.
कैसा रूल है, ये कैसा रूल है.
कम ऑन मैग्नस, गलती कर दो.
नहीं नहीं भाई.
अरे फाइंड्स
G3,
इट. ब्यूटीफुल मूव.
नेवर डाउट द गोट.
एंड
G3
नाउ ओ
क्वीन
इट्स
e1.
इक्वल नाउ.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, हमेशा से इक्वल थी यार, जस्ट वी जस्ट डिडंट नो इट.
By the
तो
way,
कुछ भी खेल
chat,
सकता है.
do like the stream. Let's get to 300 likes if possible. जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, I think the next year in the chess calendar is so packed. You could just go to Chess24 India or Chesscom India, open up a stream and you'll see something live. क्योंकि Indian players crush करने वाले हैं. It's going to be fantastic. ये खत्म होते ही GCL, खत्म होते ही World Rapid Blitz, खत्म होते ही India. By the way, 0 seconds. What? I think there's some error there. Most likely, Hans still fighting it out. Has 10 seconds
या
actually.
आई फील हांस के उधर में कुछ टीजीटी का प्रॉब्लम है. या
Yeah,
आई
he
डोंट
has.
थिंक इट इज
The
करेक्ट.
time is kind of oscillating. Yeah, between 50 seconds he has no issues. Very
या
comfortable. Okay, Arjun is still pushing. By the way, Maksutlu is no longer losing and is okay. Not let's not switch, but he's at least equal.
तो
Levon
अगर
is the
परहम ने
only one
ड्रॉ
who's
करा लिया तो
हाँ.
परहम की वो स्ट्रीक टूट जाएगी. अगर गलती से कल उसको अर्जुन से लग गया तो दैट कुड बी अ वेरी सैड डे.
I
आई
agree.
एम जस्ट सेइंग,
Oh
आई एम जस्ट
wow,
पुटिंग इट
what a
आउट देयर
scene!
भाई.
All
ओह
the four
लवली.
games.
थैंक यू समय भाई. क्या आई मीन दिस इज सच अ ब्यूटीफुल सीन.
क्या
अरे इसमें तो
crazy scenes
टाइमर भी
चल रहे
दिख
हैं
रहा है, लाइक
साज
हाउ
भाई.
मच we can also see how much time each player is taking. Samir, this is amazing. Thank you so much.
By the way, Queen E4 played by Sindarov, who's still slightly better apparently. I know it's a rook end game, very likely going to happen in a move or so. I still sense some chances with that A pawn ready to run.
Oh yes. If we go queen takes e4, then क्या हम safe हैं? Queen takes e4 तो मारना ही पड़ेगा ना इधर. What else are you going to do if you don't go queen
अरे
e4?
हमारी शक्लें आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम.
Yo, what's up chat?
2 घंटे हो गई खुद की शक्ल देखे हुए. बट नाइस टू सी माय ओन फेस एंड योर फेस ताज भाई. एंड मीनवाइल Magnus G also down to Magnus has less time than Sindarov by the way.
Magnus also doesn't
Ooh.
look very happy.
भाई वो चूल्हा जला दूं क्या साहज भाई? 5 मैगी जो पकानी है.
अब थोड़ा डर लग रहा है, not gonna lie, because Magnus also looks a bit unhappy. I think queen takes e4 के बाद he just hasn't figured out how it is a draw, but it is a draw for sure. Like we can see it on our screens that it is a draw,
Oh,
but
he
any
doesn't
other
look
move is
happy.
not.
He doesn't
Yeah,
look happy
he
at
has to
all.
play fast though. Play fast, play fast, play fast. 18 seconds for Magnus. Why 18 seconds for Magnus? That's a sentence I thought I would never say.
Oh,
Ruxi said,
blunders!
"Blunder."
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, it was expected, Sahaj, right? Because once you can't see how Queen E4 draws, you give the check and gain time on the clock. King F6 now, only move for Sindarov, who picks up another queen, I think, in his hand. I don't know, kuch to pick up kiya unhone. King F6, and I mean, the result is in for Sindarov. Let's go.
could be possible, could be possible. साहिल
So
भाई इतने
excited.
खुश लग रहे हैं, इतने खुश लग रहे हैं, for
भाई,
no
I
apparent
met
reason.
Sindarov after the World Cup. I asked him a question, आंसर बढ़िया दिया उन्होंने, तो तब से मैं फैन हो गया, और कुछ नहीं है भाई. बाकी तो बोनस है भाई, बस आज भाई.
सही कह रहे हो भाई. King F6 played. Wow. Now it's just blitz, yeah? Just pure blitz. अरे ये तो हार गया भाई, ये तो डेड लॉस्ट है. Queen takes
Oh,
C4, rook
now
takes C4.
it has to be a worse version, right? D6, just rook E2, rook D2. I control your D pawn, and then I start pushing my pawns, and you have no defense.
Played.
Wow.
He plays it. King G2 आता है and then rook to D2 played as well. Sindarov is about to take Maggie down.
King E5, F4, King E4, yeah?
F4
Maybe just...
F4 pinned है भाई.
अच्छा, right, right. फिर तो खत्म हो गया ना, King E5 resigns.
हाँ, I think King E5 more or less resigns in this position, and he has more than enough time as well. That means we are heading off into tie breaks, and मेरी Maggie
Saj bhai,
जाते हुए.
how does it feel to be down 29 Maggies now?
ठीक है भाई, अब गोट पे लगाया एंड गोट भी हो गया, तो फिर तो ठीक है, दिन ही खराब है
गोट,
भाई.
अरे भाई सहज भाई, दुख हो रहा है भाई आपके लिए यार. गोट ने दी चोट.
अरे
ओहो, ओहो, हार्ड.
वो F4 चेक चाल देख रहे हो भाई, F4 चेक, किंग D5 पे रुक टेक्स B5, मे बी
Still
सम
not over.
होप.
Yeah, still not over actually. King C, oh,
मोटी
King
मोटी.
C6 only move. Oh, that's not easy. King
हाँ,
C4 feels so
क्योंकि
natural.
भाई
अच्छा हाँ,
भाई
पॉन मर
क्योंकि
रहा है
रुक
यार.
B4 रुक A4
पॉन
मर
मर
रहा
रहा
है
है,
ना, तो
पॉन
किंग
मर रहा है, पॉन मर
C6
रहा है.
इज
राइट, राइट,
लॉजिकल.
राइट. ओके, obvious choice, obvious choice. Rook A5, rook D2 check, and then rook A2. Yeah, I think you hold on to the pawn.
मे बी मैगी कैन पोज सम ट्रिक्स हियर, होपफुली.
No, for sure. I think he does have a pass C pawn. The problem is it's just not really a real threat. Um,
हाँ, he plays
maybe
C4,
king.
that's a blunder.
Oh, king E3, king D4, rook A6 is his plan, but I still don't see how you create any chance. You can't give a check because black king walks up to C5.
Yeah, I believe Arjun is about to draw and Magnus is about to lose. That means we have two tie breaks incoming.
कौन से दो? आई डोंट थिंक वी हैव टू टाई ब्रेक्स इनका. अच्छा, मैग्नस का भी होगा. राइट, राइट, राइट. मैग्नस एंड अर्जुन
मैग्नस का
बोथ
भी
के
टाई
टाई
ब्रेक
ब्रेक्स.
होगा, अर्जुन का भी टाई ब्रेक होगा.
या, या. सो looks like अर्जुन का तो ड्रॉ ही होगा.
आयल भाई अपना ना एड्रेस भेज देना, पनवेल
डन भाई,
वाला.
नया एड्रेस.
जरा फटाफट कुछ ब्लिंकिट करता हूँ फॉर अनरिलेटेड रीजन.
यहाँ ब्लिंकिट आता नहीं
ब्लिंकिट
है
चलता है.
भाई.
अबे यार ये कैसा सीन है भाई.
बट डीमार्ट आता है भाई, डीमार्ट आता है. सो
ठीक है चलो डीमार्ट कर दूंगा, आप भी क्या याद रखोगे.
कम ऑन,
See,
लेट्स गो.
unlike a certain someone, I actually do honor
नहीं नहीं,
my bets. Yeah.
आई बेसिकली वो वर्क ऑन द बार्टर सिस्टम. तो मेरी मैगीज नहीं आई, बट कुछ और आ
हाँ,
गया किसी और के बदले.
आपको नहीं पता था कि राकेश भाई मैगीज लेके आ रहे हैं. That's a lie.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, बट बेसिकली लाइक इट वाज द डील कि भाई ही विल गेट द मैगीज एंड आई विल गेट दैट. लाइक इतना आइडिया था. तब लाएंगे ये नहीं पता था लेकिन.
I really want Giri to win the candidates. I don't know why. Bhai, I think it will be great. He's a great ambassador of chess, and I think it would be amazing if we get to see an Anish versus Gukesh.
एंड चैट,
Very
लेट्स कीप
different
इन माइंड.
styles, but विदित किसकी मदद करेगा वहां पे, मैं ये पूछना
भाई,
चाहता हूँ. अगर अनीश
वेरी
और
हार्ड.
गुकेश का मैच हुआ तो विदित किसकी मदद करेगा.
ऑफ कोर्स अनीश है. आई मीन, आई एम गेसिंग.
Gukesh is his teammate.
But I mean, the problem is neither will probably ask for help, yeah, because Vidit ने Anish की help नहीं मांगी, so Anish will not ask for Vidit's help. Maybe it will be like a tit for tat thing.
Hmm.
By the way, any chances for Arjun there, like Rook H5, Rook A4, maybe Rook F5, G4, or no?
टाइम देख के थोड़ा चांस लग रहा है, बाकी सब तो नहीं. 3 सेकंड है. I mean, I don't know how he has 3 seconds, but yeah. Chat, just so you know, if both of these games end up in a tie break, we will have two matches of 5+2 happening at 8:30 p.m. But I believe 8:30 p.m. पे स्टार्ट नहीं होगा. यूजुअली जब लास्ट गेम खत्म होता है उसके 10 मिनट बाद ब्लिट्स और टाई ब्रेक शुरू होता है. अगेन सेम फॉर्मेट रहेगा.
Oh, blunder!
डिफरेंट 960
Arjun is
पोजीशन.
winning, bhai! Rook C6 is completely winning. Let's go, Arjun! Come on, Rook C6. Come on, come
भाई
on,
मेरे
come on,
भाई
King.
भाई भाई यार हेडफोन्स पहने हैं मैंने यार।
भाई
गए मेरे
भाई कान
गए
बनता है
मेरे
भाई.
कान।
So I
गए मेरे
apologize
कान
to
भाई।
your ears भाई because बहुत वाइब्रेट कराना है उनको आगे जाके. But King rook to c6, King e5 was the move and he blunt with King d5 and now Arjun could be defeating Hans Niemann. I hope he converts this time.
Oh yes, he plays rook c6. Nice move. Very very nice move. Rook takes a4 पे of course we go rook b6 and then rook h6 करके h5 का pawn भी मर जाएगा. That means Arjun is through and Maggie is still losing.
Come on, come on, come on, अर्जुन भाई कन्वर्ट करने का भाई पूरा का पूरा अंत तक कोई गलती नहीं करनी. टाइम कम है आई नो बट दिस वन शुड बी अ विन फॉर द इंडिया नंबर वन. ग्रैब्स द पॉन सहज भाई. अब h5 की बारी.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Hans Niemann about to be eliminated. ये तो मतलब पॉइंट इज कि आप रुक b4 खेलोगे ना, रुक बिहाइंड द पॉन, देन आई कैन जस्ट गो रुक h6
But
एनीवेज. ही गोस किंग
but
c5,
Saj
अभी
bhai,
भी
look
रुक
at
h6 आ
this. Look
सकता
at
है.
this. Look at this. King c5, rook h6. ठीक है. King b5,
हाँ.
rook h5, king c6, and
Yes.
now only move for white. Can you guess?
रुक e5 या
No, rook e5 is a draw. That's the point. It's
रुक
not
e
easy.
रुक e5 is not winning.
Yeah,
That's
it's a draw.
shocking.
वही मैं देखा था. I thought rook e5 as well, but it's a draw. King rook e8 के बाद. Frontal defense.
Ah, frontal attack. Right, right.
So the
The
only
frontal attack
move,
should not
winning
work.
move, is rook h4, and that's not easy.
ये
Rook
नहीं
h4 only
टिकेगी
move now.
अर्जुन.
Come on, rook h4. Rook h4, Arjun.
नहीं
Important
टिकेगी भाई,
moment because you have to
नहीं
cut him on
टिकेगी.
d4. You need the tempo right now to come to the d file.
Ah, okay, but he has 18 seconds. I really doubt. Rook e5 just
Uh,
looks too tempting, bhai.
but once he
It
sees
looks.
rook d4, he will not miss it. Yeah, it's always better to cut him off on the d file, right?
See, I
अरे
told you.
यार अरे यार अरे यार.
And that's still winning for some reason.
No,
How
rook
is
e8
this
is
a
a draw
draw?
now.
But
अरे
how? Like,
यार.
आपका rook, आपका king दो files, it's away. I'm not sure if this is
No, I think rook
a
e8 was the
draw.
win, Saj bhai, instead of rook e1. He played rook e1 though. Rook e8 was the win.
Ah, rook e8. Interest. Ah, ताकि वो frontal attack ना आ पाए.
अरे
Rook 8 तो
यार.
खेलेगा Hans. Like everyone knows rook 8 in this
Oh,
position.
oh, this hurts. This is literally Duratsky's endgame manual, by the way. Like, I've seen this exact
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
position.
He goes g4 and up check and then rook g8 and Hans Niemann might just save himself.
Bhai, I can't believe this, Saj bhai. Like, I mean, it's just heartbreaking, yeah? I mean, Arjun का हर बार
Yeah.
यही होता है. Like, last moment पे he spoils it.
By the way, an update. Vincent and Levon have also drawn, heading off into tie break.
Wait,
And
what?
Fabi is slightly worse against Parham.
भाई चारों टाई ब्रेक होंगे क्या?
Fabi का नहीं most likely, but बाकी सबका yes.
Bhai, that's crazy. I think Levon was like completely, the game was over, yeah? But somehow. And now King
And then
d5,
it
by the way. By the way,
is.
Sindarov has won. So that means ki let's go to one board wala angle and focus on Arjun's game. Yeah, let's go to
Oh
Arjun's
yes.
board quickly.
Let's. There we have it. King d5 के बाद अर्जुन सोचते हुए. This is a theoretically drawn position known as the frontal attack. बेसिकली पॉइंट ये होता है कि किंग अगर आगे जाएगा तो मैं चेक्स दूंगा, किंग अगर पॉन के पीछे आता है तो आई गो रुक जी8 अगेन. द होल पॉइंट इज दैट
Yeah,
आई डोंट वांट टू अलाउ g5. अगर ये पॉन अपोनेंट की टेरिटरी में पहुंच गया तो फ्रंटल अटैक काम नहीं करता कभी भी.
yeah. Also, that's why King d5 is super important because white wants to play rook e4, defend the pawn, and then move the king to the front. So that will be winning. So King d5 only move, but of course the hands will not miss this. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure not rook e3 खेला, king d6, and I think Hans knows the drawing method. We might get 3 tie breaks today itself. By what
Bhai
a
sahab.
show. Insane. Uh, Someone's asking who is the best endgame player in India. Like debatable. I think सबकी endgames are very good, but I think Hari would be one of my picks because I think his endgame technique is fantastic. Hari would be one of my picks. Yeah. Sahil bhai, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think specifically Hari. I think maybe Vishy sir would be my pick though. I think the experience he's had probably gives him the best understanding of the end game. And end game is also about experience, I think. Uh, like Arjun knew the principles, yeah. Here, like if you ask him ki yahan pe white to play and win, he would find rook h4, rook d4 in like 3 seconds max. But
Hmm.
yeah, it's hard in real games.
It's about sensing that moment, which is not an easy task. अभी रुक एफ8 चेक एंड बैक टू जी8 बेसिकली आपको रुक जी7 खेलना आई थिंक वुड बी अ बिट रिस्की है. रुक को आपको ऐसे डिस्टेंस में रखना है. गिव अ चेक एंड देन गो बैक टू जी8 ताकि व्हाइट जी5 ना खेल पाए. वेरी
Right.
वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हियर.
And king d6, king f4 is winning for white again. So you can't move the king really. You have to move the rook.
सहज, कैन यू बीट मैग्नस ऑन वन नाइट बिशप डाउन? भाई ये कैसा सवाल है? मतलब मैं बिशप डाउन? ये
Just for context, Magnus played Lawrence Trent and Magnus was rook down and he crushed Lawrence Trent, I think it was like 6-2 or something like that,
दैट्स
8-2 or
इम्पॉसिबल,
something.
दैट्स इम्पॉसिबल.
Huh? He was rook down,
रुक
Magnus
इज
was
टू.
rook down.
एंड
Are
टाइम क्या था?
he used to troll, time equal tha, I think. He used to troll
कितना
Lawrence
टाइम था?
Trent on this. ये
कितना
मुझे
टाइम
याद
था?
नहीं
वाज
है.
इट अ बुल? अगर देखो, अगर
Not
वो
bullet,
30
not
सेकंड
bullet,
का
but like
मैच हो देन
blitz.
यू कैन नॉट से दैट.
नहीं blitz था,
नहीं,
blitz
ब्लिट्स
था.
इम्पॉसिबल. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार?
हाँ, he trolled Lawrence Trent about this, something like this. Exact
भाई
score मुझे
आप
याद नहीं है,
टाइम
but
देखो. आप टाइम देखो फिर उसके बाद बताओ. लाइक इफ इट्स बुलेट चैट एक बार सर्च करो ना इसको.
हाँ,
और उसका
चार
टाइम
सेशन
बताओ.
बताना यार. मुझे भी पूरी डिटेल्स याद नहीं है, but he did defeat Lawrence Trent though. By the way, still no moves. Rook h8 played by Hans. Don't think that's a mistake. King f4, rook f8 check.
Yeah,
Wow,
looks
Arjun.
unlikely rookies. Oh, only move by the way. King
King
d6 only move for
d6.
Hans,
Yeah,
but not
very
a very
natural though,
difficult
I
one. Rook
think.
g8 also, no, rook g8 also looks logical, but उसमें मेरे पास king f4 है. That's the point.
Yeah, king d6 he'll play in a second. I think he knows कि भाई rook e4, king d5, rook e7, king d6. जहां पे रुक है वहां अटैक करो उसको. Yeah, played.
Yeah.
Rook e2. Now rook g8. Yeah, very safe. Gives a check.
King g2 पे rook g8.
Yeah, Arjun misses the win. I think he will not be happy. But if he wins the tiebreak, it's okay, similar to the World Cup. But if he loses, then it's
Hmm.
going to be hard. Yeah.
Very. Saj, what's your rating? By around 2500. Like I think correct is 2475 right now. That's my exact rating. 2476, I think. 2476 or 2475. I think 2476, if I'm not mistaken.
By the way, also Param Maksudlu about to draw. Let's not switch boards, but he's about to draw that game, so he will get the first points on the scoreboard, and that means ki Kaluana goes to I think the fifth place battle, right? Because he loses bracket. So if Arjun wins, he plays Kaluana tomorrow. If he loses, he plays Maksudlu.
Hmm. ये थोड़ा रिस्की लग रहा है भाई अर्जुन के लिए बिकॉज परहम की वो स्ट्रीक टूट गई है एज वी कैन सी ऑन द बोर्ड. Switching back to Arjun's game, frontal attack. I think Arjun trying to win, but looking impossible at this point.
Yeah. Is there any chance like rook f5, king f4 ऐसे करके बढ़ सकते हैं maybe?
हाँ, बट मैं चेक्स देता रहूंगा. किंग e6, किंग h4 पे जस्ट चेक, किंग g5 पे चेक. Check, 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 check. Oh, by the way, here king e5 only move.
Oh, interesting. Maybe that's what trying out. Yeah, he's trying it. He's trying it. Oh, this is possible to screw up Saj, I think. Not the
Yeah,
easiest choice, I feel. Because Rook,
king
oh, he
e5.
finds it. Hands even not joking around. Okay, Rook f5 check maybe, then King e6 back.
Apparently, it was a 3+0 game against Lawrence Trent, and Lawrence won
Acha,
5 out
5
of
by
9.
9. Did he really win? But I remember Magnus told him he lost 6 games. Maybe it was 4 games, yeah? Maybe that was the. I'm not
That's still a
remember
lot
correct.
of games, I think. That's still
Yeah,
so many.
yeah.
I mean, rook down. How is that possible even?
Check, King g5, check, King f4. Okay, we reached the position I was thinking about, but now rook a8 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, side key checks now. As soon as you push g5, I'll give this check, and it is Hans who wins. Parham, by the way, making his first draw very, very quickly. तो इसी के साथ I think Fabi goes to the finals. Sorry, I think
Fifth place
Fabi
match.
goes to the fifth place match, and then Vincent and Magnus, both Vincent versus Levon, Sindarov versus Carlsen, दोनों के दोनों टाई ब्रेक्स की तरफ जाते हुए.
Yeah. क्या
It's
क्रेजी
getting
है भाई,
spicy.
मतलब हम सोचते, आई मेंशन वन टाइम ब्रेक, यू मेंशन लाइक जीरो, एंड
Zero.
लिटरली तीन हो रहे हैं, ऑलमोस्ट चार हो गए थे भाई ऑलमोस्ट.
मैग्नस को यार ब्लैक से हरा देगा ये तो नहीं सोचा था मैंने यार.
वाओ.
Yeah, I think Arjun just trying every single thing, before he agrees to a draw, because of course यहाँ पे कुछ हारने को नहीं है आपके पास. Like you can just try for a really long time until the opponent just claims. Let me just take a look at कितनी moves हुई हैं यहाँ पे. So I think the last capture happened at this point. So rook takes h5. That was move 59. Last pawn push कब हुआ था? 62 पे. भाई तो 102 चाले. Sorry, 112 चाले. We are on move 79 right now.
And also, I don't think players are noting it down, so they will have to remember it and claim, so which is not easy.
तो वो आई थिंक आर्बिटर क्लेम कर सकता है ना यहाँ पे तो 75
वो
मूव्स के बाद.
75 पे होता है लेकिन फिर.
या तो
But
इफ इट्स
okay,
एट मूव 62.
I think they will draw before that, way before that actually. They might just draw
थोड़ा
right now. I
रिपीट ही
don't
कर
think
ले.
this. Yeah, they will not really fight out too much. He's trying again that same plan, but it's gonna be a draw.
या आई थिंक he's tried basically every single trick in the book.
Rook h5, tries one more. Maybe rook h7 he will play next, yeah, just to cut off the king that way.
rook h7, then king h5 खेल के इसको आप आगे कर सकते हो, but then king आगे आ
हाँ,
जाएगा. king को
हाँ,
cut off करना is really important. If the king is there, then it's draw.
yeah.
Tablas.
ये तो draw है. Opponent keeps checking or check attacking the rook. Any other idea? Yeah, I mean you just want to like try out everything, right? अगर white के पास zero risk है, so white might as well try it out. Like there's no harm in trying it out. Although ये G
Goes
pawn
king
भी है, yeah,
h5.
passive defense also works now. Rook b8, king g8, it's over, yeah.
Yeah. Very nicely pointed out. Rook b8, king g8, and pass. And no improvement for Arjun. मैं सोच ही रहा है, तो ये तो काफी सिंपल है नहीं.
By the way, Nihal Sareen apparently won today, so gains some points back. And now he's again 2708.2. So glad to see him winning. Let's hope so. He no,
Wait,
want to
does
see
it
him
mean
at
he crossed
2750.
Vidit again?
Yeah, I think so. He did.
Because
Yeah.
Vidit was 2708 also, right?
Yeah, he crossed him, I think.
Nice.
Okay, now it's a draw. Now I think Arjun will agree to a draw. Now there's no point fighting.
या ये तो मतलब क्यों ही खेल रहे हो. वो भी Philidor. Classic Philidor position for everyone. Rook c6, and there it
Yeah.
is. Handshakes, and we are headed off to tie breaks.
Yeah, and tie breaks में तीन games जाने वाली हैं. We can already see. Is that? अच्छा, that's the final game. Yeah, still going on. Let's have a look at that game as well. Oh, rook versus two pawns. That's a nice.
Yeah, but I think also headed towards a draw because the king is going to go here and push the pawn. Meanwhile, Fabi will just capture this pawn, and that is just king, and that would be another draw. So Fabi
चलो,
only
happy.
player to qualify to the
हाँ.
fifth and sixth place.
तो अच्छा, happy for Param. Yeah, at least एक point तो मिला. Otherwise, it was very depressing.
आधा
And
आधा भाई आधा.
हाँ, Vincent Kayama, by the way, looking very confused about something in that position. Everybody is curious. Magnus also, by the way, still looking at the game. You're right behind Magnus Carlsen, by the way. कैमरा मैग्नस की शोल्डर पे रखा हुआ है almost, ऐसा लग रहा है.
Why did he go rook a1? King d4 सीधा draw नहीं था क्या?
King G3, like I don't see the
वो
point.
जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है क्या भाभी?
Of course जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है, that's the point, no?
बट क्यों? लाइक अगर आप ड्रॉ करके अगर आप क्वालिफाई कर रहे हो तो क्यों?
नहीं, I think both players are playing for a win, I feel.
नो, फाबी इज विल क्वालिफाई. फाबी ऑलरेडी जीता पहला मैच.
Fabi तो सही खेल रहा है ना? I think Param is white. He's the one playing rookie one, right?
सॉरी आई मिसअंडरस्टूड. यस यू आर राइट, यू आर राइट. ये का फाबी के वाइट है.
Fabi is just chilling, pushing the king. Was Magnus eliminated to the World Cup like Ukesh? Yeah. Magnus was eliminated in the third round by Bu Jiangji, I think, in round number 3 of the World Cup. So World Cup is a hard event. In fact, he almost got knocked out by Vincent Keimer last time when he actually won. So it's not an easy event.
Goes C2.
By the way,
now there are
Rook
two moves for white.
finds it. Finds it. Oh, this is like a study, yeah? You often see like Rook H1, if Rook King D2, Rook takes with check. Very nice.
And if you go King F3 here, then Rook C1 again. And okay, he goes King D2.
Very nice.
And that is a draw. Fabi qualifies to the 5th place and he will play the winner of Arjun versus Hans.
Chalo, badhiya bhai. Tough fight. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. We have 20-40, I believe 10 minutes ke baad we will get to know, I guess, which position it is and when they begin. Sahil, what do you think? Should we take a break or should we just continue?
Let's take a 5-minute break, chat. I think on the other side, we'll have Erigesi Arjun. With the tie breaks, बहुत मजा आएगा. So do not go anywhere. It's going to be 5+2. So super fast. We're going to have Magnus ka tie break, Arjun ka tie break, and it's going to be exciting. So we'll see you on the other side of a 5-minute break. Take care. are back after that very short break comparatively. We are back with the tie breaks of the semi-finals, the second last day of freestyle South Africa. मेरे साथ है जीएम सहज ग्रोवर। जीएम जी, क्या लग रहा है भाई? हमारे पास अब एलिगेसी अर्जुन है जो लूज कर गए अपनी एडवांटेज, एंड सडनली यहां मुझे लग रहा है कि अब टाई ब्रेक में हल्का सा मोमेंटम होगा फिर से हैंस नीमन के पास। क्या लग रहा है, क्या अर्जुन स्ट्राइक कर सकते हैं?
Hopefully so, but 5+2 freestyle mein, I think anything is possible. We do have the origin, the like sort of the freestyle position in front of us. King and the bishop on f1 are the iklota pieces. Actually, bishop on c1 is also there, but the queen on h1 once again, the dark horse. Yeah, like ekdam kone mein, that will be a challenge. But by in इस format में कुछ भी possible है. No predictions as of now. अगर मैगी white से हार सकता है on demand तो कुछ भी possible है भाई.
भाई मैगी से याद आया, मेरा पेट खूब भरेगा भाई, तो द फीलिंग इज extremely ecstatic at the Tikku home right now with 5 Maggies coming in, celebrations in the air, पटाखे फोड़ने वाले हम लोग. But meanwhile, we can see the amazing blue lighting there, alternating current की तरह चलती जा रही है कि जैसी गेम चालू होगी भाई तो फायरवर्क्स वहां भी चालू हो जाएंगे.
Correct. And I think we should have lift off very, very soon. Players are already there. By the way, just a few moments ago, Magnus and Vincent were analyzing on the board itself. I think just to discuss their strategies. And we have handshake. Arjun with the first move goes for d4.
Yeah, opening of the bishop, very logical. यहाँ पे भी I think d4 e4 center. I think center is the theme for today. हाँ, अर्जुन
Oh,
गेम पे आ जाओ साज भाई. I think वहाँ पे भी d4 ही है, so not much changed. And very interesting detail I noticed, जो फ्रीस्टाइल के चेस बोर्ड्स हैं, I don't think they are on top of the table. They are partially below the top of the table. So basically it's like गड्ढे में है वो board. I might be wrong, but जो देखने में मुझे लगा, they are not really on top of the table, if that makes sense.
not sure उसका मतलब क्या है, but
नहीं मतलब इन कि मतलब टेबल रखते हो तो बोर्ड के ऊपर थिकनेस होती है टेबल की, राइट? वो थिकनेस
yeah.
नीचे है, लाइक इट्स बेंट. हाँ, यू सी, लाइक इट्स ऐसे वो जिक्सॉ पजल की तरह फिट किया हुआ है बोर्ड, आई थिंक इनसाइड द टेबल बेसिकली. तो
Fancy.
पीसेस का जो बेस है, इट्स पैरेलल टू द टेबल बेसिकली.
Yeah. And by the way, Arjun has thrown g4 on the board. तो किंग साइड पे कास्टल करोगे वहां भी अटैक है, क्वीन साइड पे कास्टल करोगे वहां भी अटैक है. For now he is attacking the d5 pawn.
Yeah, and G4 is of course a double-edged move as usual. आपने F4 H4 स्क्वायर्स को अलविदा कह दिया है, and कभी अलविदा ना कहना मैंने सुना था किसी मूवी में, तो it's gonna be tough. And also both bishops still not developed, yeah, so you have to still choose कि मैं बिशप कहाँ डालूं. And I think H4 H5 आने वाला है साज भाई. As we've seen, H4 is a very common theme, usually does very well in these structures.
Yeah, completely correct. But for now he has to defend the d5 pawn probably via e6 and उसके बाद कुछ h4 h5 फेंक सकते हैं. That looks like a good move. By the way, Sindarov, the only player so far having a good position with the white pieces, he might actually eliminate Maggie. But let's see क्या
You
होता
know
है.
what? Sarvai, maybe we need a two-camera scene. One side we need Arjun, one side we need Magnus, because यहाँ पे तो analyze करने का time वैसे भी कम ही है. Because at the end we're looking at blitz now, Chad. It's 5 minutes plus 2 seconds. You can already see two players going down to the 3-minute timer on the clock.
Maggie plays knight b6 and now knight c3, developing the pieces. I think Sindarov having a slight space advantage on the left side of the board. And right side पे Arjun एकदम उल्टा हो रहा है. Like it feels like black has central control there with that e5 push. They say when
Bhai,
you
he sacked
attack
a
on the
pawn.
flank,
He's sacking a pawn with 95, queen d5, bishop e6. And basically Hans is saying, भाई मारो मेरा d5 pawn, मार के दिखाओ.
भाई but again अर्जुन का time भी देखो यार. It's he has less than a minute, yeah, on the clock.
Ooh, he
Doesn't
doesn't.
capture the pawn.
Yeah, I think he saw something in the position which he didn't like, and very practical decision. But I just wish he had played it quicker. And now e4 only move for Hans Niemann. You have to save the d5 pawn.
Oh yes, अब bishop e6 पे तो knight d5 मर जाएगा. So हंस को e4 खेलना बहुत जरूरी है. बहुत टाइम है हंस के पास. Actually अर्जुन का maybe that was a glitch. Arjun has a minute more now the time is more or less balanced now. Maybe it was a glitch.
भाई यही होता है ना जब डीडीटी बोर्ड टेबल के अंदर ढस गया हो तो कई बार
Hmm.
गलत पिकअप कर लेता होगा मूव्स नहीं.
Could be, could be. Especially अगर अगर टेबल सही से न रखी हो, like Tikubai says.
And imagine if Magnus banged this table, like बोर्ड तो बाहर ही निकला है टेबल से. चलिए बोर्ड भी
Oh,
उसमें सिर्फ पीसेस जम आए थे, बोर्ड भी जम मार लेगा.
why goes G5, Arjun, and now H6 looks like a promising move for Hans. क्योंकि वो क्वीन अगर अगर आप H6 नहीं खेलते तो क्वीन का कोई फ्यूचर ही नहीं है H8 पे. वो क्या कर रही है उधर?
भाई क्या ही बाइंड बनाई है ना पॉन G5 से. तो क्वीन लिटरली हैज ऑलमोस्ट नो स्क्वायर्स. तो आई लाइक द मूव H6 आल्सो. बाय द वे क्वीन सेट कैसल ओनली मूव फॉर हैंड्स, प्लेज इट.
And now maybe like H4 or something, our go-to move when you're not sure what to play in freestyle, just play H4. It's usually
Yeah.
the right move.
Now, question for my end is, where does the white king go? I don't think the white rooks have moved. So most likely queenside. And that's why he does play bishop d2. Yeah, I think he wants to put the king in the corner as soon as possible.
Yeah, bishop d2 played, long castle की तैयारी. And Hans को वो queen निकालनी चाहिए किसी तरह से. Like I really like the move H6. He should play H6 I think soon here.
By the way, chat जितने लोग भी chat में हैं, आपके IDs कई बार random होते हैं. So would love to know your names and कहाँ से आप लोग join कर रहे हैं. If you're comfortable sharing, कई बार sometimes some people showed up in Goa. I don't know if it happened to you, Saj bhai. Somebody would show up in Goa ki, okay, I'm, my name is XYZ. I would say, yeah, I don't remember XYZ. Then they would say, tell me their username. And I would say, oh, acha,
Yeah. This happened to me, yes, in Goa. That is true.
that happens a lot. So would be nice to know your names. Yatharth, Isha.
Oh wait, I think मेरा वो cancel हो गया. I think this is. अरे हाँ यार, एक सेकंड ना, गलती से हो गया. You
Met you
can
in Goa.
continue,
See?
Sahil bhai.
क्या हुआ साज भाई?
You can continue, Sahil bhai. I'll just doing
हाँ
something
हाँ.
quickly.
बाय द वे निरंजन, अरे निरंजन हमारी टीम में है भाई. रमेश, स्नेशीश, नाइस टू मीट यू. उमर फ्रॉम पोलैंड. अरे बाप रे, लंबी उम्र है भाई आपकी. By the way, thanks for sharing your names, chat. Streams would like karo. Meanwhile, Queenside Castles played. The king is very safe, but कल को अगर ये bishop f5 आ गया ना, then the king can be completely cut across that diagonal. So knight on e3 becomes an important piece now. But फिलहाल के लिए white's position looking slightly better. But can he maintain that? एरिगेसी अर्जुन टाइम पे बिल्कुल आगे चल रहे हैं. So फिलहाल के लिए बढ़िया लग रहा है. On the left side, however, look at the clock of Javoki Sindarov. 1 minute है versus 3 minutes for Magnus. Suddenly Magnus Carlsen, after losing that last game, staging a comeback with the black pieces, and Sindarov पे बहुत pressure बन रहा है clock के ऊपर.
Yeah, Sindarov, I think, manages his time really well. जब भी उसका कम होता है, I don't think he crumbles in time pressure. So, I mean, we saw this in the previous game as well. I mean, he was better, but like in converting that against Magnus was not an easy task. Plays Queen C1, by the way. Queen A7 का plan. Look at that.
Wow, सीधा रुक की तरफ नजर. And if you castle queen side, then queen a7 anyways, creating attacking ideas. Meanwhile, Sajbhai on the right side, talking about crumbling. Why can't the pawn on d5 crumble right about now? Just knight d5.
भाई डर लग रहा है उसको मार के तो. Not gonna lie. By the way,
Doesn't play it,
Maggie,
bhai.
now a bit better, dominating on the dark squares. The looks of it. On the right side, Hans just played knight
Oh,
c4.
wait.
Slight inaccuracy. H6 का pawn नहीं मर रहा क्या?
भाई h6 मर रहा है. Also, you can play knight to f6. बस black queen को played कोने में फंसा दिया है. And d5 is still hanging and rook is attacked. This feels like white is just winning. Mistake.
Okay, takes. Arjun on the driver's seat, almost winning. अभी रुक को बचाना बहुत जरूरी है. रुक को बचाया तो Queen G2, perhaps.
Commentators are supposed to be, less emotional, but Arjun का ये नहीं जितना बड़ा दुख होगा यार. This one he has to win now. Like there is no counterplay whatsoever. At least,
क्योंकि परहम की वो स्ट्रीक टूट गई है भाई.
Why? I'm telling you, ये game तो जीतना ही पड़ेगा. There is no clear counterplay just yet. D5 is falling.
करा मैंने actually. बोर्ड नहीं आया क्या?
Come on, Arjun. Come on. You can do this. You can do this. Now Hans Niemann with 48 seconds on the clock, struggling on the clock, struggling on the board. क्या करेंगे वो यहाँ पे काउंटर प्ले करने के लिए उनको एच फाइल ओपन करनी है बट एच फाइल ओपन करते क्वीन ट्रेड हो रहा है एंड दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम फॉर हैंस नीमन द ओनली वे टू क्रिएट काउंटर प्ले एक्सचेंजेस द क्वींस दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही डजंट वांट टू डू एक्सचेंज मोर पीसेस क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे चैट डू यू थिंक अर्जुन विंस दिस गेम चैट यस और नो स्पैम कर दो ही टेक्स ऑन जी5 पॉन से मारेंगे पॉन क्वीन ट्रेड आई थिंक अर्जुन इन द ड्राइवर सीट लुकिंग ग्रेट इन दिस पोजीशन बस वो जी5 पॉन गिरना नीचे साथ भाई
If I go knight takes g8 in this position, I guess you can just go pawn takes pawn. Yeah, वो knight के पास कोई वापसी का घर नहीं है. And then Hans gets some counterplay. So maybe pawn takes pawn is the right way to go here.
Yeah. That knight on f6 is such a oh, he
Oh, he
takes.
takes. Interessante.
Okay, it's still winning, of course, but now you have to find e4. Only move for Arjun. He has to find e4. And basically but it's very hard, yeah, because मारने के बाद a2 pawn hanging है.
But e4 has like Arjun written all over it. I feel like, yeah, I told you.
भाई मतलब मेहंदी से लिख दिया भाई e4 भाई सीजन ही ऐसा है ओफ क्रेजी मूव
ओहो सीजन ही ऐसा है क्या बात ये तो आपने लास्ट वीक वाली बात बोल दी
अरे भाई दिस वीक भी वही है हमारी नहीं तो किसी और की why the bishop takes e4 now do you take the pawn on a2 is the question oh what Wait. That's a blunder
yeah knight takes e4 was winning bishop takes e4 actually now Hans is back with 12 seconds on the clock
भाई रो दूंगा मैंने कहा ना साज भाई आई एम गोना क्राई मेरा क्राई आ रहा है साज भाई टिप टिप बरसा क्राई अरे भाई घोड़ा भी खा गया यार हम लोग कह रहे वाइफ रिवील भाई एक गेम नहीं जीता जैसे जीतेगा अर्जुन वाइफ रिवील कर देंगे भाई
जब से आपने बोला ना अर्जुन जीता ही नहीं है बेचारा पहले दिन उसने मैग्नस को हराया लाइक
By the way, takes on c6, best move played. Now rook g6 is the threat, right? Because d8 is hanging. You can't take. Played. Beauty. Beauty move by Arjun. Can we go full screen Arjun's board? I mean, like, the only having Arjun's board there for a second. I think that will end soon. Let's go. Arjun, finish him off. Maybe rook e1 attacking the queen again.
Rook e1. Nice move, actually.
Rook e6 भी possible है भाई apparently.
Also remember chat 2 second का ही increment है यहाँ पे not 10 seconds so Hans has to play really quickly here.
अरे ध्यान से मेरे भाई.
Must be winning. This must be winning. Come on.
भाई बस queens trade करनी है. I think I need to trade queens. I need to trade rooks. Then the win should be very simple because same side पे भी मेरे पास extra pawn है right. All I need to do is trade queens. It will be an elementary win after that. Oh blunder! Rook e1 what? Bro,
I think he missed the a2 pawn. Ooh, a2 pawn मर गया.
भाई bishop a4 only move. Wait, queen f7 is a mistake.
I think. No. I think still equal. Now he's an exchange up, but black के पास कोई weakness नहीं है और उसके पास double bishops भी है. Unless he manages to capture one of the bishops. Oh, he does.
Oh, Sahaj bhai, look at this. रुक गया. Rook e1. But queen d8. Oh, winning. Wait, what? Wait, what? How is it winning? How do you finish off the game? Queen c7 ही winning है क्या? I think Arjun is winning. Oh, let's go! What a brilliancy, bhai, to finish off the game. And Arjun Erigasi wins. Let's go, brother.
Beautiful.
Checkmate.
Rook a6 was an absolute treat to watch, I have to say. Like action replay बनता है इस पे तो यार.
Yeah, एक बार दिखा दो साथ में फिर से वो move दिखा दो please एक बार.
Look at this chat. This was the position. Queen d8 check, king a7 and rook a6. What a move! Rook sacrifice. King a6, queen check, queen takes b7 and knight key made by finishing it off in style. What a finish!
Wow! And let's jump to Magnus's game. अभी भी चल रही है वहाँ पे. Magnus has also won. So 2 results. Let's jump to Vincent's game, who's also winning.
Yeah, Vincent is a piece up against Levon. इस मोमेंट पे सबके सब बड़ा फटाफट खेल रहा है भाई 2 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट. Wait, what?
Oh, what? Oh my god, भाई कुछ भी हो रहा है. Suddenly white is better now, if not winning.
White is winning. Not better, white is winning.
Vincent ने पीस दे दिया
भाई एक चाल का पीस यार. He had 2 bishops and he just missed one of them. What is going on?
अच्छा वाइफ रिवील करना है क्या अब? डू आई रिवील द नेम और डू आई ब्रिंग कॉलर? आई थिंक नेम रिवील इज गुड इनफ या.
बुला ही लो, आप आपकी मर्जी भाई, तो इट्स अप टू यू।
I'll check if she's here though. After the game ends, I'll check. लेवी को हाईलाइट मिल गई आज की. अरे बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई, लेवी तो भाई उसको हाईलाइट की जरूरत भी नहीं है भाई. ही क्रिएट्स हिज ओन हाईलाइट्स.
King d5 and now we push a7. अरे यार, feeling very sad for Vincent here. He had such a golden opportunity to win the game, and with just one blunder,
And
he's
there it
lost.
is, bhai. There it is. And wow, Vincent can't believe it. Both players kind of laughing it out. Freaka piece. Reminds me of my games. But yeah, so Aronian wins. So 3 games. Magnus wins, Arjun wins, Levon wins, and Tino game make comeback is a must. Saj bhai, I think we might have 3 results in the next game itself.
Yeah, I think no Armageddon is what is my guess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I,
Very
I think
likely.
no Armageddon because again सिंडारोव को फिर से ब्लैक से मैग्नस को हराना पड़ेगा,
Not gonna
which I
happen.
think is okay unlikely. Then
Yeah.
Vincent has to beat Levon with the white pieces. Okay, this can be possible. And then lastly, I think Hans has to defeat Arjun with the white pieces.
Possible है, but tough है, right? Tough है.
Tough है.
Wife reveal. भाई I'll just check if she is there एक बार.
अरे 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 अरे, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Chat. Meanwhile, Sahil bhai थोड़ा reveal करते हैं. तब तक, yeah, that's the situation. I think in a few minutes we'll have, I think, the final round of the semi-finals today. And कल finals होगा. Starts at 4 p.m. as usual. So yeah, I think if you think about it, Vincent, अगर वो piece blunder ना करता, तो he would have actually qualified to the finals. Like एक piece blunder की वजह से, like now he's basically on survival mode.
Yeah.
Yo टिक्कू भाई, क्या हुआ?
Yeah, I think she's on a Zoom call right now, so can't join, but I can reveal the name. Bhai, I got married to WIM Parnali Dharia, so वो भी chess player ही है. And I think हम लोगों की rating भी बराबर है. And we actually played a chess game on our wedding night. तो वो video मेरे channel पे कल आएगी, I think.
Yo yo
And the funny
yo.
part is, it was commentated on by Divya Deshmukh. So, bhai, completely biased commentary. Almost regret the decision of having commentary there. But yeah, that game will be awesome, bhai. मजा आया.
भाई रेटिंग ज्यादा किसकी है?
Rating मेरी ज़्यादा है, but I
आपकी
think
ज्यादा है.
हाँ on paper, but I think I've not played actually for a long time. Maybe that's the main reason. She has played occasionally. So उसका कारण I think ये है भाई. But yeah,
चलो बढ़िया भाई. Congratulations once
थैंक यू भाई,
again.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू. मैं अपनी रेटिंग चेक कर रहा
मैरिड
था कि
लाइफ.
ज्यादा ही है ना.
हाँ ज्यादा ही है भाई, मैंने भी
वरना
जैसे अभी
काउच पे
चेक
सोना पड़ेगा.
किया.
वरना काउच पे सोना पड़ेगा झूठ बोलने के लिए. बट या,
क्रेजी
थैंक यू
क्रेजी
चैट.
क्रेजी.
थैंक यू. ये कब हुआ भाई? हो गया भाई, पिछले हफ्ते शादी हो गई भाई की. नाउ भाई विल बी क्रैकिंग वाइफ जोक्स इंस्टेड ऑफ एक्स जोक्स. लाइफ में चेंजेस.
नहीं नहीं, एक्स जोक्स तो अभी मारे आपने 2 मिनट पहले,
हाँ बट
आधा
वी आर
घंटा पहले.
फेजिंग आउट लाइक वो होता है ना, व्हेन यू थोड़ा ऐसे कंपनी चेंज करते हो तो पहले आपको एक महीने का वो होता है, लाइक क्या बोलते हैं उसको.
भाई फेजिंग आउट से याद है, कैमरामैन क्या कर रहा है अभी?
आई हैव नो क्लू. कैमरामैन के बारे में मुझझसे ना
भाई
पूछो
ये
भाई.
देख रहे हो, ये क्या हो क्या रहा है अभी? कैमरामैन कहाँ जा रहा है, किसको देख रहा है? आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर कहाँ पे है ये. लाइक व्हाट आर वी डूइंग?
Thank you, bye. Thank you, Nipush, bye. Thank you, Suyash, Satish, JR 2016. Thank you, bye. 2016 के बच्चे भी थैंक congrats लिख रहे हैं भाई. Thank you, भाई. Notice period, yes, thank you. तो notice period चल रहा है भाई. पता है क्या व्यू है? फ्रीस्टाइल वालों हमें बुला लेते हैं. मैं पता है इस काउच से उठता ही नहीं भाई. I would lay down on this couch and not get up for 4 days. क्या
मे
व्यू
बी
है भाई?
इसीलिए
ओहो.
मे बी इसीलिए नहीं बुलाया उन्होंने आपको.
मैं तो बुलाना चाहिए था ना यार. मतलब I mean, यार, guy can dream.
सही बात है, सही बात है. एंड समय भाई, डू वी हैव द टाइमर फॉर द नेक्स्ट गेम? कैन वी सी दैट एनीवेयर?
Bro got his real queen, बिल्कुल. And by the way, वो कह रहे हैं finally साहिल भाई will not make Maggie. He will get Maggie on stream. अरे अरे वाह भाई. Life pro. साथ में you should also get a pro, maybe a pro like this
प्रो.
in life.
I have an iPhone Pro Max, so
But it can't make Maggie Saj bhai, you know.
दैट इज ट्रू, दैट इज ट्रू। मेरा भाई है, लेकिन मेरा भाई अभी मैगी बना देगा मेरे लिए, आई नो।
हाँ, छोटा टिक्कू मैगा सब क्रॉस कर देगा। Gonna ignore that.
वाओ।
Prompt. Nice, nice, nice. बाय द वे, इस बैकग्राउंड को प्रॉम्प्ट मुझे दे दे यार, क्या व्यू है भाई, ओहो, समुंदर सामने, लाइक इट हैज एवरीथिंग, इट हैज माउंटेन्स इन द डिस्टेंस, इट हैज ओशन, इट हैज ग्रीनरी एंड इट हैज लाइक अ 5 स्टार होटल, लाइक एवरीथिंग भाई, इट्स लाइक अ कल्मिनेशन
यू
ऑफ एवरीथिंग यार।
फॉरगॉट यू फॉरगॉट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट, इट हैज अ चेस बोर्ड।
हाँ मतलब लाइक व्यूज वाइज यार, मतलब वो तो चेस बोर्ड तो कहीं भी रख दोगे यार, मतलब माय पॉइंट इज इट हैज एवरीथिंग इन वन ग्लांस भाई यार। आई एम डिसअपॉइंटेड विद फ्री स्टाइल, मुझे बुलाना चाहिए था यार वहाँ पे यार, हम दोनों को बुलाते हैं साज भाई, हम भी जाते हैं यार, कमेंट्री वहीं से करते हैं, मैं तो यहीं से कमेंट्री कर लेता हूँ यार, लिटरली यहीं से चेस बोर्ड से ही।
साहिल
आई
भाई
एम
सुधर
फोर्टी
जाएंगे अब।
फाइव ओ नाइस।
डाउटफुल भाई।
नाइस। साहिल भाई सुधर जाएंगे भाई, मैं सुधरा हुआ हूँ यार, मैं पैदा ही सुधरा हुआ था। पीवॉडी से सहाज भाई डांसिंग वीडियो और ये हल्दी भाई, सहाज भाई सेशन के लिए आए थे तो उसमें डांस नहीं था, बट वी डू
उन्होंने
हैव
बुलाया ही नहीं
वीडियोस ऑफ।
मुझे
भाई
हल्दी
नहीं
के
यार,
लिए।
दैट वाज नॉट माय डिसीजन यार।
ओ
नहीं, नॉट हर्स आल्सो, नॉट हर्स आल्सो, आई थिंक वो
ओ
इट वाज
आउच।
बेस्ड ऑन, इट वाज नॉट बेस्ड ऑन एनी ऑफ अस बाय द
चैट, आपको पता है दर्द क्या होता है? लाइक आई एम फीलिंग इट राइट नाउ, प्रॉपर पेन।
वे।
नहीं भाई, मजाक कर रहा हूँ,
नहीं
बट
नहीं नहीं
रिसेप्शन
नहीं,
बहुत
आई
बढ़िया
थिंक,
थी भाई।
हाँ आई थिंक द बेस्ट वाज हल्दी, आई थिंक हल्दी में बेसिकली एवरीबडी वाज वेयरिंग येलो, like it just looks amazing, like I really underestimated how cool haldi looks, like it was really cool.
नाइस, वेरी नाइस।
तुम
तुम इतना
इतना
जो
क्यों
मुस्कुरा रहे
मुस्कुरा
हो।
रहे हो सहाज भाई, सहाज भाई, यू नो।
भाई वो जो हल्दी पे नाग, नो इनविटेशन का गम छुपा रहा हूँ।
अरे भाई,
लेट्स गो चैट,
भाई
कम
उसके
ऑन,
बारे में कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन दूंगा ना,
थ्रो
दैट विल बी
मोर,
इंटरेस्टिंग।
थ्रो।
आफ्टर आफ्टर स्ट्रीम देता हूँ, आफ्टर स्ट्रीम देता हूँ भाई, क्रेजी इन्फॉर्मेशन। नेक्स्ट शादी सहाज भाई की है इसलिए, अरे वुड लव टू, सहाज भाई इसी होटल में रख दो। भाई
कैसा?
परफेक्ट,
हाँ, ये सही है भाई।
परफेक्ट, परफेक्ट भाई, एक तीर से चार निशाने, मतलब
हाँ हाँ
माउंटेन,
हाँ।
सी, घास फूस और होटल।
आप स्पॉन्सर कर रहे हो तो लाइक
भाई मैं क्या,
एक
मैं तो
बात हो
ऑलरेडी
सकती
अपना
है।
स्पॉन्सर कर दिया ना भाई, अब टफ हो जाएगा।
chess.com, लेट्स गो। नेक्स्ट शादी सहज भाई की है, नहीं भाई अभी मेरे भाई की है, देन मी।
बाय द वे,
ओके,
वी
वी डोंट
स्टिल डोंट
हैव द
सी द
टाइमर
प्लेयर्स
येट,
या,
वी डोंट सी द टाइमर ईदर या।
should we take a 5 minute break and be back quickly?
अप टू यू।
Yeah, guys, I
चैट,
think
व्हाट डू
let's
यू
take a.
थिंक?
Chat, let us know. What do you think? Next round when I think has ASAP. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I think this is probably the last game, but we are not seeing any updates as of now when the games are going to begin. I believe the position would have been set. I don't think जो starting position दिख रही है वो होगी अभी।
He players भी नहीं है भाई. That's the.
हाँ, players नहीं है तो maybe we can take a break, yeah?
Yeah. Let's take a 5 minute break. Chat. We'll be back on the other side very very soon. are back after a short break, भाई. Games शायद चालू हो चुकी हैं. I don't know how that happened quickly, but regardless, we are ready, and it is uh Hans Neiman versus Arjun again. Arjun के हैं black pieces, Saj भाई. So this time पे a draw is enough.
Yep, draw is more than enough. All players started with d4. By the way, let's just showing it d4 e5, d4 e5, d4 e5. Exact same position. So unity team में है अभी भी.
Yep. And by the way, king on g1, king on g8. I think we saw that structure yesterday as well. दोनों बिशप साथ में है. That means king साइड पे अटैक लगने की पॉसिबिलिटीज काफी हाई फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स. जो भी अच्छा बिल्डअप कर पाएगा उसको अटैक अच्छा मिलेगा. द नाइट ऑन a1 अगेन द ऑकवर्ड पीस एज यूजुअल, बट ठीक है, इट हैज अ गुड स्क्वायर ऑन b3 एंड पोटेंशियली ऑन c5 एज वेल. सो दोनों प्लेयर्स काफी फास्ट खेलना पड़ेगा दोनों प्लेयर्स को. कितने एरोस आज मैंने बना दिए. हिकारू वुड ब्लश. साज भाई क्या लग रहा है? एनी कमबैक्स पॉसिबल टुडे?
No, I don't think so. Magnus already slightly better against Sindarov. विंसेंट का पता नहीं. विंसेंट आई थिंक थोड़ा टिल्टेड रहेगा, तो मुझे वो अनलाइकली लग रहा है. हांस, आई डोंट नो. हांस मे बी पॉसिबल, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो.
कैन
आई
वी लुक
थिंक
एट
दिस
द
इज द एंड ऑफ द
टू
रोड.
बोर्ड सेटअप यार? तब तक मैं कैमरा भी चेंज करता हूँ एक बार. वुड लव टू सी both Magnus as well as Arjun, because I think these two games are very important for us. And Magnus Carlsen एक कमबैक किया था वहां पे सिंदारोव ने. क्या वो दोबारा कमबैक कर पाएंगे? इट्स नॉट गोना बी इजी. मैग्नस कार्लसन इस बार बिल्कुल मोमेंटम से खेलेंगे भाई. ही विल बी वेरी कॉशियस. Okay, he might not get a quick draw, but he's gonna possibly even win two in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And Hans goes for a4, attacking that knight on b6 with a5. And Arjun just chops off the pawn on a4. Let's go.
भाई पॉन मिल रहा है तो ले लो यार. I mean, that's
भाई,
the lesson we have learned from greedy weedy.
ये मैग्नस विनिंग ऑलमोस्ट है क्या? He looks almost winning. Like bar is shit. Oh,
Apparently.
g4. Look at that. g4. What a move.
Oh wow, what a move! And it's, I think, one of the best moves in the position apparently.
Hmm. If takes g4, let's see the follow-up now. Is it going to be queen g3? It feels logical just to chop off that pawn on g4 as well. Queen g3 or queen h4 is the question. I think Magnus को भी थोड़ा careful रहना पड़ेगा, because last time जब Sindarov must win situation में था, he did deliver
Oh,
with the
mistake!
black pieces.
Mistake by Magnus. Queen g3 was not the best move in the position. 92. Yeah, h3 कुछ खेलना चाहिए था to open up files, but Queen g3 के बाद h5 for black, and suddenly there is some play.
h5. h5 looks risky.
Actually,
भाई
even
बहुत risky है
cd5,
h5 यार.
even cd5,
cd5 पे तो cd5. फिर
and then
h5 खेलोगे आप. h5 तो वही बात तो वही है ना.
हाँ, बात तो वही है भाई.
अभी के लिए टाइम सेम है more or less, which means games are pretty much balanced. एक नजर मैं जस्ट अरोनियन के गेम पे भी मार रहा हूँ. बाय द वे विंसेंट स्लाइटली वर्स, सो वहां पर टाई ब्रेक के चांसेस बहुत बहुत कम है. आई थिंक विंसेंट प्रॉब्ली टिल्ट कर रहा होगा एट दिस पॉइंट.
Yeah, and also Vincent of course is one of the rising youngsters. फिलहाल मैग्नस को हम लोग देख रहे हैं क्वीन जीतने के बाद a5, also a decent move here I think, potentially pushing the knight with a4. and अगर यहाँ पे आप
फ्री
knight
फ्री है.
a5 मारते हो साज भाई, then is that a big problem for Magnus?
Actually it was for some reason, but he doesn't go for it. He plays f5 and Sindarov is better again.
Wow.
भाई आर्मा is
भाई
Arma incoming today. आज ही के दिन होना था आर्मा भाई.
I don't think Magnus के karma में है आर्मा साज भाई. I think he's gonna still play some great chess. अभी पिन हो सकता है knight तो king g2 only move, but he's gonna find that very very quickly. And basically idea कि यार h3 खेलना है सही moment, because मेरा rook on h1 is not doing anything. My queen is blocked by that little pawn on g4. उसको हटाओ, g7 तक पहुंचो, get the bishops out. Maybe there is still potential for Magnus to do something. Ooh, he allows
Why
double
take?
check. What?
That's a blunder.
I'm sorry,
That's a
what?
blunder. Okay, what was that? I'm
Bro,
sorry, what was that?
that makes no sense.
No, I mean, okay, it does make sense, because after knight c4 check, king g2, by let's not forget knight h6 is just a checkmate. ठीक है, आप अगर h5 ही खेलोगे ना तब भी 96 चेक है मेरे पास.
No, but why would you not start with king g2 first?
That is beyond me. Yes, वो करना चाहिए था. Knight g4 is a huge inaccuracy by Magnus. आर्मा की तरफ बढ़ते हुए ये गेम. भाई जावोकिर
Wow.
बेस्ट फॉर्म में नहीं लग रहा. आई थिंक मैग्नस थोड़ा टायर्ड लग रहा है मुझे. आई थिंक दैट्स प्रोबेबली मोर
But he
accurate here.
has to strike while the iron is hot, and he has knight c4, best move played, and h5, best move again. So Magnus Carlsen is now completely lost against Sidnarov, and we are going into another tiebreaks maybe.
यप, आर्मा इनकमिंग. इसके बाद तो आर्मा ही होगा ना.
Is it what's the next tiebreak, Sir? Why is it just Arma? We're
आर्मा ही.
gonna have like 3+2 or something. I don't know. By the way, h5 के बाद the problem is knight h6 के बाद black will just give up the rook for the knight,
या.
and then he will say कि भाई आपका king weak है, सब कुछ weak है, e4 pawn strong है. Um, I'm gonna get it next. Awesome.
Wow, he plays queen e5, the one of the best moves in the position. Queen takes, knight takes के बाद he's back basically. Pawn takes pawn and देखो भाई कितना counter play सिंडरोव के पास.
True,
Magnus
and by
in
the way,
trouble
very
for sure.
very interesting. All the black players doing very well. For example, Arjun is suddenly better. Can we look at that game carefully? Because जो current position है, white के pieces थोड़े passive लग रहे हैं. I can see long term a5 a4 as a plan, a clear pass pawn for Arjun.
Oh yes, that looks scary. That looks very scary.
Oh
Wait,
wait, suddenly
that's
the
a
pawn
mistake by
went up.
Arjun. Arjun also makes a slight error.
अरे
Queen
यार.
c8. I think the problem is knight b4. No, actually nothing. You can just play king g2 or something. Knight b4 is also working, but king g2 also works.
अरे
Knight
यार
b4
a6 pawn कैसे
played.
बचेगा?
Best move.
भाई a6 pawn तो
a5
गया.
खेला तो a5 खेला तो knight c6 आ रहा है क्या?
I thought yeah,
हाँ, knight c6 आ रहा है भाई. आ रहा है भाई knight
Oh.
c6. Question is उसको दिखा के नहीं.
No, for sure he saw that. Yeah, he will not go back to c2 here. That's not going to happen.
I mean, you can, no, because to a5 का pawn तो फिर भी attacked है.
But a4 then. Oh, he goes
देखो.
back. Wow. He goes back.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely shocked by that. Even b4 is possible actually, just to save that pawn by force.
And knight c6 hard to see, bhai. Hard to see. And Magnus kind of fighting it out. Pawn takes pawn, मर गया on the left side of the board. Sindarov is about to take that pawn on d5 and look at that majority. भाई पूरा center Sindarov के control में as soon as he takes the pawn on d5 and taken.
Wow. Magnus will have to play out of his skin to hold this, but I think he can do it. If anybody can. Meanwhile, on the right side of the section, blunder by oh wow, f4. F4 opening up the king side, bishop, queen, sare entry marenge. That's a blunder by Hans Niemann. Can Arjun push that? He has. Wow.
Okay, Arjun, I think should win this. I think it will take a miracle for Hans to sort of come back from this situation.
भाई यही है जादू हमारे अर्जुन का भाई
Magnus,
ही. हाँ सच भाई.
Magnus on the other hand, I don't know. वो अभी भी थोड़ा रिस्क लग रहा है.
नहीं बचा लेगा. आई थिंक दोनों बचा लेंगे. मीनवाइल ओह दैट फील्स सो पोजिशनली रिस्की यार. आपने अपना जी फाइल खोल दिया. बिशप जी4 टेम्पो के साथ आ रहा है. f3 इज सो टेम्पटिंग राइट नाउ. रुक h6, रुक g6 इज इन द एयर. आई जस्ट फील लाइक ब्लैक हैज अ बुफे ऑफ ऑप्शंस. अब बस मतलब भूखा नहीं मरना है भाई उससे. ये तो अब बहुत ऑप्शन है हमारे पास.
नाइट e5 खेला अर्जुन. आई थिंक f3 जो आपने कहा था दैट वाज द प्लान. नाइट टेक्स नाइट के बाद पॉन टेक्स नाइट एंड f3 स्टिल इज थ्रेटेंड. बेसिकली अर्जुन बोल रहा है आप अपना गोल्डन पॉन मूव करो. प्ले f3 टू सर्वाइव.
ओह भाई
ऑन द
ड्राइव टू
लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ
सर्वाइव
द
सुना है.
बोर्ड
f3
मैग्नस
टू सर्वाइव नहीं
प्लेज
सुना
बिशप
यार.
a2. क्या कह रहे हो?
कह रहा हूँ ड्राइव टू सर्वाइव सुना है. f3 टू सर्वाइव नहीं सुना यार. अरे बिशप g4
अरे
प्लेड.
नाइट f3
क्वीन.
चेक.
That's so awkward for white. King f1 खेलना पड़ेगा after that check.
Okay, रुके फिट. Magnus kind of holding on by a thread on the left side of the board. 33 seconds for Maggie. भाई ये if Zindarov wins again with the black pieces, that would be insane, no? Like he's
भाई
just
एक
not
मैगी
giving
की
up.
बेट लगानी है. एक मैगी की बेट
किस
लगानी है
चीज में?
मैगी गेम पे.
क्या?
What do you think is the result going to be?
आपको क्या लगता है? जल्दी
अभी
बताओ.
आप बताओ ना.
अरे आप आपने बोला तो आपको बेट लगाने, तो आप बताओ ना. जल्दी
हाँ
बोलो,
I
जल्दी
think
बोलो.
I think Sindarov. I think Magnus draws. What's your take?
Magnus draws.
हाँ.
चलो ठीक है, डन.
क्या you say Sindaro wins, yeah?
या.
ठीक है, तो वन मैगी की बेट, आई थिंक मैग्नस ड्रॉ, सिंदारो विंस। मेरे को 30 पहुंचना
आपके
है यार।
आपके परफेक्ट 30 हो जाएंगे आपके, फिर वो बढ़िया से डीमार्ट कर दूंगा मैं आपको. डन.
हाँ बढ़िया, लेट्स सी मैग्नस भाई आज क्या क्या कल टिक्कू भाई मैगी खाएंगे। बाय द वे E4 के बाद नाइट F4 ओनली मूव फॉर अर्जुन टू टेक दैट बिशप एंड ही टेक्स इट।
knight takes, double bishop advantage. The knight on f3 is a bit loose, उसको बचाना बहुत जरूरी है. Rook f8 looks kind of interesting to me.
भाई
By the way,
कैसल्स।
oh, castle हो रही है. अरे beautiful, beautiful. And castle,
कैसल्स
done.
भाई।
Look at this, knight g6 पे bishop h3 is checkmate.
ओह ब्यूटी।
भाई Maggie can hold this. 6 seconds है दो Magnus के पास.
हैंस
He's
हैज 10
pulling up his
seconds।
sleeve. Bhai, I don't know. I don't know if Maggie saves this. Oh, mistake by Sindarov.
मिस्टेक बाय मैगी एज वेल दो। भाई टफ चल रहा है। 4 seconds फॉर मैग्नस नाउ, 6 seconds।
Hans. Hans टाइम पे हार गया क्या?
Wait, I
Wait,
don't
Hans
think so.
टाइम
He
पे
has
हार गया
20
क्या?
seconds. नहीं नहीं, he has time. He has time. He has time.
कुछ अपडेट नहीं हुआ Hans के बोर्ड पे. It shows
ये हो गया. He
000.
just played 95.
Bishop h3,
Oh,
mate.
what? Did he blunder mate in one? Oh my god, mate, he blundered mate. Hans
I
Niemann just blundered mate. I cannot believe that. Wow.
mate in two, and we called it. Knight g6 पे बोला था Bishop h3, and he plays knight d5 and
Wow.
blunders mate in two. What a way for Arjun to finish it off, and he will play against Fabiano Caruana tomorrow for the fifth spot. भाई बड़ा मजा आया देख
Wow.
के.
So Arjun goes to the winners half of the losers bracket. So he will play tomorrow Caruana. By the way, Aronian also winning. So 2-0. He will also go to the next round. And by the way, only chance Sindarov, can he strike back? He's completely winning right now.
Yep, Sindarov I think is going to strike here 100%. Two times he's going to take down Magnus with the black pieces on demand
Oh
as he
wow, this is
captures the
just gone.
e3 pawn. Bhai, look at that majority. Look at those 3 pawns. D5, E5,
Magnus is
E4.
not
Bhai,
happy. Look at Magnus. Yeah, look at Magnus. He's not happy at all. He's really
Bishop
mad at
takes.
himself right now.
Wait,
And
position equal हो गई अब.
wait, how? No,
Bishop
equal
c3
तो
check.
नहीं है. E4,
Bishop
E3,
c4.
isn't it winning?
Bishop b4. Oh, Bishop b3 check.
Yeah,
Did he just push
it's just over.
a6?
Yeah.
Did he just push a6?
No, he didn't. He didn't. Not yet.
Can he push a6?
Oh,
Yeah, he
he
can
pushed.
push
He
a6.
pushed it A6. भाई साहब क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Oh,
Oh, but black is gonna win by force, I think. There's
yeah,
no
yeah, yeah.
way.
This is winning. This is winning. This is winning. Check, and now d1 queen. White ke paas checks, and now queen d8 check, queen b8 check. But can he find a perpetual is the question. The king has to
Very
find a
unlikely.
hiding spot. 8 seconds for Sindarov.
Oh, slight error by black now. Queen C7 was the better move. Wait, what do you do now?
Queen e7 check. King ko kahan rakhna hai? b5 pe. Queen e8 check pe. King b6, and it is winning for Sindarov. Wait, queen
Queen
a8 check.
E5, Queen A6, Queen C6. भाई यहाँ
King
कुछ हो ना
c5.
जाए भाई.
Abey, queen c6 check was a draw, no?
हाँ, even I thought so. It was a repetition, right?
Queen e4, queen c6 was a draw.
It's a draw. It's actually a draw right now. Oh my God, Magnus is back.
Wow, what
भाई
a
30
comeback.
मैगी, 30 मैगी incoming. Oh,
Bhai,
now
look
I'm
at
wondering who
queen
wins,
takes
yeah?
queen takes b4 and queen takes b3 taken. Magnus is not losing this
Wow.
anymore. Bhai, what a save by Magnus. What a save. Insane.
I don't know how he did that, bhai. That was superhuman defense by Magnus Carlsen, saving the game from the jaws of defeat. Wow.
Yeah, there we
Wow.
go.
He
And
can't believe it. Yeah,
Sindarov,
Sindaro can't. Magnus also smiling. What a
look
game. What
at
a
that.
game.
And what a sport Sindarov. Yeah, I mean, what a fight he has given to Magnus. And Magnus, of course, qualifies to the finals tomorrow. And he will play against who, Sahil bhai?
I think Magnus qualifies for the final and he plays Levon, I think.
Levon. Yeah, so it's Magnus versus Levon for the final freestyle Grand Slam in Cape Town, which will be tomorrow.
Yeah, Aronian won 2-0 against Vincent. Arjun won 2-0 against Hans. A crushing victory for Arjun. Finally converted it. And of course, Magnus defeats Sindaro 1.5-half. So, uske saath hi we have all the results. Tomorrow, it's going to be Arjun versus Caruana. Somebody he would love to beat, Sahaj.
Ooh, Arjun Caruana for the 5th place would be very, very exciting to see. बड़ा मजा आएगा. And of course, for the first place, it's going to be Magnus versus Levon. Sahil bhai, who's your pick?
Why Magnus and Arjun? I think it's a given now,
Magnus
yeah.
and Arjun. Magnus and Arjun. Got
And
it. Got it. Got it.
what's yours, Sajbhai?
I think same. Yeah, Magnus and Arjun for sure.
And Nihal also won today. That's amazing. And the best news out of all this, Sahaj bhai, I have finally reached 30 Maggies. So, it's just amazing. I feel like thanking my parents, everybody who believed in me, that I would get to this point and I would one day win 30 Maggies from Sahaj Grover.
अरे अरे अरे
Like,
अरे अरे ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर भाई. शादी का गिफ्ट
tears,
समझो.
bhai.
एक
Tears in
काम
my
करो भाई.
eyes.
भाई एक काम करो, जिस चैट पे अपना एड्रेस लिख दो ताकि मैं वो डीमार्ट कर सकूं.
अच्छा chat पे. अच्छा अच्छा. You mean
हाँ
WhatsApp
चैट पे
chat?
अपना. नहीं 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 नहीं, जो अभी चैट चल रही है, मैं व्हाट्सएप खुला नहीं हुआ मेरे फोन पे, लाइक आई एम
अच्छा
यूजिंग दैट
अच्छा.
एज अ फोन. सो
कोई जल्दी नहीं है.
मेरा
जल्दी
दूसरा
नहीं, कल
फोन
कर
अभी
सकते भाई.
खराब है.
नो हरी.
नहीं
नो
नहीं
हरी
नहीं भाई,
भाई.
मेरे को अभी
नो
करना है
हरी,
ना.
ओनली
अब
विद.
यूट्यूब के
वी कैन
चैट पे
सेंड इट
भेजो.
टुमारो भाई.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अभी भेजना है मुझे. अब करो ना यार, चैट पे लिख दो अपना एड्रेस.
ठीक है, मैं
पनवेल में
चैट पे
कहाँ हो?
लिखता हूँ. Wait, I thought it's Dominguez for a second. Meanwhile, chat, it was a lot of fun to stream today. Arjun जीता. जब जीतता है तो मजा आता है. We're gonna see you tomorrow. Hopefully Arjun continues his winning streak, and tomorrow is gonna be a tough challenge in Fabiano Caruana. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye bye and good night.